Chapter 1 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. Chapter 1. Good News for Link. It was nearing Thanksgiving time, and growing very cold. The little stove in our clubhouse gave out a warmth that made the place as cozy as home. Every boy in the club was present at the meeting, and I was just about to read the minutes of our last meeting when there came from the river the deep sound of a steamboat whistle. "It's the Hudson Lee," said Jerry Moore. "Dick, let me go down and see who's on it." Our captain, Dick Ferris, hit the table with his wooden hammer and shook his head. "It's against the rules," he said. "You know that, Jerry, as well as I. Go ahead, Hawkins, read the minutes, and let's get this meeting started." I had been secretary of this bunch of boys for 3 years, and I was growing tired of reading minutes. Besides, I'm like all other boys, I suppose. I like to be at the landing when a steamboat comes in. Even if it doesn't stop at our wharf, I like to watch it go past. So I felt more like giving Dick a sharp answer instead of reading the doings of our last meeting. But orders are orders, and old Judge Granberry allowed us to hold our meetings in the little clubhouse in the hollow on one condition, and that was that we would stay away from the river. The Pelham boys on the other side had made some trouble for us, and whenever they could pick a quarrel, they were quick to grab the chance. I had no more than begun to read, however, when there came a step on the porch, followed by a knock on the door. "See who it is, Hawkins," said our captain. I opened the door. A man with a little black mustache stood before me. He carried a suitcase and a cane. "Ah," he said, "it is boys, is it not?" There was a strange sound to his voice. I knew at once that he was not an American. "Yes," I said. "This is our clubhouse. Won't you come in, please?" He seemed to be a very polite gentleman. He took off his hat as he entered. The boys turned their gaze at him, and he smiled. "Excuse me if I be bold," he said. "Maybe so I have found what I seek. Listen, down in New Orleans I meet a little boy. He is very pleasant. He say I find you boys here, and see, I do." He looked at me with a happy smile on his face, as though he was greatly satisfied with himself. "What are you seeking?" I asked. The man stopped smiling and turned a serious look toward the table, around which our boys were seated. From one to another he looked, and then returned his gaze to me. "I am much in doubt," he said. "I do not know which one of you it is." By this time I was very much puzzled myself. I felt myself getting a little angry with the man. I waited for some one of the other boys to say something to him, but after a silence I said, "Do you know the name of the boy you are searching for?" "Listen," said the man, holding up a forefinger. "In New Orleans, there a little boy, he say to me, 'You take a steamboat, Hudson Lee, and tell the captain of the boat to take you to Seckatary Hawkins.' So that I do. I just come at this time. I come right up here. The little boy, he say, I will find many boys together in one meeting place. He tell me they have a Seckatary Hawkins." I bowed, wondering what this stranger could want with me. "Yes," I said, "that's me." The man bowed as I had, and offered me his hand. "Glad to meet your acquaintance," he said. "You are real American boy. I have heard. They are all fine boys in America, just like boys in my country, Cuba." I noticed that when he said Cuba, every boy in our clubhouse looked at him with great wonder, as if he had told them that he was some wonderful prince. "Cuba! How far away it sounded. "May I ask you," I said, "who this kind little boy in New Orleans is, who told you that you could find me here?" "Certainly," said the man. "He is name Fred, and when he shook hands he show me he have but 3 fingers." "Ah," I said, "3-finger Fred." The man nodded. "The same," he said. "He told me to say that when I see you." I smiled and turned to the other boys. "3-finger Fred told him," I said. At this moment we heard somebody whistling outside. The door opened, and in came Doc Waters. "Excuse me," he said, as he saw the stranger. "I did not know there was anybody visiting here." He looked at the man before him for a second. The next instant he stepped forward with a smile upon his face. "Mantilla!" he exclaimed. "Is it you?" The strange man took Doc's hand, smiling. "Yes, it is me, Waters," he replied. "I did not think to find you here. It is long years since last we met, eh?" "20 years, yes," said Doc. "You were just leaving the old college when I took up medicine. I used to think the college was a good one, but judging from your use of the language, I am afraid it is not what it should be." The man from Cuba laughed. "I forget," he said, smiling. "Your English speaking is easy to forget. I like better Spanish." Doc waved his hand. "As you like," he said. "But what brings you here, all the way from Cuba? Do you intend to find another college to take a further course in English? And how comes it, Mantilla, that I find you in the clubhouse of these boys?" Mantilla told him that he had related to us about his acquaintance with 3-finger Fred. "Well," said Doc, "now that you have found Seckatary Hawkins, what do you want with him?" Mantilla looked around the table again. Then he shook his head. "I don't want him," he said, nodding his head toward me. "I will say to you that I am in law business in Havana. Some days ago came a very fine man from the plantations to me. He asked me, will I go to United States and find a boy for him. He give me a big fee, and I say I will go. I have come." Doc grinned. "Glad you are here," he said. "Take a chair and be seated. We might as well talk this over comfortably." The man from Cuba looked at the boys. "Oh, don't mind them," said Doc. "They are my pals, these boys. They might even be able to help you, too." "That is well," said Mantilla, seating himself. "Now, when I meet this Fred of 3 fingers, I ask him if he ever been anywhere but New Orleans. He say he have. When the fine planter in Cuba tell me to go and find the boy he want, he tell me that one time they hear he was in some place called Kentucky. I ask Fred of 3 fingers, do he know the place? He say sure. He lived there too one time. I tell him the name of the boy I look for, and ask him if he know the boy. He clap his hands and say, 'Sure, you go by Hudson Lee and find Seckatary Hawkins. He tell you where you find this boy.'" Doc turned and looked at me. "Well, Hawkins," he said, "tell him where to find this boy." "How should I know?" I said. "He hasn't told me the boy's name." "No, of course you haven't, Mantilla," said Doc Waters. "What's the name of the boy you are after?" "His name?" repeated Mantilla. "Oh, yes, to be sure." He fumbled in the inner pocket of his coat for a minute and drew out a number of worn envelopes. "His name," repeated Mantilla, "is— see here what I have written. That is it. How do you say that first part?" Doc bent over and read, "Lincoln Lambert." For a moment there was a silence in the clubhouse, during which you could have heard a pin drop. Then I jumped up. "Why, Doc," I exclaimed, "it's Link. The skinny guy. Doc smiled. Sure, he said, but Link's not here. Just like him. Never attends meetings any more, does he, Hawkins? Oh, sometimes, I answered. Well, said Doc, send for him. Wait a minute, I said. Link is our pal. He is one of the best friends I ever had. I want to know what he's wanted for. I'll not give him away. No, sir, Doc. Not for all the Cuban planters in Cuba. Doc laid his hand on my arm. Don't be so impulsive, Hawkins, he said. You won't have to give Link away. How do you know he is in trouble? Why, this might be some good news for him. Montilla laughed. Good news, he cried. I tell you it is good news indeed, Waters. He is rich. He will be a great man. He owns big plantations now. Somebody died and ordered that it should be so, and I have seen the will. It is a very rich will. He cannot have it if he comes not to Cuba. The will reads so, Waters. I wish that you get this boy to me, so that I may talk it all to him. He is very rich now, and I will make a big fee. Doc Waters smiled. Same old Montilla, he said. You remember how you used to make big fees at school, too? For not telling when the other boys smoked cigarettes behind the dormitory? Ah, well, I'll help you out now, anyway. The boy you are looking for is a pal of mine, too. Come up to my office, and I will send for Link, and we can talk it over there. Doc told me to go for Link and bring him and his father up to his office as soon as I could. Then Doc and Montilla walked away together, up the path toward Doc's house. After they were gone, there was a gloom in the clubhouse. Nobody seemed to feel like talking. But after a while, our captain said, We're going to lose Link. Yes, I said, but I'm glad for the skinny guy's sake. He has had enough hard times. I'm glad he is going to get a good home and enough money to live. He's been with us a long time, said Jerry Moore, and darn if I don't feel like he's a brother of mine. I hate to see him go. Well, I said, you boys see if you can figure out a way to keep him here while I go down and see if I can find him. I knew there was only one thing to do, and that was to take my canoe and paddle down to the island where the houseboat in which Link and his father lived was now anchored. So I started for the river. But as I neared the path, I heard the old familiar whistle. Link, I hollered, where are you? Coming, Hawkins, he answered. I waited for a few seconds and then saw him running up the path. I just had to tie my longboat, he said, as he came up. Those Pelham boys tried to steal it yesterday, so I tied it with a chain and lock today. Fine, I said, but you won't need to worry over the loss of a longboat any more, Link. You're going to be rich. Come on up to Doc Waters' office with me. What are you saying? He asked. Come on, I said. I would rather have Doc tell it to you. As we came in sight of the clubhouse, all the boys came to meet us. They all gathered around Link and me as we walked and shook his hand and wished him luck. The skinny boy looked surprised and frightened. What kind of a joke are you playing on me now? He asked. Joke? Said Jerry Moore. I wish some guy from Cuba or Borneo would play a joke like that on me. Come on, we're all going up with you, Link. With a lot of chattering and noise, we arrived at Doc's office. The Doc and his friend Montilla were seated in the office, smoking big cigars. Doc jumped up as we shoved the skinny guy forward. Ah, he said, here, Montilla, is Lincoln Lambert. The man from Cuba stood up and rubbed his hands while he looked down upon skinny Link. I have found you, he said, after many days. I am glad. You are a rich man. Sit down, all of you, and I will read what was written for me to say. There were only 2 more chairs in the office, so Link sat on one and I on the other, while the other boys stood around the walls of the room. Montilla took a long paper from his pocket and said, "There lived in Cuba a rich planter and his wife. One day there came a lady to live with them. She was the sister of the planter's wife. It is said that she could not agree with a shiftless husband in New Orleans." "I was born there," broke in Link. Montilla smiled and bowed. "I will continue," he said. "So this lady left her husband, who had stolen her boy away from her, and she went to live with her sister in Cuba. By and by the planter died, and so they two, the ladies, lived together on the big plantation, with many servants and cattle, and grow richer and richer. But by and by the planter's wife died also, and leave alone this poor lady who come from New Orleans after her husband stole her little boy away from her, and now she died. But she leave a will. Listen, I will read it to you." Montilla drew from a tattered envelope a long sheet of paper and began to read. "To my son, Lincoln Lambert, if he be alive and can be found, I bequeath all the property known as the Cazanova plantation, and all pertaining thereto. I desire further that 1/2 of the value of the plantation be expended, if necessary, in making diligent search for my boy. With this bequest goes that which means more, a mother's love, and that he may know that I prayed for him all the days we were parted. So may he pray for my soul and remember me. Amen." When Montilla stopped reading, Link was crying. I put my arm around him and whispered to him to try to be a man, now that he had so much to look forward to. But I could do nothing with him. Neither could Doc, who tried to soothe him. So Doc whispered to me, "Take him out, Hawkins, into the fresh air. I will arrange matters with Montilla, and tomorrow bring Link here again and ask his father to come along." I slipped my arm around Link and took him out. The boys saw that they could do nothing, and quietly they all slipped away. I led Link down to the clubhouse, and we sat on the porch steps together. He dried his eyes and sat with his chin in his hands. "Well, Link," I said at last, "you've been a poor kid, and you know what it means to go hungry. But now God is going to give you better times. You're going to have a fine home and own a big plantation. And believe me, Link, I'm as glad as you are about it." Link smiled. "It's mighty fine," he said in a low voice. "And it seems like a dream, Hawkins. The lawyer said it was a big place, and that I would be rich. But somehow I don't want it any more. All my life I have been hoping for one thing. I would give that big plantation and all the money for something else." "Why, Link!" I exclaimed. "What more could a boy want?" Link looked at me out of those soft blue eyes. "My mother," he said quietly. "All my life I've been waiting and hoping. I thought some day I would see her. But that stranger man said she willed it all to me. She is dead." Tears came in his eyes. I felt deeply sorry for my poor skinny guy. "I must go," said Link, jumping up. "My dad will be waiting for me. He's awful good to me, Hawkins. I don't want anybody to think he ain't good to me. He's done the best he could." I watched him as he ran down the river to his longboat, and I thought to myself, what a queer chap. He had seen much of hardship in life. He did not have a chance such as we boys had. Now he was to have a better road to travel, and the poor kid couldn't enjoy it. Even now, when he thought to be happy, he left me with tears in his eyes. He was thinking of his mother. End of Chapter 1. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 2 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sydney M. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. Chapter 2, A Surprise for Hawkins. The next day, when I arrived at the clubhouse after school, I found Link seated on the porch steps. He was a much different skinny guy than I had ever known him to be, for he wore a hat for the first time, a sort of small derby, and stockings and neat shoes that were polished. But best of all was a dark blue suit, which, even if it was not the best, was of good cloth and made Link look a different boy. "Hawkins," he said, and sprang up to meet me. "Well, well, Link," I said, "I hardly knew you. You are dressed up." He smiled. "Yes," he said, "Doc Waters got them for me. He made me wear 'em. I've been waiting here for you ever since he brought me back from Watertown. He and that man Montilla took me there. I didn't want to take the clothes, but Montilla said it was paid for with my own money." "Certainly," I said. "You are rich, Link. It's time you begin to look after yourself in the right way. You are growing up to be a young man now, you know." A sound came from the river path, and Link gripped my arm. "I don't want any of the boys to see me in these fancy clothes, Hawkins," he whispered. "I just come down here to wait for you. I want you to go up to Doc Waters with me and my pop. They are going to get things ready, they said." "Sure, I'll go, Link," I answered. "I want to help you all I can, but you needn't be ashamed of those clothes. Why, you look like a young millionaire." Link waved his hand. "I don't want to look like that," he said. Then, as his face grew sad, he added, "Gee, Hawkins, I am sorry that the good old days have to come to an end. I did have good times down here, doing anything I wanted to, and being with you and the other boys. I'm going away. I guess I have to go. They won't listen to anything I say. But I don't want to go, Hawkins." "Cheer up," I said. "You'll come back, and when you do, you will own your own steamboat, Link, and you will sail wherever you please. There's good times ahead of you." A step from the river path made us turn, and we saw Link's father coming toward us. "I'm ready now, Link," he said. "Take me where they said they would meet you." "Hawkins is going too," said Link. Mr. Lambert smiled at me. "Ah, yes," he said. "You wouldn't be satisfied if Hawkins wasn't around. I don't blame you, though. Why, he even talks about you in his sleep, Hawkins." I laughed. "Link's a great scout," I said, "and all the boys in this club are glad that he is going to get a fortune." "Let's go," he said quietly. Together we made for Doc's office. Doc met us at the door. "Come in," he said. "Montilla will be here shortly. I suppose you understand, Mr. Lambert, that in order to possess this inheritance, your son will have to journey to a far country." Mr. Lambert did not speak. He simply nodded his head and took a seat in a corner of the room. Doc sat himself down at the desk and lit his long pipe. "I've been thinking this thing over," he said, "and I believe it is worth looking into. A good plantation in Cuba is a thing worth having, Mr. Lambert, and I think it is your duty to see that your boy gets possession of it." Again, Mr. Lambert nodded and murmured "yes" under his breath. "Here's Montilla now," said Doc Waters as he rose to open the door. The Cuban lawyer entered and greeted all of us with a cheery smile and many motions of his arms and head. But as his eyes fell upon Mr. Lambert sitting in the corner, he stiffened, gave him one hard look, and then sat down. "I am waiting, Waters," he said, "for your answer." Dr. Waters waved his hand toward Mr. Lambert. "There is the man to talk to," he said. "Mr. Lambert, the father of Lincoln." Montilla glared. "No, sir," he said with a hard look in his eye. "I could not shake hands with a man who steal away a boy from his mother, and she die without seeing her son again." Link was on his feet in an instant. "Don't you say that," he cried. "My father is a good man. I bet you he never left my mother of his own free will. He's been a good father to me, and I don't want anybody to talk about him." Link shook his fist in Montilla's face. Doc got up and with a few quiet words induced Link to sit down again. "The boy is right," said Doc, "and his father is all right, too. I've known them for some years, Montilla. I'll vouch for them." Montilla made a careless gesture and turned to the papers before him on the table. "Very well," he said. "We will not speak of it, although I don't—" "Never mind," broke in Doc. "Let's get down to business." Montilla hid his face in a bunch of papers for a few minutes, while Doc sat with his feet upon his desk, blowing smoke rings into the air. "At Cazanova Plantation," began Montilla, "there is a very fine man who is this boy's uncle, his mother's brother. To you, Waters, I make bold to say, maybe he do not like to see this boy's father. They are not friendly. He cannot forget how, once upon a time, when this little boy was a baby, his father came to steal him away. Ah, Dr. Waters, maybe when this man come down there, this uncle will seek revenge, and he is a terrible man when angry." Montilla stopped talking suddenly. Link's father had risen and stood before him. "You mean Peralta, don't you?" he asked quietly. Montilla shrank back into his chair as the tall form of Mr. Lambert towered above him, and for an instant there was a look of fear upon his face. Then he turned to Doc Waters with a laugh. "See," he exclaimed, "it is the same. He knows Peralta. Ah, yes. Now I know that the boy we have here is the right one. It is—" "Listen," said Link's father. "I know Peralta. You bet I know him. He will not want to see me. He knows why as well as I do. But he will not cheat my boy out of that which is coming to him from his mother. You blame me for something you know nothing about. You ought to find out the particulars, Mr. Montilla. Peralta can tell you. I see you do not want me to go. Peralta has put that into your orders. But I have friends. Doc Waters will see that my boy gets what is his by right of birth." Without another word, Mr. Lambert, turning to look once more at his son, walked out of the office. There was a silence. Then came a soft cry from Link. "Pop!" he called. "Pop, come back! Don't leave me now!" Doc quieted him. "Link," he said, "it is best that he goes now. I will see that you come out all right. Let us finish this business with Montilla, and then we can talk it over." Link sat quiet beside me, but I could see that his nerves were just unstrung. "Montilla," said Doc Waters, turning to the Cuban, "it would be best if you attended strictly to business and let out all personal matters. You understand that you are here as the attorney, and I don't want any more family history." "Well," said Montilla, "I tell what is the truth. It would not be good should this boy's father go to Cuba. Peralta will not like it." "Peralta be hanged!" exclaimed Doc Waters. "He ought to be," said Montilla, smiling. "But wait till you see. Unless the boy is at Cazanova Plantation before that month end, it will all go as gift to the seminary." Doc Waters was walking up and down the office, puffing hard at his pipe. As Montilla made his last remark, Doc stopped and turned suddenly. "The boy will be there within 10 days," he said, thumping his fist upon the table, "and I will take him there myself and see that he gets what's coming to him." Montilla jumped up and clapped his hands. "Bravo!" he cried. "No better thing could I wish, Waters, old friend. I am glad you will come along with me. I have been gone for a long time. I like to see my Cuba again. I like to get the big fee which I have earned." "All right about the fee, Montilla," said Doc. "You just arrange for the trip, and I'll be ready to take the boy." Link jumped up and ran over to Doc. "Don't let him take me away from Pop," he whispered. "I won't go if you do." Doc patted the skinny guy on the head. "Never mind, Link," he said. "I will keep your daddy for you. I'm going to see that you get yours first. After you have it, your daddy will be right by your side." Link began to cry. Montilla chewed the end of his pencil, while Doc laid his pipe down and put his arms around the skinny guy. And I felt sorry. Oh boy, I felt sorry for that poor lonely kid. All his life he had lived alone with his father, suffering all kinds of hardships, with one great big hope before him, and that was that someday, somehow, somewhere, he was going to see his mother face to face. Now, all suddenly, came the news that the hope that he cherished all his life was dead, and they were trying to put a wall between him and his father. Poor Link! How he cried that day! I can see him yet, standing there beside good old Doc Waters, his skinny figure shaking with sobs. I am not ashamed to say that tears came into my own eyes, and I pitied him. "Be still," whispered Doc. "We are going on a big journey, Link, down into a beautiful land of sunshine, and you are going to forget all the hard times you had. You are going to be a rich man, Lincoln, old boy, and your old pal Doc Waters is going to see you through until you get it. And listen," he added, bending his lips to Link's ear, yet speaking loud enough for all to hear, "we are going to take Seckatary Hawkins with us. What do you say?" Link stopped crying. He looked into Doc's face, and then he turned to me. The sad look on his thin face slowly turned into a smile, and he turned back to Doc Waters and said, "Hawkins will go with me. He is my friend. I will be happy if he can go. Will you come, Hawkins?" He turned to me as he asked the question, but the thing had been suggested so suddenly that I was unable to speak. I opened my lips, but I could not say a word. I tried again to say something. I don't know what I would have said if I could have spoken, but I was dumb. Doc Waters laughed. "Hawkins will come with us," he said. "Now you go back to your daddy, Lincoln, my boy, and wait until I send for you." Link ran over and shook my hands. "We will have a good time, Hawkins," he said, "and I won't go unless you go with me." With that, he ran out the door, and I turned to Doc Waters. "Say, Doc," I said, "it wasn't quite right to tell him that. You know my mother won't let me go. Why, I'd miss a whole year in school. And my pop—" Doc was talking to Montilla, and he turned and motioned to me to be quiet. So I sat there silently while he and Montilla talked over something in a low tone that I could not hear. After a few minutes, Montilla got up and shook hands with Doc and left the office. "He's a queer man, Montilla is," said Doc, lighting up his pipe, "but I've seen worse in my day." "I don't care what he is," I cried. "You shouldn't have told Link that I would go along. It's a shame to fool the poor kid." Doc looked at me quietly and smiled while he blew a few puffs of smoke from his pipe bowl. "I'm not fooling him," he said quietly. "You might as well get ready to take a trip, Hawkins. You're going to Cuba." I sat there on the chair like a big dummy and stared at Doc Waters. I thought how foolish it was for him to say that. Why, my father would not let me go outside of town unless he went with me, and Mother worried herself sick when I stayed at Frank Kane's house all night Christmas Eve, even with her consent. Doc saw that I was worrying, not that I didn't want to go. Oh boy, nothing would suit me better than to go along with them down into that island which I only knew from geography. But I was worried over this, that Doc had gotten Link's consent to go by promising that I would go along. Now if I didn't go, Link would be awfully disappointed. He would feel hurt, and I know he would lay awake at nights and cry and wonder if there were any truthful, honest people in the world. "You needn't worry about it, Hawkins," said Doc. "You're going, that's all. Go home and tell your ma to get things ready." "But Doc," I said, "she wouldn't let me go. And my pop, why he would think—" "I know what he would think," said Doc. "He would think you were in the hands of Dr. Waters, who promised to take care of you, to be your private teacher, to see that you had a good time, and to bring you back home safe and sound. You don't have to worry about what he would think, Hawkins, because I know what he thinks. I saw him this afternoon and got his consent, and your mother's too. She is glad that you will have a good time. Now go home and see if you can get ready in a few days." When I heard that surprise, I fell off my chair.
End of Chapter 2, A Surprise for Hawkins. Recording by Sydney M.
Chapter 3 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins in Old Havana. I was greatly surprised to find that good old Doc Waters had succeeded in getting permission for me to go with him and Mr. Montilla and Link Lambert to Cuba to take possession of the skinny guy's inheritance. How he ever got my mother's consent will always be a mystery to me, for she always wanted me at home. Even when I would go for a short vacation to my Aunt Jules in Kentucky, she would cry and carry on as though I was going on a long, long journey. Now, when I was about to start on the longest trip ever taken by any boy in our town, my mother was the only one who seemed to be glad that I was going to get a chance to see some of the country. When the time for parting came, she was the bravest one in the family. Dad had a tear in his eye as he hugged me to him and told me to remember that I was his son and to behave myself as he expected me to. But Mother kissed me, smiling, and said, "Have a good time and be a good boy." Yes, that's what she said. And she waved her hand and smiled as Doc's automobile started for the railroad station. But when I looked back I saw her lay her head on Dad's shoulder, and I knew she was crying. God bless her. Mother is the best friend a fellow has. She would give everything she has to make you happy. And when you go away from her, she tells you to have a good time and be a good boy. But when you are gone, oh boy, how she does cry. I felt blue too after I left the old home. Who knows, I said to myself, if I will ever get back there again. And then I realized how much trust they placed in good old Doc Waters. They knew he would take care of Link and me. And I knew too that Doc would do that, even if it cost him his life. Montilla had arranged everything for the journey, passports, tickets, baggage and all that. All that we had to do was to get on the train. The night before we left, all of the boys gathered at the clubhouse in the Hollow to give us a send-off party. Doc Waters had a lot of cakes and sandwiches sent over, and we had lemonade and ice cream, and it was a fine affair. All of the boys were in good humor, and we had a good time until it was time to say goodbye. Then they seemed to get gloomy. "Cheer up," I said. "For goodness sake, don't send us off with sad faces. Give us a smile, Jerry. We are coming back soon." Jerry Moore smiled at me. "Maybe," he remarked. "It's a long way to Cuba, and many things can happen on the way." "Oh," I said, "you expect the train to get into a wreck, or the ship to sink, maybe?" Jerry wouldn't say any more. Lou Hunter and Dick Ferris stayed with us after the others had gone. "Keep the boys together, Dick," I said, "and don't let them get into any trouble that would make us lose this clubhouse." "I'll do my best, Hawkins," Dick said. "But you can never tell what Pelham is going to do." "I'll help, Dick," said Lou, "and I'll make the boys take more interest in singing. It helps to hold them together." And so we parted from our fellows. The first day on the train was a happy day for all of us. Doc and Montilla, the Cuban lawyer, sat together and talked, while Skinny Link and I looked out of the windows and enjoyed the passing scenery. There were times when Link would get very blue, and I could not cheer him up. He felt bad because the Cuban would not permit his father to go along with us. Doc tried hard to get the Cuban to consent to it, but Montilla insisted that it would not be wise for Link's father to come along. And so Doc Waters consoled Link by telling him that after he had possession of the estate, Link would have enough money to do as he pleased, at which time he could go back to the United States and get his father, and then they could live together again as they wished. Link sighed and turned to me. "Ah, well," he said, "at least I have Hawkins with me." "You bet you have, Link," I said. "I'm with you, sink or swim, to the finish." Link smiled, and he was happy again. "Good old Hawkins," he said. After a few hours traveling, I grew tired and sat leaning against the back of my chair, and almost fell asleep. But suddenly I thought I was being watched. I just felt as though somebody's gaze was fixed upon me, and I opened my eyes slowly and saw a man in a chair at the upper end of the coach, seated facing me. He wore a brown felt hat and had a mustache and a short pointed beard. Her hair was of a reddish color and thick. As he noticed me looking at him, he shifted his eyes and gazed out of the car window. I did not say anything about it to Doug or Link, because I thought they might laugh at my foolish ideas. I did not see this man again on the train. At Jacksonville, Florida, we changed trains. There was so much to see in this city that all of us were kept busy until it was time to catch the train for Key West. Mr. Montilla seemed to know everybody in every place, and he took us through without any trouble. The following morning, when we woke, Link was very much excited. "Hawkins," he said, "we are riding over the ocean." "Hush up," I said. "Don't be a foolish, Link." "It's true," he said. "Look for yourself." So, without waiting to get into my clothes, I jumped up and peeped out on the window. All I could see was the ocean stretching away into the horizon. It gave me the creeps. It was like a fairy tale. Here we were in a railroad that was thundering away over the sea. I could not see any of the bridge over which the train was running until we reached an island and the train made a bend. Then I looked out again and saw that what we had come over was a long trestle built on big piles of cement that were sunk into the sea. The island we were on is called a key, and there are many of them as you leave the southern tip of Florida state. From one of these keys to another, these long trestles are built over the ocean, so that the railroad can travel from one island to the other until it comes to the last one, which is called Key West. We stayed in Key West until 10 o'clock that night, and then took the big ship that was to take us to Havana, which is the capital of Cuba. The ship was very interesting to Link and myself. And when Doug bought us some crackers and milk before we went to bed, he paid for it in American money and got Cuban money for change. Link was surprised. He said to Doug that he thought money was the same all over the world. Doug showed Link a piece of Cuban money, which looked like our quarter. 20 cents is all it is worth, said Doug. Link looked disappointed. Oh, he said, maybe I won't be so rich as you think I will, if my inheritance is in Cuban money. Doug laughed and told Link that it took 5 of these pieces to make a Cuban dollar, which is worth as much as our dollar, 100 cents. So Link was satisfied, and we went to our staterooms. Link and Montilla had one stateroom, while Doug and I had the one next to theirs. I asked for a drink, and Doug gave me a pitcher, and told me to go out on deck where the ice water was and bring some in the stateroom. As I walked out of the stateroom, I saw, or thought I saw, a man quickly leave our room. At first, I thought he had been stooping to look in our keyhole, or to listen to what we were saying. But then I thought perhaps he was just passing as I came out. But when I stepped at the ice water tank, I saw him turn to look back at me. He was a fine-looking young man, with dark, smooth-shaven face, and very athletic look. He did not stop, but disappeared around the front of the ship. "Ah," I said to myself, "let us have another look at this fine man." So, with my pitcher of ice water, I walked forward. As I reached the corner of the middle cabin, I saw him standing by the rail, talking to another man, and my heart leaped as I saw that the man he was talking to was the man with red hair and pointed beard that I imagined was watching me in the train. At once, I felt that these two men had some interest in me. What it was, I could not imagine. I wondered whether or not I should tell Jack about it, but decided that perhaps I may have been mistaken and should say nothing about it. When I went back to the stateroom, Jack was already in his berth. "Come, hurry up, Hawkins," he said. "Get into your berth before you get seasick, or we will have to put you in." This was a little shock to me again. I had not given a thought to seasickness until this moment, and Jack knew that I was afraid. "I wish we didn't have to cross the ocean," I said. Jack laughed. "Ocean?" he said. "You don't call this little strip of salt water ocean, do you?" "Well," I answered, "it is salt water, and I know the waves will be rough." "Forget it," said Jack. "That's the best way. You go to sleep, and tomorrow morning you will wake up in Havana, and you won't know that you were ever on salt water." I climbed into my berth, but could not sleep. I could hear the noise of the roustabouts and trucks outside, loading baggage and other things into the vessel. And when the big whistle blew, it was so loud I nearly fell out of my berth. Blow! It was the worst out-of-tune whistle I ever heard, but I guess it was because I felt so shaky and nervous. Then the ship started. I knew it was starting because I could feel the up and down movement. First my head would be up, then my feet would be up. "I'll get sick if I stay in this berth," I said to myself. So I climbed out. Jack was sleeping soundly, and so I went over to the porthole window and looked out. The harbor lights blinked and glittered like Christmas tree candles, and over beyond a lighthouse flashed its friendly signal on and off, beckoning to all the vessels the place where refuge might be had. Even after all the harbor lights disappeared, and the ship was sailing in black night, the watchful eye of the lighthouse kept up its blinking, and was the only thing to be seen. As I gazed down into the sea, I noticed the big white rolls of foam that shot away from the bow of the ship, and the bigger they grew, the worse the ship rolled. So I thought it would be best to get into my berth. There I waited and waited to see if I would get seasick. But while I was waiting, I fell asleep. When I woke up in the morning, light was streaming through the porthole window. Jack was already dressed. "Get up," he said. "We are entering the Havana harbor, and there is lots to see, Hawkins." I hustled out of my berth and ran to the window. Ahead of us was the old tower of Moro Castle, and the battered walls of old feed cabanas, in which Spain put to death many Cuban patriots who were fighting for Cuban liberty before Uncle Sam went down and set the island free. Lying everywhere in the great harbor were ships and steam vessels from all parts of the world, handsome-looking liners and speedy schooners, while at one point lay a fleet of fishing boats. It was wonderful. Chulink and me and Mr. Montilla explained everything to us as our ship slowly made its way up the bay. But best of all was the old-fashioned city, Havana. When we landed, Mr. Montilla's automobile was waiting for us at the dock, and we rode through the little streets up into the Prado, which is the big square in the downtown section, and where Mr. Montilla's office is located. All the signs of the houses are in Spanish, and almost all the people speak Spanish. Link and I could not understand much of what was said, but Doc did. "I spent some months here when I was a young man," he said. "I picked up the lingo pretty well, but I've forgotten most of it by now." But Mr. Montilla translated for us everything that was said, and promised to give us lessons so that we could speak the language in a short time. As we started to go up the steps to Mr. Montilla's office, I happened to see another automobile stop a few feet behind ours. I saw a man leap out to pay the driver, and my heart gave a jump again. It was the fine athletic-looking young man that I had seen on the train, and again on the ship. Here he was at our heels again, and as I looked another man jumped out of the car. It was the red-headed man with a pointed beard. "Surely," I said to myself, "these two are following us. What can they want?" But I said nothing as I followed Doc and Link up the steps to Mr. Montilla's office. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. The wheel is stolen. After a short conference in the office of Mr. Montilla, the Cuban lawyer took us to a very fine hotel where 2 rooms had been prepared for us, and told us that he was going to prepare for our visit to Villa Casanova, and that we should remain at the hotel until he called for us again. The city of Havana was a very strange and interesting place to us. Doc Waters took Link and me through the city to see the sights, and every day we found something new to interest us. The streets are very dirty, and the houses in the city are very shabby and built very close together. Some of the old streets are so narrow that only one person at a time can walk along the sidewalk. None of the houses have carpets on the floors. The floors are all made of tile. It gets so hot in Cuba in the summertime that people can hardly sleep, and the windows and the doors are very high, so that plenty of air can pass through. The houses with their high windows and doors are not very beautiful, although the people believe in putting on as much fancy work as the house will stand. Some of the fancy homes of rich people in the suburbs are very expensive, made of stone or concrete, but to me they looked like big fancy tombs or mausoleums, instead of homes of living human beings. The great harbor of Havana also interested Link and me very much, and Doc usually took us down every morning after breakfast to watch the big steamers come in with mail and passengers. We saw steamers from all countries of the world come into the harbor. One that interested us was an old ship with a cargo of monkeys and parrots, and a few cages of wild animals. When they began to unload the vessel, It made me think of Noah's Ark, as all the animals were brought down the gangplank. The monkeys were tied with chains to one another and seemed to be glad to get on land again. Link and I had lots of fun watching them. After our usual morning walk, Dak would take us back to the hotel and give us our lessons just the same as we had studied in school back home. And Dak was a good teacher too. He was very strict and made us mind. I think we learned more under Dak Waters in those days than we ever learned from our teacher back home in 2 weeks. But I suppose it was because we liked Dak so well. And so the days passed, one after another, and we were growing anxious for Mr. Montilla to come back and take us to the Cazanova plantation. It seemed to all us that it was taking a long time for him to prepare for our visit to a place that really belonged to us, or to Link, rather. But at last we get a message, brought by a little black boy, telling us to come to Montilla's office in the following morning and be ready for another journey. Bright and early the next morning we were ready, and drove to Montilla's office in a taxi. As we reached the top of steps that led to the office, the door suddenly opened and a man came out. He had his back to us as he closed the door, but when he turned, I smothered the cry of surprise that was upon my lips. It was the fine-looking, athletic fellow that I had seen on the boat talking to the red-headed man with a pointed beard. He seemed confused as he turned and saw us. His face grew red, but he smiled. "Ah," he said, "you come to see Montilla." "Yes, he is not yet come, but he will be here by and by." "Thanks," said Dak Waters. The young man bowed and smiled, and then went down the steps. "Who the dickens is that?" asked Dak. I was about to tell Dak that I had seen this fellow before, but I decided that it was not yet time to say anything about it. And just then another step sounded on the stairs, and up came Mr. Montilla. He smiled as he saw us, standing there waiting for him. "Oh, hey," he said. "You Americanos are quick. You come in a hurry?" "Always on the job, Montilla," said Dak Waters, smiling. "When there's any work to do, we believe in doing it as soon as we can." "That is good," said Montilla, pulling his chain of keys from his pocket and inserting one in the lock. "That door is not locked," said Dak Waters. "You need not bother about opening it." Montilla turned a queer smile upon Dak as he said, "But it is locked. I know it. I locked it myself before I go last night." "All right," said Dak, and we all waited there till Montilla threw open the door. But Dak and Link and I knew that if that door had been locked, the fine-looking, athletic man that we had seen come out must have had another key for it. "Come in," said Montilla, as he hung his hat upon a rack and sat by his desk. We all entered and sat down. Montilla busied himself with the papers upon his desk, and I noticed that the office seemed to be the most out-of-order place I ever saw. Everything seemed to be lying topsy-turvy. I have seen some offices of American lawyers like this, but very few indeed. Suddenly, Montilla thrust his hands into a drawer that stood open. Then he gave a quick look around the room. The next minute, he uttered a cry of alarm. "I've been robbed," he exclaimed. "Somebody have opened my desk." "Yes," said Doc Waters slowly. "We saw some fellow coming out as we came in. I tried to tell you that the door was unlocked, but you said you knew better." Montilla did not speak for an instant. He sat with his arms upon the desk and his face in his hands, looking at Link Lambert. Then he said, "Boy, you are as poor as you were before you came here. The will that give you Villa Casanova, it have been stolen." "What?" roared Doc Waters, jumping out of his chair. "What was that last crack of yours, Montilla?" The Cuban lawyer looked pale. "What I say is truth," he replied. The will that the boy's mother left to give him all of Villa Casanova, it is gone. When I left, I put it here, in this drawer. It is safe there, I say to me, because the drawer it have a lock. Now, when I come back, look, see, all the papers from my desk, they are scattered over the floor. And when I look at this drawer, see, it have been broken, and the will is gone. How now can this boy claim Casanova?" Doc Waters looked straight into Montilla's eyes, and I could see that Doc was terribly angry. His chest heaved up and down, and his lips parted, and he breathed hard. Link and I sat with disappointment written all over our faces. Link began to cry. He didn't understand. "Montilla," said Doc in a low, steady voice, "there seems to be something crooked about this. It seems that you are a very poor lawyer to take such poor care of a valuable document, and I don't see why the will was not made in duplicate and a copy of it registered." "We do not the way Americanos do," answered Montilla. "Cuban people not like American people." "I should say they are not," broke in Doc Waters. "You are just about 200 years behind us, my friend. But you won't get away with any trick stuff with me. Now, listen to me, Montilla. No matter what kind of a friend you call yourself, no matter if you and I were schoolmates together, I am going to make you play fair with this boy, whom you brought away down here into this God-forsaken country, and I am going to stick to him and stay here till I see him get what belongs to him. You hear me?" Montilla had a sulky look on his face. He made a motion with his hands and said, "If you want to make arguments with me, I excuse you. Cuban people not act like Americanos. We like to be cortés. What you say, polite." "Polite the dickens," said Doc Waters. "If you call it people to allow this boy to lose a fortune that's coming to him, I don't think much of Cuban politeness. Now, what do you propose to do?" Montilla did not answer for a minute or two. He sat gazing through his big black-rimmed spectacles at the paper-strewn floor, and then throwing up his hands, he said, "We must find out who took the paper. Of course, it will be hard to find that, but we will do so quietly, and perhaps we will do well. We must not make much excitement about it. Better that we go about it quietly." "I don't care how you go about it," said Doc, "but find it. That's all I have to say to you, Montilla." "All right," said Montilla. "I will do my best." "You'll do better than that," said Doc. "And if you don't find it—" Montilla looked very angry. I could see that he did not like the way Doc Waters was talking to him, but I knew that Doc was doing right, and when he went over to the skinny guy and patted him on the head and told him not to cry about it, I felt as though Doc was the best and most kind-hearted man I ever knew. "We will go out to Casanova at once, Montilla," said Doc Waters. "I would like first to find the document," protested the lawyer. "I should think you would," said Doc. "If you knew what will happen if you don't find it, you wouldn't rest till you had it back safe in your hands again." The Cuban lawyer got up and made a motion with his hands. That meant that he had no more protests to make. "We will go to Casanova," he said. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. Villa Casanova. And so we started on our journey to the Casanova plantation. Riding in Montilla's automobile was great sport for Link and me, because Montilla was a fast driver, and we shot swiftly along the roads from one little village to another, past great plantations of sugar cane and many, many gardens that grew the most beautiful flowers I have ever seen. And seeing these beautiful flowers growing in December, when I knew there was snow and ice back home, made it seem like living in a fairyland where nothing was real but all imaginary, like a dream, I might say, from which I was bound to awake and find myself back again in a cold climate and bare fields. Montilla's automobile speeded faster and faster. It seemed to me that all of the automobiles in Cuba went twice as fast as autos in the United States. The cars that met us flashed past before you could wink your eye. The drivers in Cuba must be very expert, because as long as I have been here, I never have seen a collision. I have seen some of the automobiles pass each other pretty close, but somehow they always manage to skin by without touching. If they ever struck each other at the rate of speed they go, there would not be very much left of either automobile. We rode all morning, and about noon Montilla pointed to a white tower that lifted its pointed peak into the sky above a circle of beautiful palm trees. "There," he said, "that is Villa Casanova. Pretty soon we will be at your plantation." None of us spoke. I guess we were all thinking of the same thing. At last, Link Lambert was about to step into his own home, the first house he ever lived in during his young lifetime. For Link had always lived on the river in his pop's houseboat, and I thought to myself that it would seem unnatural for him to live in a house like Villa Casanova. From the looks of that white, shining tower of stone that glittered in the sun before us, Villa Casanova was a beautiful house. From a river houseboat to a mansion like this is a great big jump for a fellow like the skinny guy. Soon we turned into a fancy iron gateway and drove through a drive of white pebbles that sparkled in the noonday sun like diamonds. On both sides of this roadway were gardens, beautifully laid out with rows upon rows of beautiful flowers of all colors. Ahead of us stood the big white Villa Casanova, and if there was ever a wonderful, beautiful house, this was it. I could not begin to describe it, but it was made of white stone, with fancy iron gratings on the doors and windows, a wide, curving porch, green and white awnings, a box of flowers on each windowsill, and on the roof a carved stone rail that wound its way around the whole housetop. On the left side, the tower rose 2 stories higher than the house, and I think it was one of the most beautiful houses I have ever seen. All of us jumped out of the automobile and followed the Cuban lawyer up the white steps. A colored servant answered the doorbell, and Montilla said something to him in Spanish, and the servant grinned and made a bow and said, "Sí, sí, señor." We followed Montilla into the house and stood in a beautiful big room with tile floor, high windows, and many oil paintings on the walls. "Be seated," said Montilla, and we all sat down. While we waited, Montilla pointed to a life-size painting that covered one side of the room and said to Doc Waters, "Look, this is the original. You remember I had a copy of it hanging in my room at college?" Doc got up to look at it. "Ah, yes," he said. "I remember it, Montilla. You called it The Sevillian Captive," said the Cuban. I looked at the picture as Doc was examining it. It was the picture of a beautiful woman gazing out at us between the iron bars of a prison window. It was indeed a beautiful picture. I never saw a face so beautiful or so sad as that of the woman in that large picture. It really was so lifelike that it made you feel sorry for her. "Why did they put her in jail?" asked Link suddenly. A step sounded on the threshold. We all turned as Montilla spoke. "Ah, Señor Peralta," he cried. "Glad I am to see you." My first impression of Señor Peralta was against him. He stood there in the doorway, a big, tall, fat, brown-skinned man with a thick, stubby mustache and eyebrows that joined each other over the bridge of his nose. He smiled at us as he said, "And I, too, am glad to see you back at Cazanova, Montilla. I presume these are the people from America." Doc Waters got up and shook hands as he was introduced, and so did we. For some reason, Montilla introduced me next and Link last of all. "Ah," said Peralta, "we have met again, my nephew. It has been many years since you have seen me. You don't remember your Uncle Raphael, no?" Link gazed into the face of Peralta and after a second or two shook his head slowly. "No," he replied, "I never saw you before in all my life." For a moment I imagined that a hard look came into the eyes of Uncle Raphael Peralta, but I thought again I was mistaken, for Peralta laughed heartily and patted Link on the shoulder. "Well, well," he said, "we must get acquainted all over again. We will start right away, yes?" Link tried to smile, but somehow he seemed to dislike his uncle. He simply nodded his head. "I will try," he said. Peralta turned to Montilla and they spoke together in Spanish. Seeing that Doc Waters watched them very closely, Peralta turned and said, "You will excuse us, Doctor, won't you, if we talk in Spanish? Montilla understands me better in that language." Doc waved his hand. "Go ahead," he said, and then he walked over to Link and me and whispered, "You boys must not talk to anyone. Say nothing at all to anybody while we are here. I don't like the looks of things." We nodded our heads, and together the three of us looked out of the window while the Cuban lawyer and Peralta carried on their conversation, of which I could not understand one word. Presently Peralta turned to us and said, "Signor Montilla tells me that somebody has stolen his copy of the will. I am sorry, Dr. Waters, that you felt angry about it, but I assure you that it does not matter, because the copy that I gave to Signor Montilla when I sent him to find Lincoln Lambert was only a copy of a part of the original document. I have the true copy in my safe upstairs." Doc Waters smiled. "Why didn't you tell me so in the first place, Montilla?" he asked. "I thought you would know that," replied the Cuban lawyer. "You think we Americans can read other people's minds, I guess," said Doc. "But I excuse you. It's just like a Cuban. They don't think fast enough. You fellows down here are too slow. You can't do anything for yourself. If old Uncle Sam hadn't helped you, you would never have gotten out of the fix you found yourself in with Spain some 20-odd years ago." Montilla grew angry. "Not so," he cried. "Cuban people are very high class. We can do anything. But we don't let Americans come here and tell us how to do things. They come for our money. If not for money, no American would come to Cuba." "All right," said Doc Waters. "We won't quarrel about that. It seems to me your Cuban people like American money pretty well. If it wasn't for the big fee you are going to earn in this case, you would never have come to America to find a poor boy who was entitled to a fortune in this God-forsaken island." Peralta raised his hand. "Please," he said quietly, "we must not talk of such things. Montilla, you take the doctor and his boys around the plantation and show them the place. Afterward, tell Gabriel to show them to their rooms." Montilla seemed to forget his feelings for the time being, and gladly guided us outside through the hall to the rear of the house. A beautiful picture met our eyes there. Hemmed in by white-painted wood fences, a great plantation stretched away from the rear of the house, the waving sugar-cane reaching as far as the eye could see. Through the fields at regular distances, straight pathways led through the fields. A quarter of a mile to the left was a group of white buildings used for servants' quarters. Opposite these buildings were the stables and garage, as well as the cattle barns. Far out in the distance, the high chimney of a red brick building marked the location of the great Cazanova sugar mills. As we walked through the fields and saw all these acres of valuable sugar cane, and later, when we went through the big mill and saw the expensive machinery and the many men employed there, I began to realize just how rich Link Lambert was. I could not believe it then, and I don't think Link did either. He walked by my side and gasped at everything with wide eyes and open mouth. Montilla and Doc Waters walked ahead of us, and the Cuban was explaining to Doc how everything worked and how much the present crop was worth and what the outlook was for the next year. But somehow none of this interested Link. He was more interested in the goats. It is funny to say it, but there are more goats in Cuba than any other animal. Very few houses own dogs. There are not many dogs in Cuba, and those that I have seen are common, ordinary curbstones, all colors and mostly small, nearly all of them worried to death with mange and full of fleas that keep them busy from one day to the next. But goats, oh boy, everywhere you look you see goats. Black goats, brown goats, white goats, and goats of 2, 3, and 4 colors. Little goats, big goats, billy goats, nanny goats, baby goats, twin baby goats, and triplet baby goats, running after their nanny mothers and eating up everything they can get their teeth on. And Cazanova Plantation had its share of them. They caught Link's eye right away, and I believe if somebody had offered him a goat, he would gladly have traded all of Cazanova Plantation for it, taken it back to his houseboat on our river, and lived happily ever after. "Look at this one, Hawkins," he said as a young black and white goat came up to us. "He wants to eat, I guess. Somebody around here must be in the habit of feeding them good things." The goat looked up at Link as he spoke, as if he were saying, "You're right, boy, give me a bite." Link reached into his pocket and drew out a piece of chocolate that Doc had given us in town. The goat came up and took the offered sweetmeat, and then cried blah, blah, blah for more. But Montilla came over and raised his hands and shouted, and the poor little goat was off as fast as he could go. Link gave Montilla a hard look. "You let my goats alone," he said. Doc laughed. "There, Montilla," he said, "you've got your first order from the new owner of Cazanova. You had better learn what he likes before you start anything around here from now on." Montilla smiled good-humoredly, but even then I imagined that he was thinking of the big fee he was going to earn from the Cazanova plantation. "Certainly," he said. "I did not know American boys like goats. We chase them away. They are mallow, what you'd say very, very bad. They eat up everything." "All right," said Link. "We will build them a place with a fence where they can play and have a good time, and we will give them lots to eat. But nobody is going to scare them or hurt them while I am around." A silver-toned bell began to ring out from the east wing of Villa Cazanova, and Montilla turned quickly and said, "Ah, they have dinner ready. We will go right away. I am hungry. Then we will see what rooms Gabriel he make ready for you. You will like Cazanova. Oh, such fine dinner what Delgado can cook. He is Peralta's chef. Come on, we must eat." As he led us back to the villa, I could not help but think what a selfish old fellow Montilla was. I wondered if we could judge all Cubans by him, but I hoped not. If so, I wanted to get back to my good old United States as quick as I could. And some way, somehow, I know Doc Waters would fix things so that Link could go back with us. But time will tell, I said to myself. The dining room was a beautiful place, and the table was prepared in elegant style. Peralta was seated at the head of the table, Montilla at his right, Doc at his left, and Link and I at the other end. We were all hungry too, and I was glad to get something to eat. But when the dishes were brought in and we tasted our first bite, both Link and I were not hungry anymore. There is something about Cuban cooking that American people don't like. I suppose the food is very good as ours, maybe, but the way they prepare it and the great quantity of grease, garlic, onions, or whatever it is, spoils its taste for me. However, the bread was very good and the tea excellent, so Link and I made a meal of bread, butter, and tea. Doc Waters, too, turned aside much of the food that was placed before him, and only tasted a bit of every dish. But Peralta and Montilla seemed to think it was the grandest dinner they could imagine. Maybe it was. I don't say that it was bad, but one thing I can truthfully say is that whoever cooked that dinner could not get a job in any restaurant in the United States. This afternoon, began Montilla after they had finished eating, we have a meeting here at Villa Casanova, at which will be present all those who have interest in the proceedings, and a formal reading of the document will be given. Very well, said Doc Waters. The sooner that is over with, the better for every one of us. I want to get this matter straightened out at once, for I have business to attend to in the States. It will not take very long, Doctor, said Peralta, smiling a peculiar smile. Doc nodded. After he had said that, I began to wonder just what Peralta meant by that remark. There had been a queer look in his dark eyes as he said it, and I could not help but feel that if we were intended to see Link get what was coming to him from his mother's will, we had some hard work ahead of us. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. Link's Goat. The Casanova plantation was a much larger place than any of us had expected to find. When we took another trip of inspection after dinner, we were amazed at the endless fields of sugarcane. It looks very much like corn growing, and as the winds from seaward came sweeping across the fields, the green leaves waved and swayed until it looked like a sea rolling in regular waves. All around the sides of the roadways, beautiful palm trees lifted their royal-looking heads and gave the plantation a most picturesque decoration. At one place, where a long cane field came to an end, we found a grove of orange trees that were heavy with fruit. In another open spot, a group of banana trees were growing, bearing different varieties of fruit, and the red bananas especially were very new and interesting to Link and me. We noticed that many of the natives picked large bananas that were still of a bright green color, and it surprised me because I thought they had to become yellow before they could be eaten. But we found out that the people down here pick the bananas green and fry them in butter, and they say they are very delicious food. But I have not tasted them yet, and I don't think I care to try. I like bananas yellow, but I don't want any fried ones. These people pick green coconuts too. I wondered at first what pleasure they found in eating green coconuts, but I soon learned that they did not eat the coconut itself, but simply split it open for the water that is inside, which they seem to think is a fine drink, although it tastes fishy to me. There is a big windmill on Casanova plantation which pumps water from a deep well, and that water is very cool, and I don't need any coconut water till that windmill breaks down or the well goes dry. There was one brown-skinned boy on Casanova plantation who seemed to take a dislike to Link and me the very moment he laid eyes on us. I noticed him following us the first time we came out of doors, and several times when I looked back, I saw him peeping at us from different hiding places. As I said before, Link had taken a sudden liking for the goats on the plantation, and there was one black and white Billy Whiskers who took a particular fancy to Link. Indeed, as soon as we stepped out the door to start on our inspection trip, this goat came running up to us, and Link gave him a piece of bread that he had put in his pocket at the dinner table. Thereafter, the goat followed us all around the place. When we returned to the house later, Montilla called for Doc Waters, and Doc told us to be careful and not to get into mischief, and left us to roam around together. No sooner were we alone than the brown-skinned peeping boy came out of some hiding place, and with his hands behind his back, walked slowly around us, giving us the once-over in a very careful manner. Link grinned at him and said, "Hello, boy," but the boy made no sign that he heard. "He don't understand English," I said to Link. "Suppose you talk Spanish to him." Link made a funny face. "English is good enough for me," he said. "I don't see how these folks can understand themselves in that lingo." All of a sudden, the Cuban youngster dashed over towards us, raised his fist, brought it swiftly down upon Link's perfectly good derby hat, and mashed it almost flat. The next minute, before either of us could get a punch at him, he flew away and disappeared behind the house. "What do you think of that?" asked Link. I had to laugh at the disgusted look on the skinny guy's face. He took his poor old mashed derby off and looked at it ruefully. $2 gone to smash, he said. "You've got to excuse him, Link," I said. "He probably thinks that is great sport." "But it ain't fair," said Link. "You never will be able to get even with him, because these kids down here don't wear hats. I'd like to punch his nose just once." "Let's wait until you're the master of the place, Link," I said, "and then you can tell that kid to get off of Cazanova Plantation and stay off." "What's the use telling him?" said Link. "He wouldn't understand what you were saying." "Watch out," I said. "He's in again." We both turned quickly to see the Cuban boy coming at us again, running fast, with a blue and white handkerchief in his hand. Behind him, a few feet, came a big brown billy goat, an old one, with a big shaggy head and long twisted horns. The Cuban boy made directly for Link, but our old skinny guy was ready for him. Link always was a good fighter, and he had his fists ready for this newcomer. But the Cuban lad sidestepped him and passing, threw the handkerchief lightly upon Link's shoulder, and then yelled some outlandish words to the big brown goat. In a flash, I saw the purpose of the whole thing. The big brown goat looked up just once to see where the boy had placed the kerchief, and immediately lowered his head and dashed full speed toward Link, evidently intending to toss him out of Cuba. I gave a yell, and Link stooped forward, holding out his hands, as if he thought he would be able to push this big-horned brute back. But a sudden blah from another quarter brought a third party into the contest, as Link's black and white pet goat, seeing the intention of his brown brother, made for the oncoming animal. Before the brown goat had time to note that a new fighter was in the ring, the black and white goat butted him full force and knocked him off his feet. The skinny guy's pet stood over the fallen brown goat and waited for him to rise, but the poor fellow seemed to have had enough. He lay where the black and white goat had knocked him and panted as though the wind had been knocked out of him. The Cuban boy gave a cry of rage and started for Link, but Link's pet goat was ready for him too, and the brown-skinned lad changed his mind suddenly and turned and fled. Link's goat seemed to be satisfied now and came over to where we stood and rubbed his shaggy side against Link's boots. "Phew!" said Link. "I always thought our Pelham fellows at home were tough customers, but they are no worse than this kid." "No," I said, smiling. You will find fellows like the Pelham boys all over the world, I guess. But you sure have a friend there in that little goat, Link." Link smiled at the friendly animal and stooped and petted its neck. "Good little goat," he said. "I know lots of people worse than you." The next minute he had run over to the place where the brown goat lay. "He may be hurt," he said. "Let's try to get someone to take care of him, Hawkins." At that minute, Montilla and Doc Waters came from the house, and Link said, "Doc, I want somebody to come and take care of this goat. My mascot there knocked him silly." Montilla threw up his hands. "What?" he exclaimed. "Who ever hear the like? To take care of a goat? Oye, no, we do not do so. If the goat dies, let it be so." Link had an angry look on his face as Montilla said that. "Listen, Mr. Montilla," he said. "If I am going to be the owner of this place, I am going to have things done my way. Get a servant to do what I said." Doc Waters smiled as he watched Montilla shake his head. "I think, Montilla," said Doc, "you had better do as the master of Cazanova wishes. For he is a master, the place is his by right this very moment, and if you don't carry out his wishes, he may not pay you the big fee that you expect out of this job." That mention of the fee changed the whole situation. Montilla forgot that it was only a goat that was to be cared for. He hustled off and soon returned with a dirty-looking farmhand, who trundled a sort of a wheelbarrow in front of him. The goat was placed upon the vehicle and taken to the stables, and Link smiled as he watched the servant enter the barn door with him. "I guess old brown Billy Goat won't play find the handkerchief with me any more." Montilla interrupted. "This afternoon," he said, "we will have a reading of the will. Lucio will be here. He is your uncle, too. He is a brother of your uncle Rafael Peralta. Lucio Peralta is a fine man, but he listens to nobody. He does things his own way, nothing else." "I like a man like that," said Link, looking up into Montilla's dusky face. "I'd do things my own way, too, if I didn't think Doc Waters knew things better. When I grow up, I'll be like my Uncle Lucio. I wish I could meet him." "You will meet him," said Montilla. "He comes here today." We all went into the house. Doc said that our rooms had been made ready for us, and he showed the one that I was to occupy, and the one next to mine was his, with Link's next in order, so that Doc had the room between ours. They were beautiful rooms with handsome beds, but that night when I went to get in mine, I was surprised to find that it did not have a mattress. Only a thin pad, like a quilt, lay over the springs, and on top of that a sheet and a rather bunchy pillow. I will never forget that first night I slept on that thin bed. It seemed that the spring was pushing its way into my flesh, and I expected when I awoke next morning to find the impression of the wire on my body. But the Cuban people don't sleep on mattresses. They say it is too hot in summer, and as they get accustomed to sleeping that way in summertime, they just continue to sleep on a thin bed the whole year long. However, you get used to it in time, and so did I. Doc asked me to take his suitcase up into his room and to unpack it. As I went through the hall, I noticed the door open opposite mine, and Uncle Rafael Peralta came out. "Ah," he said, "I see you are getting to feel at home, yes?" "Yes," I said, "it's all very nice. Thank you." He said no more, but locked the door and went down the stairs. I turned into Doc's room and began to unpack the things he had in his suitcase. I noticed that under his shirts there was a powerful-looking pistol, one of these newfangled things that shoot 6 times in a second. I did not like to handle it much and laid it gently on the dresser. Then I began to finish unpacking and soon had all his things in the dresser and chiffonier where each garment belonged. I thought I heard Link in the next room and called him, but he didn't answer, so I walked over and threw open the door. Link was not in his room. Nobody was there. I went back to my room and listened again. I still heard a noise as of shuffling feet. I walked across the hall and listened. Somebody was in Uncle Raphael's room. I knew it was not proper, but I stooped to peep through the keyhole. I saw a stooped form of a man bending down over a pile of papers, and all of the drawers of a dresser were pulled out. He seemed to be in a very great hurry, for he just glanced at each paper and threw it back into the drawer. Finally, he had put them all back and shoved the drawers back into place. And I gave a little cry of surprise when he turned to come out and I saw his face. It was the fine-looking athletic fellow that I imagined had followed us on the boat and into Havana. Before I had time to run back into my room, he had the door open and stood before me. He did not seem surprised. He merely smiled. "Aha," he said, "you are an eavesdropper. But I have no ill feelings, I assure you. I know you. Your name is Hawkins. Mine is Lucio Peralta. I am glad to make your acquaintance. Will you shake hands?" End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katerina. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. Contents of the will. To say I was surprised to find Link's Uncle Lucio standing before me is putting it mildly. I had not been favorably impressed with Uncle Raphael, and I hoped that Uncle Lucio would prove better. But what could I think of him now, when I had seen him following us on the ship as we came over to Cuba, and I had met him coming out of Montilla's office just before the Cuban lawyer discovered his copy of the will stolen, and now again I had seen him in the act of searching the room of Uncle Raphael. Indeed, things were very mysterious to me. But he stood before me, smiling, holding out his hand. So I took it and shook it heartily. "I am glad to know you, Uncle Lucio," I said, "but I must say that I don't understand how things are going around here. Believe me, if I were your nephew, Link Lambert, I would think that I was being duped." Lucio waved his hand and laughed. "My nephew," he said, "has not seen me yet. He was a baby when I saw him last. That was just before I went to college in the United States." "Ah," I said, "I was just wondering where you learned to speak English so well." "Yes," he said, "I finished at Princeton, 1910. I always liked the United States. Indeed, I would live there, were it not for the fact that my work lies here now. When I have finished it, I will go back to the States." "You remember that I saw you at Mr. Montilla's office?" I asked. He nodded. "Yes," he said, "I had business there." "I can guess what it was," I remarked, "and I suppose you succeeded, for the copy of the will was missing after you left." I had thought that Lucio would have been angry when I said this, but he smiled broadly. "Certainly it was missing," he said. "I carried it away in my pocket, but it was a disappointment. It was not the true will. It was only a copy. I am very anxious to see that will, which my brother Raphael guards so carefully." "He had never let you see it, then?" I asked in some surprise. Lucio laughed. "Never," he replied. "You don't know my brother, Raphael Peralta. He has no liking for his younger brother. I have my reasons for doubting his good faith in the matter of this will, but we shall see this afternoon when the document is read to us. I must go now. I would not want him to see me in the house at this hour." He gave me another smile and was gone. I scarcely heard his tiptoe down the stairs. What a queer man, I thought to myself. I did not like the idea of brothers fighting each other. But somehow or other, I liked Lucio better than Raphael. I liked him too, in spite of the fact that there had been times when he seemed to be nothing less than a burglar, searching places for something, which now I knew to be the will. What, I said to myself, is in this will anyway, that makes Raphael and Lucio so anxious about it? What does it mean to Link? Are they trying to cheat him out of what is his by right of birth? But all I could do was to wait and see what happened. When Doc and Link came up to our rooms to prepare for the meeting at which the will was to be read, I told them all about my meeting with Lucio and what he said. Doc seemed a bit worried, but Link smiled. I like my Uncle Lucio for that, he said. Half an hour later, we went down to the large library, where a small group of men were seated around a long table. At the head sat Uncle Rafael Peralta and his lawyer, Montilla. On one side sat Lucio, with a strange man whom I took to be his lawyer, as afterward it proved to be. And beside Lucio sat another person, whose presence there made me wonder a little. It was the red-haired man with a pointed beard, whom I had seen watching me on the train and had seen later in company with Lucio on the boat as we came across the Gulf. Uncle Raphael motioned for Doc to take seats across the table, facing Lucio and his companions, and we did so. Montilla pushed back his chair and stood up. Gentlemen, he said, we are here to understand the terms of the will of the sister of the Peralta brothers, who was the mother of this American boy. Senor Rafael Peralta does this for you, so that all may know what to expect from the document. The house and all the belongings are bequeathed to her son, Lincoln Lombard. The fields and cane and the mills go to Rafael Peralta. Doc Waters stood up quickly. How is that? He questioned. You told me when you came to my house that this boy was to get the entire estate. Montilla bowed and smiled. Here is the will, he said, handing over the document. You can read same for yourself. You see, the boy's mother feared that he was too young, and so she turned it over to Uncle Raphael to look after the business for the boy until he grew to be a man. Doc took the will and read it slowly. During the silence while he was reading it, Lucio looked at me, and I saw that he had anger in his eyes. I see, said Doc after he finished reading. The whole estate becomes the boy's as soon as he reaches the age of 21, and until that time he will have nothing to say about the cane fields or the mills, but is allowed to run the house as he directs. That is correct, spoke up Uncle Raphael Peralta. Pardon me, spoke up Lucio, but as an uncle of this boy, I would like to know just exactly all the terms of the will. Supposing business is not good, and the Cazanova plantation fails. Is Uncle Raphael to make good the losses, or is the estate to be allowed to go to ruin? Everybody looked up at this unexpected question. Uncle Raphael glared at his brother Lucio. We will explain all when the time comes. He spoke sharply. Lucio acted as though he had not heard Raphael. May I see the signature on the document? He asked. Uncle Raphael thumped his fist on the table. No, he yelled. I will not stand for insults from a younger brother who should treat me with more respect. But Montilla walked over to Lucio with the document and allowed him to glance at the signature. As he did so, Lucio seemed to glance up at the top of the page and read what was printed there. Then he looked up and beckoned to Doc Waters. I assume that you are acting as unofficial guardian for that boy, he said. Doc nodded. I am, he replied. It is good for you to know, then, continued Lucio, that there are also other provisions in this will, perhaps as they should be. It seems that this boy's mother never forgave his father for stealing her baby from her. Anyway, she does not mention his name in the will. Should the boy die before he reaches the age of 21, the entire estate will be placed in the hands of his Uncle Raphael Peralta. Doc Waters nodded his head and walked over to Lucio. Show me that paragraph, please, he asked. And he read as Lucio's forefinger pointed the lines, while Montilla held fast to the document. You see, explained Uncle Raphael Peralta, my sister was very dear to me. I always looked after her when her faithless husband deserted her and took away her only child. She always came to me when she was in need, and for my advice always. She wanted me to find her boy. It was her last wish before she died, and I have done so, as you see. He swung his big, hairy hand with a patronizing gesture toward Link. The poor old skinny guy sat there as if he didn't understand a word. I think he did, however, for his eyes were wet, although he refused to let this crowd of foreigners witness him crying. Doc came over to me and whispered, "You and Link go outside, Hawkins, before he starts crying again. Wait for me in the side yard, under the palms." Poor old skinny guy. I took his arm and together we went out. There on the old carved stone bench, under the shade of those palms, we said and said nothing. We should have known better than to bring up the subject of his mother's death again so soon. I knew how he felt about that. All of his life he had been hoping for one thing. All of the hardships and poverty he had undergone with his shiftless, roaming daddy were cheerfully accepted because he hoped and expected some day, somewhere, somehow, to see his mother. And every time we brought it to his mind again, it broke him up. He cried again there under those palm trees, and I felt sorry for him. "Cheer up, Link," I said. "There are brighter times ahead." I heard a stir beside us, and, looking down, saw Link's pet goat there, rubbing his side against his new master's legs. Link forgot his crying as he bent down and patted the black and white neck. "Good old Davy," he said, and the goat seemed to like his new name. "You see, Hawkins," Link explained, "ever since he did me that good turn, I got an awful liking for this darn goat." Doc came out of the house within the hour, and beside him walked Montilla and Lucio. Lucio's lawyer and the red-haired man with the pointed beard walked away in the opposite direction. After a few words spoken together, Montilla shook hands and went to his auto, while Doc and Lucio came on toward us. "It does not seem fair," Doc was saying, "that you have been left entirely out of the will, Mr. Lucio." "It isn't fair, no," said Lucio, "but it was my sister's wish, and so I abide by it. But I have not finished yet, Senor Waters. I believe I am what you call a Sherlock Holmes. Maybe I will find yet a nigger in the woodpile." He smiled as though he was proud of his knowledge of English manner of expression, and Doc smiled back. "Good," said Doc. "You must come to see us again, Lucio. You will find Link and Hawkins good company." Lucio pointed his finger at me and laughed. "Oh, Hawkins, yes," he said. "I know him. I think perhaps we can make Link a member of our party when we go hunting. Or maybe we will go fishing, yes? There are lots of sharks, and they should be caught." Link brightened up at once. "Oh, Uncle Lucio," he said, "that would be great sport. I never caught bigger fish than mudcats. I want to catch a big whopper. Can we really fish for sharks? Do they come near to the shore? How far out in the sea must we go to catch them?" Lucio smiled. "Oh," he replied, "sometimes we need not go far to find a shark." There was a moment's silence. Then Lucio, walking over to Doc, said, "I believe you understand, Dr. Waters. I am not satisfied with the will that my sister left. It does not sound like her. She was so good, so fair-minded, and I am proud to say that she loved me and thought a great deal of me. I was not here when she died. I doubted even whether or not it was a genuine will. That is why I was so anxious to see it before I did anything. I ran the risk of being taken for a burglar several times just to see the will. Even today, while Montilla read it, I said to myself, it cannot be my sister's will. That's why I was so anxious to see the signature. I know her signature as I know my own, for she wrote me letters every week when I was at school in the United States." "Well," said Doc as Lucio paused, "you saw the signature on the will this afternoon. Was it your sister's handwriting?" Lucio nodded his head slowly. "It was genuine," he said. "My sister signed that will." Doc made no comment, and Lucio, assuring us that he would see us soon again, bid us goodbye and walked down the path. We watched him as he refused the gate and vaulted lightly over the fence, sprang upon a saddled horse waiting for him, and galloped away. "A fine fellow is Lucio," said Doc, half to himself. Now I wondered just what he meant about those sharks. Had we but known then what Lucio really meant, we would not have been so carefree as we began to be, or if we had known just 1/10 part of what was in store for us, I think we really would have rather braved the sea nest of the real sharks than what we had to face and fight later. End of The Contents of the Will. Recording by Katerina. Chapter 8 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katerina. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. Link gains a new friend. The days that followed were bright and sunny. I never saw such a blue sky as I saw in Cuba. Up in Kentucky, the sky on a fair day is blue, of course, but nothing like in Cuba. It is the bluest blue you can imagine, with white fleecy clouds here and there that look like downy featherbeds. Here, even in midwinter, the sunshine is so hot that it feels like 1,000 electric needles pricking your skin. In the shade, the air is cool and pleasant. In the evening, the breeze from the sea comes sweeping over you, and you feel grateful for a blanket to cover you while you sleep. Doc Waters insisted upon us taking lessons in Spanish every day, along with our regular lessons. Immediately after breakfast each day, he would take us into the big library and hear our lessons that he had given us the day before. Link and I liked it very much. In fact, I think I learned a great deal more from Doc Waters than I did from my teacher at home. Doc was so careful about my spelling and composition. In fact, when I think back to the time when I first wrote the Seckatary book for our boys, it makes me feel awful. I have some of those pages with me now, and sometimes I take them out and read them, and both Link and I have a good laugh at the way I spelled some of the words. But it brings back memories of old times, of Brigham and the Pelham fellows, of little Frankie Kane and good old Jerry Moore, of my old side partner, Bill Darby, and dear old Lou Hunter, who played the organ in our houseboat. Oh, how I miss those good old days. How I wish I could see those boys again tonight, just once. This faraway place, these strange people whose language we don't understand and who can't understand us, the dirty streets and the awful smells. It all makes me wish I could go right back to the boys I used to know and the places I loved so well. How I would like to be on the old riverbank again. If it wasn't for good old Doc Waters and Link, I believe I would be awfully homesick. I sort of miss all of the folks back home, even old Rowdy Brigham, the Pelham leader, who used to make so much trouble and cause so many fights between us boys and his gang. But we are having enough excitement as it is. We have a sort of a Pelham bunch right here at Cazanova Plantation. Link and I went out after our lessons were over to have a little fun in the fields. Doc told us to be careful and not go far, and we told him we would be back soon, and left him sitting in the library reading a Spanish newspaper and smoking a big black cigar. Just as we got outside the back gate, Link gripped my arm and said, "Look out, Hawkins. There is the brown kid who sicked his goat on me." I looked and saw the Cuban boy standing beside a whitewashed barn, holding his hands behind his back. "Watch him close," I said, "but go on as though we hadn't noticed him." We started to walk across the space between the fence and the barn, and as we did so, the Cuban boy lifted his right arm and threw a stone. Both Link and I ducked, as we had learned to do in our fights with the Pelham bunch. The stone hit the barn with a loud whack. "Doggone," muttered Link. "I have stood all I am going to stand from that kid." With a jump he was after the brown boy, who had turned and was running toward the sugar-cane fields. I knew it was useless to call Link back, because his dander was up, and he was going to give the kid a licking if he could catch him, and I knew he would catch him, because Link could run like a deer. It seemed to me that the Cuban boy hoped to be able to get to the cane field before Link did, and if he had done so, he might have gotten away, because he could have lost Link in that maze of cane. But Link reached out his bony arm just as the brown boy reached the first row of cane, and jerked him back so hard that the boy fell, crying out as he did so. "Link!" I yelled. "Wait a minute, Link!" I ran up as fast as I could, but when I reached them, Link was sitting on top of the brown boy and punching his face, while the Cuban boy was trying to shield his face with his arms. I was about to pull Link off when I heard a shout and hoofbeats, and the next moment there came riding up to us at full speed a young fellow riding a Mexican pony. He pulled up short, within 10 feet of us, and said, "What's the row? Is there going to be any bloody noses and all that?" Link turned to look at the newcomer, but remained seated on his brown-skinned enemy. The boy on the pony, who spoke such a good English, grinned down at all of us as though he took it all for a huge joke. And I must say I liked his looks. He was a light-haired, blue-eyed boy with fat, ruddy cheeks and an air of good breeding about him that made him stand out like a shining star among all those Cuban kids. "Ha ha!" he laughed as he noted our surprise. "I guess you don't know that you are punching the son of the great señor who runs the big white house up there." Link got up in an instant and faced the boy on the pony. "If you mean Villa Casanova," he said, pointing to the big white house, "you are mistaken. I am the owner of that place now." The boy on the pony whistled. "You don't say!" he exclaimed. "I'm jolly glad of it anyway. I am getting sick of these Cubans, and I'm mighty glad to know that I'm to have real American neighbors. But watch out, there goes your rabbit." We had all been so interested in the boy on the pony that we forgot to watch the Cuban boy, who, taking advantage of the situation, scampered off and was soon out of sight among the tall cane. "Let him go," said Link. "I'll finish with him later. He's a bad egg. Don't you think so?" The boy on the pony laughed. "They're all alike, these kids down here," he said. "That one is Miguel Peralta. He is the son of the man who is running the big white house. I believe you said you owned it now." Link nodded. "Yes," he said. "It was willed to me by my mother." "Oh," remarked the boy on the pony. "No wonder little Miguel is peeved. I suppose he thinks you will run him and his daddy out of Villa Casanova now that you are the owner." Link waved his hand. "I won't do that," he said, "but I will give him a beating every time he tries to knock me over with a stone. Look at the size of this one. He sailed at me a while ago." Link walked over and picked up the stone that lay where it had fallen beside the barn. "He's a regular Cuban," said the new boy. "They don't like us American boys very much. I don't understand them. I say, I am really very glad that you are going to live here. I haven't had an American playmate since I came here 2 years ago. Now I'll come over to see you often, if you don't mind. My daddy is in the sugar business here. We live right over yonder in the Villa Candida. Come over and see me sometime. My name is Will Standish. What's yours?" We told him our names and where he had come from, and he got down from his pony, and we sat together in the shade of an alamo tree and talked for a long time. It seemed so good to hear an American boy talking our own language again. He told us that his father was an Englishman, but had made the United States his home for many years, and had finally gone into the sugar business, which made it necessary for him to come to Cuba to live. Will Standish later became a very valuable friend to us, and we never forgot the half hour we spent together there under that alamo tree and became acquainted. He was very much interested in Link's story and about the will. He said he had remembered seeing a lady around Villa Casanova when he first came. Link was very anxious to know all about how she looked and all that, but Will Standish said he had only seen her a few times and had never talked to her, and had never come over to Casanova very often, because Peralta's boy and his gang were such bad actors that it wasn't safe. "I suppose the lady you saw here was my mother," said Link. "Perhaps so," said Will Standish, "but I don't know. She was a very beautiful lady. I wondered why I had not seen her later. I did not know that she had died." Link nodded his head slowly. "Yes," he said, I came too late. All my life I was waiting for word to tell me where she lived. I never said anything to anybody, not even to my pop, but I always hoped that someday I would find out where she lived, and then I intended to run away and go to her. Now I have found the place where she lived, but I come too late. None of us spoke as Link stopped speaking. Will Standish tapped his riding boot with his whip and gazed thoughtfully out across the fields of cane. I watched a slowly sailing patch of cloud in the far-away blue sky as I felt a sort of silent sympathy for my skinny guy friend. "Well," spoke up the English boy suddenly, "I must be on my way. You boys must promise to come over and see me. Come over and ride a pony with me some day. I'll run you a race if you like, or I'll show you a game of yard polo that you might like." "We will come all right," I said, as Link remained in a sort of study, sitting there on the ground and smiling to himself. At that minute there came a waving of cane, and 2 or 3 brown boys peeped out of the field. Link saw them first and jumped to his feet. "Look," he said. Will Standish gave a short laugh and yelled something in Spanish to the brown-faced boys. The first one, whom I recognized as Miguel Peralta, raised his fist and answered something back in Spanish, and the next moment they had retreated into the field of cane, and Will Standish leaped upon his pony. "What did they say?" I asked. "Oh, they are big bluffers," replied Will Standish, laughing. "They said they are going to get you boys before very long and whip you with rawhides, and told me to keep away or I would get it too. So I guess I'd better be on my way. But don't be afraid. Just keep a weather eye out for them. They won't do anything unless your back is turned. I'll look for you tomorrow or the next day. Goodbye." He gave his pony a sharp crack with the whip and went galloping away. "I like that kid, Link," I said. Link smiled. "Hawkins," he said, "I'd like him if I had met him anywhere, but I like him more now from meeting him down here in the strange country because he looked upon the face of my mother. Why couldn't it have been me instead of him?" I took Link by the arm and we walked back to the villa. "Cheer up, old fellow," I said. "In time you will feel different. God knows best, Link. He gives and takes, you know. He took your mother, but he gave you wealth and a bright future." Link smiled at me and grasped my hand. "Good old Hawkins," he said. "You're right. I ought to be thankful even now. But believe me, Hawkins, I'd give Villa Casanova and all of the money. I'd give it all back if somebody could give her back to me, even if I could be with her for only one single day." I could not answer Link. Something in his voice touched my heart, and I felt tears come into my eyes. We walked back to the villa together without saying another word. Doc Waters was waiting for us, and beside him on the porch stood Montilla, the Cuban lawyer. "Link," said Doc, "Mr. Montilla has something for you." Montilla was smiling broadly as he advanced and laid a long envelope in the skinny guy's hand. "Here," he said. "These are the papers that pronounce you owner of Villa Casanova and of the estate of your mother, according to the terms. You are a rich boy, and if you live to be 21 years old, you will be a richer man than you know. I congratulate you." Link tried to smile and murmured, "Thanks." That night, as I lay thinking over the events of the day, I recalled the words of Montilla as he had presented Link with the papers of ownership. There was, perhaps, no hidden meaning in Montilla's words. I am of a very highly imaginative turn of mind, and I might be accused of jumping at conclusions. But some words that strike my ears at times seem heavy with meaning, even if there is no intention on the part of the speaker to carry such meaning. Such words had fallen, perhaps innocently, from the lips of Montilla today. If you live to be 21 years old. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. The Fascinating Portrait. Now that Link Lambert had obtained possession of his inheritance and was the owner of Villa Casanova, with the prospect of becoming the owner of a big sugar business when he reached his 21st birthday anniversary, I said that it was time for Jack and me to go back home. But the moment I mentioned it to the skinny guy, he grew sad and without a word walked out of the room and left Jack and me to think it over. Well, I said, the job's finished, Jack, and Link's got what he came for. What's the use of staying? Jack chewed the end of his cigar and crossed his knees. Then he laughed. I knew it, he said, half to himself. Then, straightening up in his chair, he leaned over to me and said, Hawkins, Link will never live by himself down here. In the first place, it is too strange for him. This is a foreign land to him. He can no more get accustomed to these Cuban people and their ways than he can forget you boys and life on the river back in Kentucky. Back in Kentucky? How Jack's words struck my heart. If ever there was a time when I was suddenly homesick, it was then. As Jack mentioned the name of the old state in which I first saw the light of day, back on the river. Oh boy, how my heart ached then. How I yearned for all the old fellows. How I wished I could join them again by the old sycamore tree. How I wished for a sight of the old clubhouse sack in the hollow. How I thought of those old days in the houseboat, the fights with the Pelhams, and the ghostly doings of Stoner's boy. Jack, I said, let's pack up and go home tomorrow. Jack smiled and shook his head. Can't do it, Hawkins, old boy, he said. We couldn't leave Link here by himself. He'd die of homesickness in a month. It wouldn't be fair, would it, Hawkins? No, I said slowly. We can't leave the skinny guy here. First place, it wouldn't seem like home without him around. And in the second place, Jack. Well, said Jack, as I hesitated. Go on, say it. I think I know just what you were thinking. Let us have it, right now. I looked at Jack, and he was smiling at me, just the way my daddy used to smile at me back home sometimes when I was in trouble and he was trying to help me out. I couldn't answer Jack. I just sat there and looked up at him. Hawkins, he said, you have felt that there is something going on here that makes it unsafe for Link Lambert to stay here. I nodded. Yes, I answered. I felt that way. Things aren't being run right, Jack. These people are not Link's friends. I wish you could help him out of it, so he can get away. It isn't a place for a civilized boy like Link to live in, anyway. If you do it for him, he would appreciate it. What can I do? Asked Jack. Sell this place for him, said I. Get it turned into cash, so Link can get what's his and take it back to where he wants to go. He's homesick. I know it, Jack. Jack shook his head. You forget, Hawkins, he said, that I am not the official guardian of Link Lambert. I am just a sort of a friend who might look after a friend's interest. Link will have to stay here a while, until he knows what he wants to do. Then he will have to act on his own account. But believe me, Sonny, I am going to stick here until I see things worked out right. If you want, Hawkins, I'll ship you back home. That is, if you're that homesick. If you want to, you know. But I held up my hand. No, I said. I came down with you and Link, Dak, and I'm going to stay with you till the finish. Good boy, said Dak. You haven't changed any in Cuba, Hawkins. And so it was that he put off the question of going home until a later date. Neither Dak nor I had any idea of how long we were to be in Cuba. Link wanted to go home, and said so every day, but, of course, we talked him out of it all the time. We made trips to interesting places. We saw the old castles in which Spanish Dons had lived many years ago. We visited pirate holes and caves. We explored old wrecks of steamships that had been cast upon the wreck. And almost every day we took a long pony ride to the low hills that lay some miles inland. In fact, there were so many things to occupy our attention that we never grew homesick until night time. It would take a whole book to tell about our daily trips. To say that Link was a rich boy is just a mere whisper. It was only after the papers had been delivered to him that we really knew what was his. Included in his new possessions were 2 vessels, one a steam yacht that lay at a private wharf in the bay, the other a double-deck launch which had its home on the river that wound itself around the southern boundary of Cazanova plantation and emptied into the sea. When we felt free to examine the garage in the rear of the villa, we found 4 large automobiles and 2 small roadsters. Gabriel, the Spanish houseman who showed us around, explained that all of these cars were included in the inheritance. Moreno, the chauffeur, took a liking to Link, and the skinny guy took a liking to Moreno, because Moreno had been to New York some years ago and could speak fairly good English. Moreno taught Link how to run the machines, and soon our skinny friend was driving us about in the smart little red roadster which caught his eye. The large cars were seldom used, as all 3 of us could ride comfortably in the roadster, and we used it on all of our faraway jaunts. And how we did ride! Oh boy! Link would step on her and let her out for all she was worth, and that little red car would run like a live thing, trying to please its new owner. Often I said to myself, I wish the boys back home could see us now. As we sped past the fields of sugar cane, the big white villas, the palm trees, the orange groves, I thought to myself, if Jerry Moore could only see me now, he surely would envy me. I know just what he would say. He would shove his hands in his pockets, close one eye, tap the ground with one foot, and say, "That's just Hawkins' luck. Why don't something come my way once in a while?" But Jerry always was a sort of pessimist. He never could enjoy anything anybody else was enjoying. He had to have a piece of the pie himself, or else it wasn't good pie. It was on a Thursday night that I woke up suddenly from my sleep. Everything was quiet, and I wondered what had awakened me. I tried to go back to sleep, but I lay thinking and feeling nervous. After tossing around for about 10 minutes, I decided to run down to the dining room for one of those big red apples that I had seen on the buffet. So I slipped into my bathrobe and tiptoed out. A small light always burned at night in the hall, and lit up a portion of the house downstairs. I went down and got the apple, and as I passed back to the stairway, something caught my eye in the front room. I could not imagine what it was, but as I watched the place where I believed I had seen something move, it seemed to happen again. It was gloomy and almost dark in the front room, but as I looked, my eyes became accustomed to the dim light, and I saw that I was staring at the big life-size painting of the civilian captive that we had noticed the first day we entered Villa Casanova. It had seemed to me that the figure of the woman on that painting had moved. At first I was so interested that I forgot to be afraid. But while I stood there on the stair, watching for another move, I became frightened. I stared at the big picture as if it had been alive. Through my mind went running tales of ghosts that I had heard, about pictures coming to life, and all that sort of stuff. And the more I thought about it, the more I believed that the woman in that picture had made a motion with her hand, beckoning for me. I grew so afraid that I allowed the apple to fall from my hand and rolled down the stairs as I scampered as fast as I could for my room, jumped in bed and pulled the covers over my head. For a long time I lay there, trying to go to sleep, but the thought of the big picture moving, beckoning for me to come, kept me awake until the first rays of the rising sun poked a little daylight under my drawn window shade. With the return of daylight, my courage seemed to come back to me. I thought over the idea in a different light, and realized that in the stillness of midnight a boy can imagine all sorts of things. I laughed at myself, and thus relieving my mind of the strain of the scare, I fell asleep again. The first thing that I did when I got up that morning was to go to the front room where the big picture hung. As I looked at the beautiful painting in daylight, it made me feel ashamed of myself for being frightened during the night before. It was an old painting, and so heavy that the frame had been built into the plaster. I looked it all over, but I was convinced that there was nothing wrong about it, nor anything loose that might have moved. The frame was well made and tight. The canvas on which the picture was painted was perfect, and without a hole or a tear. I passed my fingers all along the frame, and I was so glad to find that it was all right, and that not a thing could have moved on it or around it, that I laughed again at myself. I turned to go into the breakfast room, and as I did so, I saw Link standing behind me. "Hawkins," he said in a low voice, "I did not know you liked that painting so much. I've been coming here often, just to look at it." I was a bit puzzled what to answer. I wondered if Link had been attracted to the picture by the same thing that attracted me. I wondered if he had seen, or thought he had seen, what I thought I had seen. "Yes, Link," I said, "it is a beautiful painting. I am so glad you own it." Link smiled. "You wonder how it comes that a poor skinny guy like me takes interest in pictures, don't you, Hawkins?" he asked slowly. "No, Link," I answered. "Anybody would enjoy looking at that picture. It is a wonderful thing, and as big as life. It almost makes you feel that you want to go up and speak to the lady and tell her you will help her out of that prison." "Jail?" said Link, with a hard look in my eye. It's no prison, Hawkins. It's a jail. Worse than a prison. They had no business to lock her up in that jail. I had to laugh at the earnest way in which Link spoke. Why, Link, I said, you know more about the story of that picture than I do. I didn't even know who put her in jail, or why she was put there. Link shook his head and sighed. No, he said, I don't know about it at all. But whenever I look at the face of that lady in the picture there, I think of the mother I never even saw. And when I think of her living away down here, all by herself, it seems to me that she was in a jail. Why didn't somebody come to find me for her? Why did they have to wait till she died before they sent Montilla to find me? Answer me that, Hawkins. But I could not answer him. I was glad to hear Gabriel's call to breakfast. Together we went into the breakfast room, where Jack was seated waiting for us. Well, youngsters, said Doc in a cheery voice, come and eat a good breakfast. We are going down to the river today to inspect the launch. Maybe we will have some fishing. I have invited your Uncle Lucio to come. It was a surprise indeed to hear this. Link was overjoyed. I'm so glad, Doc, he said. I like Uncle Lucio. Whenever he is with us, I always feel like staying in Cuba. He knows how to make us have a good time. A step sounded in the hall, and we heard Uncle Rafael's voice speaking to Gabriel. He spoke in Spanish, however, and although we were studying the language daily, we were not advanced far enough to catch what he said. Come in, senor, said Doc, as Uncle Rafael appeared, smiling, in the doorway. Come and join us at breakfast. Uncle Rafael Peralta grinned as he shook his head. No, thank you, he replied. I have breakfasted hours ago. I am moving out to the villa today. I have just told Gabriel to take my things to my other living quarters. Indeed, said Doc. That was not necessary, senor. We were all very glad to have you stay with us. Your nephew there will be offended at your leaving. Link excused himself and went out into the library, and from the look on his face, I imagined that Doc had told Uncle Raphael a fib. Well, said Uncle Raphael after Link had gone, it is best that I do so. The Villa Casanova belongs not to me, and in a few years, when my nephew becomes of age, the fields and the mills too will be taken from me. But while I must manage them, I will do my best. Therefore have I taken one of the plantation houses near the mills, so that I can oversee the work and make the plantation produce as much money as possible. You understand that I get only a small share. The larger part of the profits are placed in trust each year for my nephew Lincoln. It is good of you to take such an interest in the boy, said Doc Waters, for he certainly deserves all that is coming to him. He had a hard life of it until he came here. Even as it is, senor, he has an ache in his heart that nothing will ever remove. He had hoped to see his mother before she died. It was cruel not to send for him until she had passed away. Senor Peralta wetted his lips with the tip of his tongue, and his little black eyes beamed upon Doc Waters as he said, It was her wish that it be done as it was done. What is past, senor. We have work in hand, and it is best that we grieve not upon the past, but make the best of the present. Doc sipped his coffee and did not speak. Uncle Raphael got up and said, Should you need anything, Gabriel will attend to your wants. If you wish to see me, it is best that you send Gabriel for me, and I will come. You might have difficulty else in finding my plantation house." Doc nodded. "Very well," he said. "I will ask Gabriel for anything we may need." And Uncle Rafael Peralta walked toward the door. Then he suddenly turned, and holding out something in his hand to me, said, "I believe one of you boys was brave enough to wander about in the dark last night." He smiled broadly at me, as I, suddenly embarrassed by being told about my midnight trip to the dining room, reached and took out what which he held for me. The next minute he walked quickly out the door and was gone. He had taken me by surprise, and I was speechless. Jack, noticing my embarrassment, laughed. "He must like you, Hawkins," he said. "Why didn't he bring one for Link?" What Uncle Raphael had given to me was the bright red apple that I had dropped on the stairs in the night. I knew it was the very one, because I had picked the largest on the tray. Furthermore, it had a big dent in it where it had struck the edge of the step as it had fallen from my hand. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. Attacked by Cuban boys. I said nothing at all about the apple that Uncle Rafael Peralta had given to me. I simply thanked him for it and shoved it in the pocket of my jacket. Doc Waters said he did not think it was very nice of Uncle Raphael to give an apple to me and to slight his own nephew. But Link was not in the room at the time, and so his feelings could not have been hurt. So I said to Doc, "Say no more about it. I don't understand why Uncle Raphael shows me any preference." But I began to think about it when I found myself alone. Why had Uncle Raphael done this? How could he have known that one of us boys had made a trip to the dining room at midnight? Surely he must have seen me come down the stairway. Perhaps he had even seen my sudden fright when I imagined that the big painting on the wall had beckoned to me. Could he have been hiding somewhere in that room? If so, why was he there at that hour of the night? The more I thought about it, the more wildly I began to imagine all sorts of things about Uncle Raphael, and knowing that it was foolish to guess at the matter, I put it out of my mind and went out in the yard. Link was seated on the carved stone bench. "Hawkins," he said, "Doc says we can pass up our lessons for today, because he has to go to town for a new supply of cigars. Suppose we go over to Villa Candida and see our friend Will Standish." Of course, the idea pleased me, and Link brought up the red roadster, and in a few minutes we were flying up the road. It was but a short ride to the Villa Candida. We brought the red roadster to a stand in the shade of an alamo tree, for the sun was very hot, and if the car was allowed to stand in the sun for any length of time, the seats would get so hot that it was uncomfortable to ride. We walked around to the wine-covered arbor on the side of the Via Candida and met a colored porter who was busily engaged in cleaning up the lawn. Link spoke a few Spanish words that he had picked up. "Donde está el muchacho, Will Standish?" which means, "Where is the boy, Will Standish?" The colored man grinned at Link, and I said, "You don't talk plain enough, Link. He can't understand you." Link tried it again. The darkey's grin grew to a wide laugh, and when Link tried to make himself understood by several kinds of motions, the old fellow doubled up with laughter. Then, as he saw an angry look come over Link's face, he suddenly grew grave and said, "Is you boys got that kind of talk natural? Or is it you trying to fool a poor old nigger?" It was our turn to laugh now. Here we had trudged over half of Cuba, never meeting a Negro who could talk English, and we naturally believed that there was not one of them in this country who could understand English. But here was a happy-looking darky who spoke the old familiar lingo that our own Kentucky-colored folks used. We laughed good and long, and he joined in with us, enjoying it as though it was the best joke he ever heard. "Excuse me," said Link, "I didn't expect to find one like you down here. You don't belong here, I'll bet." "Lad, no," said the darky, as he leaned on his rake and wiped from his forehead the perspiration that his hearty laughter had caused. "No, indeedy. This here nigger ain't no Cuban, sonny. I'm sick and tired of this place. Cross my heart if I ain't. I wished I could get myself tucked away in one of them big boats that's going back to where I come from. Bless me, I bet here's one nigger that wouldn't leave old Tennessee no more." We both grinned back at the kindly old man and nodded our heads. "We feel the same way about it," I said. "Seems like we are at the end of the world way down here, so far away from home." "It do indeed, sonny," said the porter. "At the end of the world, and if this was, bless me if I don't believe I'd jump over it. Sometime I get so homesick for my old Tennessee. Just plain old Abner Green. That's me, and if you'll ask anybody in Johnson City, they'll tell you that's my name." "Well, Abner," I said, "what my friend was trying to ask you in Spanish was if you knew where we can find the boy who lives here. Will Standish. He said his name was." The Negro scratched his woolly top knot and said, "Lad, no. There ain't nobody can keep track of that young. I suspect he be down that way. You see the sheds on the other side of that can? That's where he hangs out most of the time. But maybe he ain't there now. You can go and see if you like." So Link and I bid the old darky goodbye and walked on down to the white sheds he had pointed out. As we approached, we heard a hammering going on inside one of the sheds and peeped in one of the windows and saw a stooped figure by the door, busily driving a large staple in the wall. As we started for the door, it suddenly opened, and Will Standish looked out upon us, his face grimy, his sleeves rolled up, and a hammer in his hand. "Come in, quick," he said. "They're all hiding over there in the sugar can, waiting for a chance to get hold of me." "What's the meaning of it, Will?" I asked. "Looks like you expected an attack by Indians, or something of that sort." "They are Indians, all right," replied Will Standish with a laugh. My father laughs about it and says I should be big enough by now to take care of myself, and I guess I am. But these boys around here take things serious, Hawkins. Wait till you have your first scrap with them. See if you don't say the same thing. Reminds me of our old shack back home, Hawkins, said Link. Yes, I said, and the old houseboat. I built every bit of this myself, declared Will Standish with a show of pride. And it is a better job than the Cuban boys could do. They all envy me. They try to make life miserable for me here. Sometimes I stay up in the villa for days at a time, because I know they are out here watching for me. But I just got so I had to have a playhouse of my own. And I've a secret now that will keep them guessing for a while. They always watch me, but they never see me come in. What do you think of that? Well, I said, there's only one way I think you can do that, and that is by a tunnel. Yes, said Link. We had one under our houseboat. You remember, Hawkins? How I got caught in it one day when the river came up and flooded our tunnel. That's right, I said, and Link swam out of it, Will, with these two dogs behind him, and fooled the sheriff, who was waiting for him inside our houseboat. Will Standish was interested to know why the sheriff had been waiting for Link, but I quickly assured Will that Link was not a burglar of anything like that, and told him the whole story from the start to finish. Well, said Will Standish after I ended my story, it may be that those kids out there will try to break in. They've seen you come in anyway, and they know I am here now. But you see how I have fastened the door? The windows, you notice, have iron bars in front of them, so it's safe. Look here, Will, said Link. Who are these kids you're talking about? Will laughed. You will recognize one of them, the leader. He is Miguel Peralta, the boy who sicked his goat on you. He has about 15 boys just like him. They just naturally don't like me because I am American, I guess. Quietly, he walked to a corner in the rear of the sack and, stooping, drew up a sliding door, about 2 feet square. I held up the door as Will crawled out and waited until Link had followed, before I went through myself. It was very shady outside, and it took me a minute to figure out just where I was. But I finally realized that the rear of the shack backed right smack up against a thick field of sugar cane, and I knew that no one could see us. This beats a tunnel, said Link. Not so loud, cautioned Will Standish. Wait till we are out of it. We pushed on through the cane. In 5 minutes, we stood at the edge of the field, where it began to slope to the river. We have given them the slip, all right, said Will. Now, what do you say about a trip in my boat? She is lying in a boathouse down yonder. I had to lock her up to keep the Cuban kids away from her. No thanks, said Link. We have the red automobile out in front of your villa, so we will have to go back in that. All right, said Will Standish. I'll see you later. He had a long walk back, as we kept on the edge of the cane field, not wishing to run into any of the Cuban gang that Will Standish had warned us against. But we reached the auto safely, and soon were speeding on our way home. When we reached Villa Casanova, Jack was seated on the porch, smoking one of the new cigars He had just brought back from town. "Come on, Doc," I said. "You promised to go to the river with us today." "I'm waiting for a certain party," said Doc. "He is late, but I am sure he will come. You boys walk on and enjoy yourself, but be careful on the river. There may be alligators in it." We feared no alligators, and laughingly told Doc so as we started off. When we approached the little boathouse, we saw Gabriel, the houseman, busily cleaning up the launch. He smiled when he saw us. I never did like Gabriel's smile. It seemed to me that he always smiled when you came upon him unexpectedly. "I fix it for you," he said. "You'll like it." We had to say what we did, for the little boat was as spick and span as a new one. Its double-deck plan pleased Link very much, and he called my attention to everything in it with great enthusiasm. "Suppose we had one like this on our old river back home, Hawkins?" he said. "Well," I answered, "we could have used it during the days that Stoner and his gray launch used to pester us." Even as I spoke, there came a racket from up the stream, the rattle of a boat engine going full speed. Together we sprang to the windows and looked out, just as a white and green launch sailed past. A hailing shout came from its driver, and we recognized Will Standish. We answered him lustily, and saw him slacken his speed and turn around. Slowly he came alongside. "Come on up," I called. "You bet I will," he called back, and scampered out of his snappy-looking river speedster and fastened it securely to our boat with a chain. As we waited for him to join us on the upper deck, we praised the neatness of his little launch, which bore the name of the Comet, painted in brilliant red on the white bow. "Say, fellows," he said as he came into the cabin where we waited, "you had a close shave. Do you know it? Those Cuban kids saw you going back somehow, and I saw them take out after you." "Well," said Link, "they didn't catch up with us." "No, of course not," said Will. "I knew what they were up to, and so I called something to them in Spanish, which made them soar, and when they turned and saw me, they made for me. But I got in my boat and gave them a merry chase. Wait till you see what kind of a craft they ride in. They ought to be here shortly, boys." "Good Lord," I said, "you don't think they'll come here, do you?" "They'll come wherever they see my boat tied up. They know the Comet. Many's the time they tried to ruin it. Look, see that sail? Here they come now." He chuckled as he pointed to one boy standing on the very nose of the odd sailboat in which the Cuban boys were approaching. "That's Miguel," said Will. "Oh, I bet he is sore because I passed him coming back. He tried to ram my boat, but he didn't turn quickly enough. Look out now. Here they come. Just look at the old brig, will you?" We all drew back from the window as the boat drew near us, and I felt the shock as the sailboat bumped alongside of our own, and heard jumping feet and the sound of Gabriel's voice speaking loudly in Spanish. But the impudent replies of the Cuban boys drowned out the protest of the houseman. We finally heard the patter of feet on deck, and already I saw the head of one appearing in the hatchway. I pulled off my coat and threw my hat in a corner. "Are you ready?" asked Will Standish. "Let 'em come," said Link. The three of us lined up as a dripping, wet Cuban boy appeared in the doorway, and another behind him, while the head of a third could be seen coming up the steps. The first one fell upon Will Standish, and together they wrestled, while Link struck out for the second. And before I could see how the fight was going, the third came in to engage me. I saw him swing a dirty fist at me, but I ducked and rose up, and Quick let him have it under the chin. He said, "Oh," and that was the same in Spanish as in English. It meant that I had hurt him, and he grew furious and gripped me about the waist. "All right," I said, "I'll fix you." So I gave him the famous old ankle trip that Jerry Moore taught me, and he fell, but pulled me down with him. There was by this time an awful racket going on in the boat, and just as 3 or 4 more Cuban boys came in to help their comrades, the voice of Doug Waters came up the hatchway. "What's going on up there?" he called. At the sound of his voice, the Cuban boys left off fighting and sprang for the windows, where they sat perched like monkeys, waiting to see whether or not they should call off the fight. But the sound of Doug's voice was followed by his appearance in the doorway, and at that they all jumped from the windows over the rail and into the water, splash after splash, and the 3 of us got up and faced Doug. I introduced Will Standish. "I guess it's my fault," said Will, "but we have to fight 'em. I'm used to it. They can't hurt anybody much." Doug smiled. "All right," he said, "but keep away from them if you can. There's enough trouble here without fighting." Then, turning to Link, he said, "Uncle Lucio is below. He is going to take us to some interesting rocks nearby, if you care to go." "Do we?" exclaimed Link. "I wouldn't miss it for the world. Will you go along with us, Will Standish?" Will nodded. "Sure," he said. Then we went below to meet Uncle Lucio. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. Uncle Lucio's story. 2 men were seated on the after deck of the boat as we came down. One was Uncle Lucio, who jumped up and greeted us with a shout, just like a big overgrown boy. I grabbed his hand and told him how glad we were to see him again. But Link stared at the other man, who sat like a stone image gazing over the boat's side. When I noticed who it was, I was a bit surprised, for it was none other than the red-headed man with a pointed beard whom I had seen with Uncle Lucio several times. Something that Link saw in this red-headed man held his gaze, and it was only when Uncle Lucio grabbed his hand and shouted that Link turned away. "I want to introduce you," said Uncle Lucio. "This is my nephew, senor," and Link stepped forward and shook hands with my best friend, Senor Carter. Link reached for the red-headed man's hand and said, "Glad to meet you, Mr. Carter." The man shook Link's hand heartily and merely whispered. "You must excuse Senor Carter," said Uncle Lucio. "He has had trouble with his throat. He cannot speak very loud, but we have hopes of a speedy cure. Come, let me introduce Hawkins, and this other bad boy, Standish, who is the worry of our neighborhood." Thus it was that we set out upon our little trip in the boat, with Gabriel in charge of the engine room and Doug Waters as the captain. Our fight with the Cuban Pelhams was the chief subject of our conversation, as all of us drew chairs on the afterdeck and sat there enjoying the cool breeze, which in this sunny hot weather was a joy indeed. Doug tried to scold us for getting mixed up in a fight with the Cuban boys, but always Uncle Lucio would have an excuse, saying that he had lived with Cuban boys himself and knew that he simply had to fight them to protect himself. Finally, Doug stopped altogether and allowed Lucio to continue. "Uncle Lucio," said Link, "you don't look a bit like Uncle Raphael. If I didn't know better, I wouldn't believe you were a brother to him." Lucio lighted a cigar and smiled as he flicked the match away and watched it fall into the churning foam that left the stern of the boat. The man with the red hair turned suddenly to look at Link, and then his gaze drifted to Lucio and back again to the water. Link waited eagerly to hear what his Uncle Lucio would say. "It's a long story, Lincoln," he said as he watched the smoke curl away from his lips. "And I don't mind telling you that you are a pretty good guesser." "Tell me about it, Dan," said Link. "I never believed Uncle Raphael was my mother's brother. Tell me about it." Mr. Carter of the red hair suddenly began to cough and turned his back to the little group. Lucio, seeing that all eyes were turned upon his red-haired friend, made excuses for him. "It's his trouble in the throat," he explained in a low voice. "Often he has coughing spells. Don't let on as though you notice." Then, settling back in his chair, Lucio said, "Rafael Peralta is not my brother. I'll tell you that from the start, because there is nothing to hide about that. We used to think he was, when we were kids, and we often grieved over it. I had 2 sisters, and one of them was your mother, God rest her. Our father died when we were all quite young, and our mother married Antonio Peralta, who had 1 son, who is your Uncle Raphael now. And after our mother died, my oldest sister married a planter, who later became the owner of Villa Casanova. But it was much against Raphael's wish. Later, when he found that her husband was rich, he changed his mind and tried to be very nice. But after we were left alone with Raphael and his father, life did not run as smoothly at home. And so my only remaining sister ran away and married Jeff Lambert." "My father!" exclaimed Link. "Poor old Dad. He was good to me. Wonder what he's doing now." Lucio puffed hard on his cigar, and over at the rail the red-haired man began to cough again. "Never mind, Link," spoke up Doc Waters. "Some day we will go back to old Kentucky, some day soon too, and we will have enough money to keep your daddy with us. Go ahead, Lucio. Your story is interesting." Lucio continued. "They lived happily there in New Orleans, your mother and your daddy, until Raphael began to try his best to separate them. Then you were born, Link, and I believe your mother and father were happier than any other 2 people in the world. And if it had not been for Raphael, I think things would not have turned out as they did. At any rate, he was the cause of the separation, although the blame fell upon your father. I shall not try to tell you about it, for I have tried to forget the sorry affair, and I have partly succeeded. But you have heard now, upon one night, while your mother slept, your father took you and went away. Raphael helped him to get away, and then, after that, he acted as though he knew nothing about it. He told your mother that he was having a search made all over the United States for you and your father. Your disappearance almost broke your mother's heart. Then it was that Raphael told her to go to stay with her sister and forget. He brought her here, and she lived at Villa Casanova. And the epidemic that swept the island some years ago carried away her sister and her sister's husband. And Villa Casanova and his great plantation was bequeathed to your mother. Raphael was always on hand, advising your mother what next to do and how to do it. In fact, he might as well have owned Casanova plantation. He did not like to have me around, and that was my good fortune, for he gave me much money, my sister's money, and sent me to school in the United States, where I always wanted to be. And Raphael has been here ever since. It was a mystery to me why he sent for you at all. He could have kept all of Casanova if he had wished. Don't you think, interrupted Doc Waters, that even that very thing might show Raphael to be a better man than you think he is? Lucio shook his head. No, he said. I know my step-brother Raphael too long, Dr. Waters. It was only that he feared the law and carried out the will according to its terms. That is why he sent Montilla in search of my sister's boy. Doc Waters nodded gravely as he chewed his black cigar. Yes, he said. I must believe you, Lucio. That fellow Montilla made it so plain that Lick's father must not come. He said that Peralta would be very angry if we brought with us the boy's father. Lucio smiled. Of course, he said, and he did not want me to come. I heard that since I left New York. But I was already homeward bound when the cablegram announcing my sister's death reached its destination. My roommate mailed it to me while I stooped over in Washington. That was the first news I had that my sister was dead, and you may know how it made me feel. I had been happy as a bird, thinking to come home and surprise her, and to spend a few weeks here before going back to New York. But from that time on, I was sad. I really did not want to come back. I thought I would return at once to New York. But I thought of Jeff Lambert, Link's daddy, and I went to find him. 2 weeks I spent picking up clues of his whereabouts, and finally a lawyer in Cincinnati, an old schoolmate of mine, helped me to find him. Uncle Lucio, interrupted Link in a low voice. Did you see him? Did you talk to my daddy? Lucio patted Link's head. Then he nodded slowly. Yes, boy, I spoke to him, and he to me. On the river? Questioned Link. Yes, on the river, and the little floating house. I found him. He said you were going to leave next morning for Cuba. He had already heard the sad news. He wept when I talked about it, but even then, the thought that you were going to find happiness made him smile through his tears. Lucio pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and blew a nose very loud, but I really think he did so to hide the tears that were coming into his own eyes. Nobody said a word for a few moments. Jack and Lucio smoked, and Link looked steadily at his Uncle Lucio, as though he thought there never was a man like him. Will Standish and I simply sat still, waiting and wishing for more of this interesting story from Uncle Lucio. The red-haired man strolled up the deck and stood watching Gabriel at work in the engine room. "And then," said Link, "what did you do, Uncle Lucio?" "I tried to make your father come with me," said Lucio, "but he said he would not. He told me that if he would come, you might not be allowed to enjoy your new home. He knows Raphael does not want him here." "Why?" asked Link, his eyes flashing. "Oh, because," answered Lucio, "Raphael knows that Jeff Lambert knows by this time who caused all his misery. Your daddy might want to square things, and Raphael has things all his own way now." "My father is a square man," said Link, "and he always squared things with everybody I knew. He fought and fought with Monk Bridges' daddy. You remember him, Hawkins? And then, when Monk Bridges' daddy was dying and didn't have a soul to care for him, what did my daddy do? You know what he did? He went there to his house and took care of him, and got Doc Waters here to come and give medicine to him, and tried to save his life. Didn't he, Doc?" "Yes," said Doc. "That's right, Lucio." Lucio nodded. "Yes," he said. "That's Jeff Lambert. I knew him when I was a boy. I never believed half the things they said of him." "He never did nothing," said Link sharply. "No," said Lucio quickly. "He was a man. But to continue my story, I made haste for the station next morning, and as I was about to board the train, a man touched my arm. I wouldn't have known him but for his voice. It was the voice of Jeff Lambert. 'Hold on, Luge,' he said. He always called me Luge when I was a boy. 'Hold on, Luge. I have something to tell you before you go.' And there was I, ready to catch a train, and Jeff Lambert holding my coat tails. Well, I told him if he wanted to talk to me, he would have to talk on the train. 'I've got lots to tell you,' he said. 'Maybe you'd best buy a ticket for me to ride too.' So I asked him how long it would take for him to tell what he had to tell. And he said, 'Clean to where you're going and back again.' And so I rushed to the office and bought another ticket, and he rode with me as far as Key West." "Where did he go then?" asked Link. "The hardest thing I had to do was to keep him out of the coach in which you folks were in," continued Lucio. "And once I did find him sitting in a rear seat, his eyes held steadily upon you." At this I gave a little start, but said nothing. I remembered. "Come," said Uncle Lucio, holding out his hand. "We must be nearing our destination. Let us go forward and watch for the Rocks of Cazanova." So saying, Lucio led the way, and we all walked up the deck. As we passed the parlor cabin, Lucio paused and said, "Let us call Senor Carter. He also will enjoy this grand view. Oh, there, Senor Carter. Oye?" Uncle Lucio was smiling now. As through the open door we gazed into the cabin, standing by the table was the man with the pointed beard, but no longer with red hair. In his hand he held his hat, in which there was a red wig. Even as we looked, he whipped the pointed whiskers from his face and held out his arms. "Link," he cried. "Link!" "Pup!" cried Link. "Oh, Pup! It's my pup! Hawkins, come on in!" The next instant, Link had his arms around his daddy's neck. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. The Rocks of Cazanova. In the little parlor cabin of the boat, Link and his daddy met again. To say the least, we were surprised to find out that the red-haired man with the pointed beard was really Mr. Lambert. Every time I had caught a glimpse of the man, I had been struck by something familiar with his walk, or perhaps in the looks of his eyes. But not once did I imagine that it was Link's daddy. I was glad to see him here, for I knew now that Link would not be so homesick, and it was good to see the father and his boy together again. We stood on the outside deck by the rail and left them alone, and Lucio smiled as though he were proud of what he had done. But Doc Waters was a bit worried. "Lucio," he said, "do you think it was wise to bring the boy's father down here? What is going to come of it?" "Nothing," answered Lucio quickly. "Absolutely nothing, Doctor. Do you think it was right to take this boy away from his father? A boy who never knew what a mother's love was. No, sir, I don't care what Montilla said, nor Rafael Peralta either. They have not given Link anything. It was all coming to him. They had no right to give orders, and so I brought Jefferson Lambert down here to be near his son. For if you will believe me, Doctor, we will need all the men we can get before we see the end of this business." Doc nodded. "I suppose you know," he said. "You seem to be a very sensible man, Lucio. I began to believe that we should have stayed at home. I don't like to mix up in affairs like this. I hope it turns out all right." Lucio smiled. "It will," he said. "Leave it to me." At that moment, Gabriel came up the deck. The boat was barely moving, drifting near the shore, and I noticed the river has widened until it seemed we were entering the ocean. "Excuse," said Gabriel, speaking to Doc Waters. "We must stop soon here. Is that not so?" Lucio spoke. "Yes, Gabriel," he said. "Find a nice place where we can jump out." Then, as Gabriel turned to run back to the wheel, Lucio called after him, "Can you fix us something to eat, Gabriel?" The servant turned and replied, "Si, si," which means yes, yes, and then disappeared below. A few seconds later, we felt the boat plunge ahead again, and Lucio said, "Come, we are reaching the Rocks of Cazanova. It is a sight you will like to see." We followed him to the front rail, and a beautiful view spread out before us. The river gradually forms a V-shaped bay as it enters the ocean, a bay dotted with small coral islands and bounded on both sides by curious shaped rocks that formed the shoreline all the way to the sea, which lay in the distance before us, looking like a big dark blue carpet, stretching away to the skyline. Upon these rocky shores not a living thing was to be seen, and beyond them tropical trees lifted their fringed heads, which reminded me of the lace of a fancy valentine. Only a few seagulls flew over the scene above a small coral island, but no other sign of life was there. The rugged, rocky shore dipped and rose, sometimes forming a good-sized hill, sometimes dipping down so low that water flowed over the line and formed small pools between the rocks. "The Rocks of Cazanova," said Will Standish. "Yes," said Lucio. "These are the Rocks of Cazanova. Have you ever seen such sight, Doctor?" "No," replied Doc, "but it's a gloomy-looking place. I think I should get the creeps if I stayed in this neighborhood very long." "Oh," said Will Standish, who had begun to talk for the first time on this trip. "I should think you would get the creeps. I get 'em every time I come here. Maybe it's because of Casanova's ghost, but I have never seen it yet." Lucio laughed. "Will believes the old tale they used to tell about Casanova's rocks. It is said that the first Casanova was a Spanish pirate who grew rich in his outlaw trade. They say he never robbed an honest seaman, but laid for other pirate ships and took away from them what they had stolen. As the story goes, he hid his fortune somewhere in these rocks, and when he grew too old to work, he came here to pass the rest of his life. And then, just when he was beginning to live in peace and comfort, there slipped into the bay a small rowboat containing a solitary sailor, and when Casanova met him face to face, he knew his time had come, for it was the captain of the last pirate ship that Casanova had plundered, and it is said he was the only one that escaped from Casanova alive." "And he killed Casanova?" broke in Will Standish. "Yes," continued Lucio. "You see that lofty crag jutting out over the mouth of the bay? That is said to be the place where Casanova met his bitterest enemy, and from that rock Casanova was cast into the sea. So the story goes. But the other pirate never got the treasure," said Will Standish. Lucio's happy laugh rang out as he turned to Will Standish and said, "Billy, you tell them the rest of the story. Seems like you know it better than I do." Will blushed. "Mr. Lucio," he said, "I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I know it wasn't nice of me to butt in, but I thought you weren't going to tell them all." "Billy," said Uncle Lucio, "you're a fine boy. I didn't feel hurt about anything. I am a big boob for not letting you tell the whole story. I've forgotten most of it myself. Go on with the rest of it." "There isn't much more to it," said Will. "But that old pirate who killed Casanova never found the treasure anyway. My daddy told me that, and what he says goes. The old villain hunted over the whole place until he was frightened away." "What frightened him?" I asked. "The ghost," answered Will Standish. "The ghost of Casanova. It's been here ever since. There isn't a living soul who would stay here a second night. You try it one night yourself, Hawkins, and see if I'm telling you a lie." I shook my head. "No, indeedy, thanks," I said. "I'd just as soon stay at Villa Casanova, if it makes no difference to anybody. I'm a peaceful guy, Will. I don't go in much for spooks and that kind of thing." Everybody laughed as I said this, and Doug Waters spoke up and said, "Hawkins is fibbing something awful, and I know it. He is no more afraid of ghosts than he is of kittens. He stayed in a haunted house once, back there in Kentucky, and it never faced him at all." I interrupted. "Yes," I said, "but that was different, Doug. I didn't hear anything about pirates being killed in that house. No, sir, you won't get me to stay here." Lucio held up his hand. "I am sorry to disappoint you," he said, "but we will have to stay here tonight at least, Hawkins." "That's all right," said Doug Waters. "I've been wanting to get away from that villa for a while myself. I like camping out for a change." As he spoke, the boat gave a sudden jerk as it bumped into the shore. We heard Gabriel shouting orders in Spanish to a few workmen in the engine room, and then the boat was made fast beneath one of the huge rocks that stuck its nose out over the bay. Link and his father joined us as the boat landed, and we all sat around and talked until Gabriel came and announced that supper was ready. So we followed him to a sort of a shelter under a huge projecting piece off the rocky shore, where a tablecloth had been spread, and upon it was a splendid supper, steaming hot. After the meal was over, Lucio handed cigars to Doug and Mr. Lambert, and while they smoked, Lucio said, "You folks will be interested in what I am going to tell you next. Both Jeff Lambert and I have decided that it will be best for him to keep out of Peralta's sight for some time. So we had a cabin built for him on these rocks. He isn't afraid of the coast of Casanova. If you are all ready, we will go up and take a look at the cabin now." So we all trudged up the rocks, following Lucio and Link's daddy. We finally came to a place that seemed to be a huge piece of rock split in half by lightning. Across it lay 3 or 4 wide boards, making a sort of footbridge that led to a cabin, roughly made of wood and corrugated iron, sitting on a base of trees that had been cut down for the purpose. "Here is where your daddy lives, Link," said Lucio. "How do you like it?" Link looked at the cabin with a downcast face. "Why can't he come up to Villa Casanova and stay with me?" he asked. "Now it's no time for that, Lincoln. Later he will stay with you, but now it would not be wise to let Peralta know that your father's staying at Villa Casanova with you. So here he stays." "Oh, it's nice," said Link's daddy. "Come on over and take a look inside. Bet you, Link, our house boat wasn't any better." So we all walked across the narrow bridge and entered the little cabin. It was fitted completely, as anybody could wish, with neat white iron bed, a couple of chairs, a table, a cupboard in which were dishes, pots and pans, and in a corner a little charcoal oven stood under a spreading smoke catcher. "I've had a bully time here, Link," said Mr. Lambert, "and I guess I would have been happy if Luge would only let me go down to see you once in a while. But he said I mustn't go near your house. Luge thinks your pap ain't fancy enough for you now, Link, since you got all that money and come to be a swell guy." Link laughed and patted his dad's shoulder. "Sneak down sometime at night, Pop, won't you?" he said in a low voice. "Sure," said Mr. Lambert. "Nothing of the sort," spoke up Lucio shortly. "I am going to keep you two out of trouble if I can, and both of you will have to follow my orders from now on. That is, if Dr. Waters thinks best." "I do," spoke up Doc. "Whatever Lucio says is law. He knows how to handle this business. Without him, we might all find ourselves in a spider's web. Listen." It was Link's daddy who spoke. His voice was in a tremble as he lifted his finger and bade us listen. "What now?" asked Lucio in a loud voice. "What's getting into you, Jeff?" "Listen," repeated Link's daddy in a whisper. From below the rocks somewhere came the sound of singing, the sweet sound of a woman's voice. "Señor! Señor!" cried a voice, and we saw the dark shape of a man spring up the rocks toward Lucio. I recognized him as one of the men who worked with Gabriel in the engine room of the boat. He spoke rapidly to Lucio in Spanish, and Lucio gave him a few short orders in the same language, and pointed below, and the fellow went quickly down the rocks as he had come. "Doctor," said Lucio, "this man says Gabriel is signaling with a lantern. I have my doubts about Gabriel. Suppose we go down and see if we can figure it out." Link wanted to come along, but Lucio ordered him and his daddy into the cabin to await our return. Will Standish said he would have to telephone to his folks that he would not be home, and Lucio said he would take him to the lighthouse across the bay, where there was a phone. As we neared the bank, we could see through the window of the pilot house the lantern of Gabriel swinging this way and that, without a doubt a signal to someone in the dark distance. Just as we entered the pilot house, a scream as a woman in terror came across the water to us. We stood silent, staring at one another. The pilot house was empty. Gabriel had gone. We rushed down into the engine room, and there was Gabriel with his two engine tenders. "Gabriel," Lucio spoke sharply, "where have you been?" Gabriel looked surprised. "No place, senor. I have to work here to do," he answered. "These pigs, they know nothing. I must tell them how to do everything." "What?" yelled Lucio. "You mean to tell me you have not been in the pilot house?" Gabriel smiled that mysterious smile that I had grown to know so well. "This senor is excited," he said softly. "Whenever he come to these rocks, people excited. Perhaps the ghost of Cazanova." "Hush!" ordered Lucio, and turned and walked back to where we stood. "Come," he said, "we will have to get Will Standish to a telephone. We had better get to bed early tonight. I mean to go over this entire neighborhood before sundown tomorrow." We left the boat hurriedly, As we reached the shore, Link and his daddy stood there waiting. Lucio grew angry. "I told you not to calm down, Jeff," he said to Link's daddy. "Why do you break my orders now, after you've been doing so well all this long time?" "Link made me calm," he apologized. "We heard a scream," explained Link, "and Pap got so excited it made me excited too. I don't know why." Lucio patted Link on the top of his straw-colored head. "We will sleep and forget about it all," said Lucio. "I should not have told you about Cazanova's ghost. I should have known better, because you and your daddy are nervous persons. Go back to the cabin, Jeff, and go to sleep. Link will sleep on the boat with us. Come on, Will Standish. I'll find a telephone for you to tell your folks where you are." So we followed Lucio's orders. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. Fatal Quest for Treasure. I shall never forget that night. Link's father had gone back to the cabin up in the rocks, and we went aboard the boat, where Gabriel announced that our berths had been made, and we could retire when we wished. Lucio ordered all to bed at once, and the lights were put out. The narrow bed that I found in the cabin was snug and comfortable, but I could not sleep. I thought of all the things that had happened that day and evening, and wondered what it all meant. The strains of that sweet voice singing in the dark, somewhere up in Cazanova's rocks, still rang in my ears. And here, too, I wondered, what was the meaning of that sweet-voiced ghost, whose happy song was cut short by a cry of terror. Yes, that scream, too, still is with me as I write. The sound of that singing voice had an effect upon all of us, but it was Link's father who heard it first, and it made him strangely excited, and Link as well. But I reasoned that was natural, since both father and son were uneducated and superstitious, and the ghostly reputation of these rocks had made them very nervous. But I could not understand the signaling that was flashed with a lantern by someone in the pilot house of our boat. Nor was I certain that Gabriel was the person who swung the lantern to and fro. True, one of the engine room men had said so, but when we came aboard, Gabriel was found at his place below, and the pilot house was empty. What was the explanation? So I tossed upon my bed with these puzzling thoughts until I decided that I could not sleep, and remembered a book that I had just received from a bookseller back home, a friend of my dad's. I knew that book was in the inner pocket of my jacket, and got out of bed and turned on the light. I got the book and was just propping myself in bed to read when the door opened and Doc Waters entered, dressed ready for sleep. "For the Lord's sake, Hawkins," he whispered, "didn't you hear the orders for all lights out? Lucio would be terribly angry if he knew this." Doc switched off the light. I couldn't sleep, Doc, I said, so I thought I would read a while. There are too many things going around in my mind to let me settle down to rest tonight. Doc came over and sat on the edge of my berth. Same here, boy, he said. I wish we were all back safe in Kentucky. How long will we stay on these rocks, Doc? I asked. Tomorrow evening we will be back at Villa Casanova, said Doc. I was for going back tonight, but Lucio had his mind set to explore these rocks tomorrow. So, of course, I had to let him have his way. What do you think of... Shut up. Listen. There came the sound of stealthy footsteps outside on deck. Doc and I stooped low as they slowly passed by the porthole window of my cabin, and we waited until they had died out at the other end of the boat. Wonder who's prowling on board at this hour, whispered Doc. I tell you, Hawkins, I've never felt safe for a single minute that I have been in Cuba. Get down again. Here they come back. Once more the footsteps approached, but this time, for some reason, they stopped, and we heard whisperings right under the porthole window. I listened and tried to catch a few words, but when I did, I knew that the conversation was being carried on in Spanish, and I saw Doc lean over and place his ear against the wall. It lasted for about 5 minutes, and then I heard the whispering stop, and the sneaking footfalls shifted away, one going toward the bow and the other toward the stern. So it seemed. Two strange croonies, Hawkins, said Doc softly. What do you think they were talking about? Search me, Doc. I haven't learned enough Spanish yet to understand that kind of lingo. You never will learn that kind, said Doc. It was all I could do to understand them, but I gather that they are going on a sort of excursion tonight. Tonight? I repeated. Yes, tonight. They are going to make themselves rich, so they said. One of them says he had the secret of the hiding place of Casanova's chest of riches. The other didn't seem to believe him at first, but he finally has talked him into going along, and they're going to make a try for it tonight. They are going on their way now to get the tools they will need. The door softly opened, and I sat stiff with a sudden fright. For a moment I imagined that it had opened of itself. I could not see anybody, for it was dark. What with all these stories of pirates' ghosts and pirates' treasure, I was beginning to believe that any minute I might see one of these phantoms walk in upon me. Are you alone, Hawkins? How relieved was I to hear the pleasant voice of Uncle Lucio. No, Doc Waters is here with me. Ah, that's good. I was about to go to his stateroom. I thought perhaps you would like to make a little trip up the rocks with me. You will have company, laughed Doc. We just overheard two rogues planning to go up and... Yes, broke in Lucio. I have been spying on them all night. I overheard the one trying to get my trusty man in the engine room, but he wouldn't listen, so he picked out broken-nosed Diego. I guess you heard as much as I, for I had to lay curled up in a coil of rope near the stern while you were right here beside them as they talked. But come, or they will have the start of us. Doug held Lucio as he turned to go. Slowly, slowly, he said. What good is there in it? Why should we dog the heels of two Cuban tramps who are bent on such a fool's errand? The one man is a smart fellow, doctor, replied Lucio seriously. He was called El Capitan by the sailors who used to work with him on the Jamaica steamers, and he may or he may not know something about a treasure on these wrecks. I never let a thing like this get by without investigating. If there should be a chest of gold buried in these wrecks, it belongs to the man who owns the wrecks, and the wrecks belong to the estate of my nephew, Lincoln Lambert. I am going to save that treasure for him. That is, if it is a treasure and not a mere fairy tale. Good, said Doug. That puts a different light on the thing. Wait till I get dressed. I'll be with you in 5 minutes. May I go along, Uncle Lucio? I asked eagerly. Lucio chuckled. I'd like to have you, Hawkins, but what does your doctor say? Doug laughed low. Hawkins won't suffer from it, he said. He's different than most boys, Lucio. If you don't think he will trouble you, why let him come? No trouble to me, said Lucio. A pleasure, rather. And so it was that I went with them. I got into my clothes faster than I ever did, and as I stepped into the passage, I saw Doug and Lucio coming. Doug stopped to look at Link and Will, who were sleeping in the rooms next to mine, and, closing the door softly on each of my pals, he came toward us saying, I don't like to go anywhere without that skinny kid, but it wouldn't do his nerves any good to take a night jaunt up these wrecks. He is about worn out now, and Will Standish is sleeping so soundly, I doubt if a cannon shot would wake him. Come on, said Lucio. They are very safe here. My trusty man is watching everything, although no one suspects I have a spy aboard. Hurry, or these treasure seekers will escape us. We reached the shore safely and without arousing any of the sleeping men below, and started out after the two workmen. They were far ahead of us, and the night was so dark that all we could see was their light moving slowly up the winding path. A high wind was coming up, and the waves far down the bay dashed their foam high over the wrecks and boomed like cannons. We walked briskly, for the night air was chilled by the wind from seaward, and walking kept us warm. We kept our eyes on the slowly moving lantern light carried by the man we were following, and at times it would appear to go out, and we would lose sight of it, only to see it reappear a little farther on the path. The time for night, the booming of the sea, the whistling of the wind, the remembrance of the ghost story, all of it seemed to be chipping in to make me feel nervous. Doug, who was holding my hand, said, Are you cold, Hawkins? No, I said, shivering. Well, what on earth are you shaking for? I don't know, I answered, but I couldn't stop shivering. I just seemed to have the chills. But we reached a level place at last, where we halted to rest a little, for the climb was steep and rash, We backed into a hollow side of rock to shield ourselves from the strong winds that came from the sea. All of a sudden, Doc said, "The light's gone. They've given us the slip, Lucio." "No," said Lucio. "There is a bend up there. We had better be moving on to pick up their light before they go into some hole that we won't be able to find." So up we went again, and soon turned the bend Lucio had spoken of. And there was a light dancing on ahead of us. Lucio walked ahead now, as the path grew narrow. "They must stop soon," he said, half to himself. "They cannot go farther than Cazanova's Doom." "What's Cazanova's Doom, Lucio?" asked Doc. "The rock from which Casanova is said to have been cast into the sea," replied Lucio. "See, that's it, the one sticking its nose out over the bay." "They are stopping now," I said, and it was so. They had reached the flat top of the huge rock that Lucio had called Casanova's Doom. The light stopped moving, and I knew they had stood their lantern on the rock. "Will we go up?" asked Doc. "No," said Lucio. "Come in here. We will be able to see a little soon. See, there is a glow in the sky. The moon is coming through. The wind is dying down. It's lucky for us." And it was as Lucio had said. We stood under a ledge where he had taken us, and from our place of concealment we could see the entire top of the rock, while we ourselves were hidden from view. And gradually the clouds shifted, and the pale moon peeped out. In a few minutes there was a pale light thrown on the rock, and we could see the two men on hands and knees, as if they were looking for a mark they would find somewhere on top of that big rock. Once in a while there would come to our ears the sound of a hammer clinking on a chisel, then more crawling around, and then more clink, clink, clink of iron upon iron. "Bless me, if I can believe there is a treasure there in that solid rock," said Doc Waters in a low voice. "What do you think, Lucio?" "I have stopped thinking. I'm willing to be shown." "Oh, sure, of course," said Doc. "But don't expect them to chisel a treasure chest out of the rock, my boy." Lucio did not answer. He had his eyes turned, peering steadily into the dim shadows beyond the rock, where separated from the flat top by a wide crevice, another pinnacle rose to a greater height. I was so struck by the look on Lucio's face that I watched him instead of the two shapes that crawled on the flat table of the rock. And then I looked, and I saw, yes, I saw it coming from the darkness beyond. I saw a silent, shapeless thing flit swiftly from the gloom and sweep like a shadow across the rock. I heard one of the men scream and leap to his feet, but the thing was upon him, and he fell. The other fellow, now upon his feet, struck at the shapeless shadow with the hammer he held, but it pushed him back, to the edge of the Casanova's Doom, and there it seemed to fall upon him and cover him with its shadow. But he fought it off and backed away. Too late. We heard him shriek and saw him topple off the rock, down, 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 and there the darkness covered him. And though we listened, we heard no splash, for it is a far fall. "Oh God!" cried Doug Waters. "In heaven's name, what is it, Lucio?" But Lucio could not answer. We were all too horrified to speak. We strained our eyes for the shapeless shadow that had shoved the man off the edge of the wreck. But it was gone. There, above us, on the wreck, lay the other man, as though he were dead. Together, we rushed out of our place and went to him. "Oh," said Lucio, "it is broken-nosed Diego. Then it was El Capitan who went over the wreck. Look, see, he breathes. He is not much hurt, but has fainted." Doug Waters was wiping the perspiration from his brow with a big handkerchief and breathing hard. "Oh, Lord," he said, "I never saw anything like this in my life, Lucio. What could it have been?" "The ghost of Casanova," said a soft voice. We looked up. There, standing behind us, was Gabriel. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. A lady's sleeper. The following morning, we held a little meeting in Lucio's cabin. I had not slept very much because of the excitement that night on the Rocks of Cazanova. Broken-nosed Diego was taken back to the boat by Gabriel, while we went around the base of the jutting wreck from which the other sailor had fallen. But not a trace did we find of him. The water is deep there against that rocky wall, and the flashing, now and then, of white shapes near the surface told us that sharks had a playground there. So we went back to the boat to try to sleep, but I was very nervous after what I had seen, and I made Doug Waters sleep with me. I was so tired that I finally fell asleep toward morning, but I had all sorts of wild dreams, and was glad when I heard the call to breakfast. "Send Gabriel up to me," said Lucio on the trusty workman who had just come into the cabin. As he left to carry out the order, Lucio turned to Doug and said, "Gabriel has me puzzled. He is a good man, and a smart one too, but he comes and goes so quietly that one does not know where or when to look for him." "You are thinking of this sudden appearance on the rocks last night?" asked Doug. "Yes, didn't it strike you as strange that he should have been there right at the moment that the ghost disappeared? He may have been standing behind us for quite a while, for all we know. It was just when we heard his voice that we thought of looking." "Well, here he comes. We might as well question him. I never did believe in ghosts, and I don't feel like starting to believe in such things now." Gabriel entered with that same mysterious smile. "The Señor sent for me?" Lucio sat across the table and stared at him. Gabriel's smile faded. "Gabriel," began Lucio, "tell us how you happened to be on the rocks last night when we saw the fall of one of your men." "I missed those two men," began Gabriel, "and I must make them come back. They get money from Señor Peralta for work on the boat." I look out and see a light up on the rock. I go to bring them back. Then I get there, I hear yells. I run faster. Then I see you, so I stop. I think perhaps you have fight with my men. You saw the man fall? Asked Lucio. I saw him fall. Just when I arrive, I see the ghost of Cazanova push him off the rack. Who was the man who fell? Pablo Saules, the foreman. The men call him El Capitan. Do you know why he went up these racks? Broken-nosed Diego tell me they look for much money. What else did Diego tell you? Nothing. He is too sick to speak. He talks wild. He had bad dreams. Well, we will have Dr. Waters look at him shortly. Did you look to see if Pablo Saules could be found? Gabriel smiled again and slowly shook his head. No, senor. He will never be found. When Casanova's ghost touch a man, he's never seen again. Lucio looked hard at Gabriel for a moment, and Jack's face grew very serious. As for Link, Will Standish, and myself, I think we turned pale together. That will be all, Gabriel, said Lucio. Take care of broken-nosed Diego, and have everything ready for their return trip to the villa. Sí, señor. After Gabriel had gone, Jack and Lucio talked the matter over, but neither of them could explain much more than before Gabriel told his story. No matter how they argued, there was one thing certain. Ghosts or no ghosts, something had shoved Pablo Saules off that rack to his doom. And I'm going to settle my mind about that, said Lucio. Before long, I will tell you what it was that killed Pablo Saules. We heard someone walking rapidly up the deck, and in a few moments in stepped Link's father. Lush, he said, addressing Lucio. This ain't no place for any peaceful man to live. I guess we got to move my shanty somewhere else. What's the trouble now, Jeff? Asked Lucio. Spooks, said Mr. Lambert. This whole darned place is full of them. You can hear screams and noises all night long. I didn't get much rest last night, Lush. Sounded like all them spooks had got together for a jubilee or something. I ain't afraid of spooks. You know me, Lush. Lucio laughed. I didn't think you were till now, he said. But honest, Jeff, I believe you are afraid. Link's father went over and sat with his son. Link, he said, ain't you been having dreams of spooks? Every night, broke in the skinny guy. Sometimes I think they are in my room. Once I saw a shape that seemed to come through the window. At first I couldn't make out what it was, but at last it seemed to grow clear. It looked at me over my bed, and I thought my mother was looking at me. Mr. Lambert patted his boy's head. She's near, I guess, he said. God lets them that love you come back to earth, Link, and you know what the preacher back home used to say. Their spirit is with us everywhere we go. Link seemed to be happy. Come and let's go outside, Uncle Lucio, he begged. It's too nice to stay on this boat all day. Of course, said Lucio. We will have to go out and see what can be done about moving your daddy's cabin. When once a man gets afraid of a place, we might as well make a change. Then we will take a trip through the rocks. Or, if you prefer, I'll have Valdez get the shark hooks ready." This delighted all three of the boys, and we hurriedly made ready for the trip. The first thing we saw as we walked around the rocky shore was the wreck of a steam yacht, which had been a fine-looking boat before it had struck the rocks. Valdez, the trusty man of Uncle Lucio's, told him that it had been caught in a storm about a mile out, and that the wind had won its battle with the vessel, throwing it up on the rocks and capsizing it. 8 men, said Valdez, had lost their lives in the yacht. We wanted to climb inside, but Lucio would not permit it, because of the dangerous slant of the floors. "It cost the lives of 8 men, said Lucio, "and that is enough for any boat, and we won't try to explore it. Perhaps later we can have it braced up." We went up to Mr. Lambert's cabin, but after looking it over, Lucio decided that it better stay where it was. So finally, they agreed to let a man from Lucio's house stay there with Link's father, and he was satisfied. Doc and Mr. Lambert sat down in the cabin to smoke their pipes, and Lucio took us down to the sea, under the jutting rock of Cazanova's dome. Valdez already had a heavy line hanging from a place on the rock, and about 5 feet from where it touched the water, a chain had been fastened to it, at the end of which was a big hook, with a piece of meat upon it. When we came up, Valdez let the rope down until nearly all the chain was under water. Besides Valdez, there were 2 other men from the boat, wearing only a pair of swimming tights, and around their waist was a leather strap in which a sheath knife was fastened. When all was ready and set, the men moved back to the rock and sat down in the shade while we picked for ourselves comfortable seats around Uncle Lucio. "How long will we have to wait, Uncle Lucio?" asked Link. Lucio shook his head. "That's hard to say," he replied. "Sometimes you have to wait an hour, sometimes longer than that, and sometimes you can wait forever and not see a sign of a shark. But this is their favorite spot. Keep your eye on the rope, and when you see it shake, watch Valdez and his men." We watched and waited until we grew restless. The rope hung as still and as straight as though it were a thing growing in the water. It was about a half-hour later when we saw a rowboat coming, and in it sat Doc Waters and Link's father, who was rowing carefully with a pair of homemade oars. "Well, if Jefferson Lambert ain't the same old fellow," said Lucio. "Look now, he has built himself a boat already. It doesn't take him long. Hey there, Jeff, where are you going?" Mr. Lambert grinned as he noticed that he was steering straight for the rope that hung in the water. Then he rested one oar and glided safely around it. Doc Waters sprang out of the boat upon the shore where we sat. "Mr. Lambert wants me to go with him across the bay," he said. "But I think we had better stay on this side, don't you, Lucio?" "Oh, I won't be gone long," spoke up Mr. Lambert. "I've had a hankering to see the other side of this pond ever since Luge brought me down here. You won't mind, Luge, will you?" Of course, Uncle Lucio let him go. We watched him as he braved the current and noted the powerful stroke of his oars. But we did not wonder much at that, because Link and his father had lived on the water practically all their lifetime back home. We saw him beach his boat and then disappear among the rocks beyond. A shout from Valdez brought our attention back to our side. The rope was moving, and Valdez and his men were leaping down to the water. I heard Valdez give a cry of dismay as he saw the rope give and follow after the shape that pulled it. But with a sudden twang, it came to a halt, and the water, some 50 yards out, began to churn and foam. "Pronto!" yelled Valdez, which means quick or hurry. Together, the two men in swimming tights leaped, and their shining bodies could be seen swimming swiftly under the surface toward where the water churned and foamed. Once, as I watched, I saw a big white fin flash up out of the foaming water, and another time there came such a jerk on the rope that I thought sure it must snap. "Oh, if they would only hurry," said Link, who had begun to jump around. "Do you think they will catch him, Uncle Lucio?" "It's more like the shark catching them," I said. Lucio shook his head. "Not those fellows," he said. "I've seen them kill many before this. See, they are at the place. Too bad. There is so much foam around the beast, else you could see them at work." Valdez came over to us, grinning. "All right," he said, which was about the only English word he knew. Lucio pulled a pair of marine glasses from his coat pocket and lifted them to his eyes. "It's over," he said. "They've done him." "Let me have a look, Uncle Lucio," I said. He handed the glasses to me, but I hardly needed them, for the foaming water had become still and clear, with a streak of red rising up to the surface, like an uneven line of smoke. Swimming slowly around the dead shark were two men, each holding a bloody knife. We marveled at their work then, and though it was something wonderful to do, but Lucio said they were accustomed to it, and did not feel proud over it. "You see," said Lucio, "in the first place, the poor old shark is cocked fast, and is straining at the chain. Of course, he could injure the men even at that, if they were not quick enough. But those men are experts. They've only lost one shark that I know of, and that was a time when the chain broke from the rope. Here they come." That night, when the shark was cut open, Lucio gave Valdez strict orders to report whatever was found in the fish, but nothing was found. I wondered then if Lucio thought that possibly the shark was one of the bunch that had devoured Pablo Saules. I imagined that Lucio felt that perhaps something might be found in the shark's stomach, by which Pablo Saules could be identified, but nothing was found. I began to have hopes now that Pablo Saules had not fallen to the sharks. I even hoped that he escaped altogether, somehow, and that he was alive. But whenever I looked back to the Rock of Cazanova's dome, and measured its height and considered the deep water below it, the hope for Pablo Saules faded and died. At 6 o'clock, our Gabriel announced that the boat was ready to proceed back to the villa, but Lucio held him up and walked the deck with Doc Waters. "Why don't he come back?" he said. "That's just like Jeff Lambert. He never knows when it's time to come home. Here we are ready to go, and he is not in sight. Yet, if I take his boy back without him, saying goodbye to his daddy, Jeff will be angry. 7 o'clock, and Link's father had not shown up. But as we sat on the deck near the rail, listening to the wash of the water against the boat, I heard the soft splash of oars alongside. "He's here," I said to Uncle Lucio. In a few moments up the ladder came Mr. Lambert. His face was drawn, and he looked worried. "Lucio," he said, "this whole darn place is haunted. You ought to go over on the other side. I've been there all afternoon. I saw Peralta." Lucio was interested. "You saw Raphael?" he asked in a low voice. "I saw him," replied Link's father. "Over there." He pointed with his fingers. "He saw you too, I suppose," said Lucio. "No," replied Mr. Lambert, shaking his head. "I watched out for that. He carried a shotgun. He was looking for something. He walked with his eyes turned on the ground, but he didn't find it." Lucio took Mr. Lambert's arm. "What do you know?" he asked. "You talk as if—" But Mr. Lambert cut him short. "Yes, I know," he said, "because I found it myself after he had gone. See, look here." He held his hand up, and there in the dark something glittered and sparkled like a little ball of fire. "A diamond!" exclaimed Doug Waters. "Great guns! What a stone!" Mr. Lambert handed the article to Lucio. We all crowded around. "Look what it's fastened to," said Mr. Lambert. The diamond was an ornament fastened onto the buckle of a lady's slipper. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. The Poisoned Dart. Our return trip up the river to Villa Casanova was one that long will be remembered by all of us. Link's father begged Lucio to allow him to go back on the boat with us, but Lucio would not hear him. So in the end, Lucio consented to let Valdez, his trusty servant, go with Link's father to stay with him in his cabin up among the rocks. And as soon as they had gone, Lucio gave the word to start, and Gabriel set the boat on its way. It was a beautiful, wonderful night. The stars were out in full force, and the big tropical moon hung like a mellow lantern over the fringe of palm tree tops. The air was balmy, and a mild, soothing wind swept lazily over the afterdeck, where we were all seated, Doug and Lucio smoking their cigars and talking over the happenings of the day, while we three boys sat quietly and listened. "Lucio," began Doug Waters, "how do you explain the finding of the diamond by Jeff Lambert?" Lucio puffed smoke and smiled as he replied, "Tell me how you explain Casanova's ghost, and I'll explain the diamond." "Then you think that the ghost has something to do with the diamond?" "Certainly I do. Raphael had the diamond, and lost it somehow, I am sure, or he would not have been hunting for it. He probably had more than one, because this one was fastened to a lady's slipper. The most likely had two, and put them on a pair of slippers that he presented to his wife. Not his wife, broke in Will Standish. She never wears shoes. Mr. Lucio, haven't you ever seen her? Lucio frowned upon our new playmate. It's not nice to interrupt, Billy, he said, but since you've told me, why, I thank you. No, I never saw Raphael's wife. What is she like? She is a native Cuban, replied Will Standish, and she lives down in one of the plantation houses. I've been down there lots on my pony. She is a nice lady, but I never liked her because she wore such awful clothes and never kept her house tidy. She's barefoot most of the time, and the only shoes I've seen her wear since I came here were made of straw with wooden soles. Doc Waters laughed. That boy is cut out for a big job someday, Lucio, he said. He seems to pay strict attention to details. Well, said Lucio, while his statements may be true, they do not change my opinion of the diamond question. There must be two. One that we have, and another for the mate to the slipper on which this one was found. Lucio took from his pocket the slipper that Link's father had found, and I noticed at once that the diamond already had been removed from it. It's practically a new shoe, too, he said, handing it to Doc Waters. Doc took it and, turning it this way and that, gave it a careful study. Then he said, You are probably right about there being two diamonds, but as for that, there may be more than two. How about a chest full of these stones? Lucio looked up quickly. I've been thinking the same thing, he replied in a low voice. Suppose Pablo Saulas was right. Suppose there was a treasure hidden in the Rocks of Cazanova. Exactly, broke in Doc. And if there is, it has already been found. If there is a chest, and this diamond came out of it, somebody took it out, and that somebody knows. In fact, he has it. And is going to hide it somewhere else, where nobody is likely to find and take it away from him. For a few minutes there was a silence, while the two men smoked and looked out across the moonlight water. And we three boys sat pondering, with open mouths and wide eyes. Doc Waters turned his gaze on Lucio and said, You did not leave the diamond with Link's father, did you, Lucio? No, replied Lucio, looking quickly on either side to see that no one was near. For we had not allowed Gabriel or any of the men on the boat know about the finding of the diamond. Then, tapping the packet nearest his heart, he said, It is here. I shall take charge of it for the present. I have a scheme in my mind. How much do you think it is worth? Lucio shook his head. I am not a good judge, he replied, but it is almost as large as a turtle's egg. I should say it would bring 20,000 anyway. Whew! Exclaimed Doc Waters. Let's hope it will. By jingo, Link, your daddy will be almost as rich as you are. No, he won't, said Lucio. If it can be proved that this is part of Casanova's treasure and was found on Casanova's rocks, it will belong to Link, for Link owns it all, the top of the ground and what's under. Link showed signs of excitement for the first time. But if my daddy found it, Uncle Lucio, he said, it will be for his keeps, because I never did like to have anything that somebody else found for himself. If this place is all mine, I can make my own rules about it too, can't I? Indeed you can, Lincoln. Well, then, one of my rules is going to be finders keepers. Let my pap keep what he found, won't you? Lucio smiled upon the good-hearted skinny guy. My dear old skinny guy of houseboat days back in old Kentucky. How I loved him for his big heart and gentle ways. And everybody in the bunch that night on the boat showed, not by words, but by their looks they gave the lanky boy, that they admired him more than ever. Lucio spoke to Dak in a very low voice. She used to be just that way, his mother. Yes, how well I can remember her when I was a youngster. How she did take care of me and try to give me everything I cried for. He had his father's looks, but his mother's heart. I am glad for that, spoke up Link quickly. I like them both so much. I would want to be like both of them in some way. I used to wonder when I would sit on a houseboat fishing every day, just what my mother looked like. Hawkins, do you remember the day? Ah, yes, I remember the day. I remembered several days when I found Link sitting somewhere fishing, and he would seem to be dreaming, and would not notice me coming until I spoke to him. But I didn't want him to bring those days back to mind now. I didn't want him to think of it now, when she was gone forever and the dearest hope of his life broken. So I interrupted him and said, we will go back to that river again some day together, Link. We will have a fine new houseboat. We will see old Jerry Moore and Bill Darby once more, and maybe old Lou Hunter will play the organ for us again, and make us practice songs, broke in Link. He was laughing now, happy again, and I was glad that I have changed the subject. A step sounded behind us. Gabriel's voice murmured, Broken-nosed Diego wants to see the doctor. He is crying again. I cannot do more with him. All right, Gabriel, he said. The doctor will be right down. Doc Waters stood up quickly. The poor fellow is simply scared out of his wits, he said. I told Gabriel this morning that it was not serious. However, I'll go down to his bunk and have a look at him again. And, doctor, whispered Lucio, see if you can get anything out of him about a treasure. Pablo Salas must have told him something. Doc nodded. I'll try, he said, and went down the companionway. We were landing at Villa Casanova dock before Doc returned, and as we made ready to leave the boat, we were too busy to talk further. We were glad to get back home, as Doc called it, but Link said he could not feel at home in Villa Casanova, or any place in Cuba, for that matter. But anyway, when we entered the big white house, we were all glad that we were no longer in the shadow of Casanova's rocks, with all the mystery and danger that hang about those gloomy shores. Early next morning, Lucio left the villa, after saying goodbye and promising to come very soon again. Link and I had to take 3 days' lessons in order to make up, as Doug said, what we had missed the 2 days we had been away. It was lunchtime before we finished, but we liked to study under dark waters. No better, no kinder teacher ever lived. I said to Link that I wished Doc could be our teacher when we went back to Kentucky, and Link said he did too, as if he really expected to go back there and live again, even though he did own a plantation. But since we were studying together, Link was a different boy. He never cared for school or books before. He just seemed to think he could get along without them. But now that Doug made him study, and he found how much harder it was for him than it was for me, he realized that he should have gone to school when he was younger. He was very poor at reading and writing, and arithmetic was a Chinese puzzle to him. Geography he liked best, and he surprised me with the way he could remember places. He amused me the first day Doug showed him a geography. He took the book and spread out the map of North and South America and said to himself, "Let's see where they put Cuba." He couldn't find it, and when Doug smilingly pointed to it with his pencil, Link said, "Good night, you don't mean that little spot?" Doug laughed and told him it was, and Link grunted and said, "Who'd want to live on such a little spot? No, I'm going back to Kentucky." Doug was very anxious for us to learn to speak Spanish, and although it was slow work, we began to pick up enough to get along. That afternoon, we went out into the fields, and Link hunted up his pet goat, which was very glad to see him again. The animal came up with a glad baa, 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 and Link gave it a morsel of cake that he had saved from lunch. We walked slowly around the plantation, the goat following behind, nibbling at the grass here and there, and as we neared the narrow road that ran from plantation to highway, we saw a pony and rider coming full speed. "It's Will Standish," I said. "I like that boy," said Link. "I wish we could take him back with us when we go home." Will came riding up with a shout and waving his straw hat. "I say, you fellows," he called, "my folks were awfully put out about me staying with you on Cazanova's rocks all night. I came near getting a good whipping, I tell you." "Didn't you tell them Uncle Lucio was with us?" I asked. "That's all that saved me," said Will, laughing. "But say, I just came over to let you know that the Cuban boys are out on the warpath again. They've hit my trail too, Hawkins, and I believe they will be here before many minutes pass." "For the land's sake," I said, "you sure you bring trouble with you when you come? Why did you want to steer them this way, Will? I haven't got any fight in me today. What with all the excitement on Cazanova's rocks and the spooks and sharks, it's a wonder I'm not sick in bed." "Let 'em come," said Link. "I want to see the first Cuban tell me that he don't like Americans." "Don't wish for it," said Will with a grin, "because they'll tell you quick enough. Whoa, Cypher, stand still, you rascal." This last was addressed to his pony, which had started jumping. I suddenly saw a movement in the sugar cane. "Get in somewhere," I whispered. "Here, behind these trees. I think your Cuban enemies are upon us." Will slid from his pony and pulled it with him, and together we stood behind a clump of trees that shielded us from sight. It was well that we did so, for all suddenly there came something through the air. I saw it as it left the sugar cane, although I could not see a sign of a living soul beyond it. The cane completely hid whoever it was that sent that thing toward us, but I saw it whiz like a brown streak through the air. Link saw it too, and so did Will, who seemed to be taken by surprise. Together we drew in behind the trees as the flying thing came, and I held my head down. But the next minute a loud squealing turned our attention to Link's pet goat, which lay upon his side, kicking his legs and twisting his head from side to side. From out his shaggy hide there protruded a thin brown stick, tufted on the end with a feather like an arrow. Link ran forward and bent over the poor animal, but Will took him by the arm and dragged him back. "For heaven's sake, Link!" he yelled. "Stay back here! There may come another one!" But none other came, and Link stood over the goat, which finally lay still, its pleading eyes looking up at its adopted master, as if to say, "Please take that wicked thing out of my sight." Link was about to do so when Duck Waters came running from the house. "Here! Here!" he yelled. "What has happened?" Link came over to me. "I ain't got the heart to pull it out, Hawkins," he said. "You do it." Duck came up, and I told him as quickly as I could what had happened. As I talked, the goat dropped his head upon the ground and lay still but for a twitching of the legs. "I'll pull it out," I said. "It might kill the goat." "It has," said Duck in a low tone, so that Link could not hear, and his face was very serious. "That is strange. There must have been poison upon the tip of it." I walked over to Link. Will Standish was standing beside him. "Come on, Link," I said. "We will go up in the house and let Duck take care of the goat." "I'm sorry I broke this trouble again," said Will. "I will not do it again, boys. Honest, I'll not. I'll have to get back home now." He leaped upon his pony and started to go the way he had come. "Turn around," ordered Duck Waters. "Go the other way." Will looked surprised, but he wheeled his pony around and went home by the front road. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katerina. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. Tell me. Link's pet goat died that night. It was the poisoned dirt that killed the poor thing. How the skinny guy cried when Doc came in and told him. It seemed to me that he thought as much of that four-legged friend as he did of any of us, but of course I understood. I had always thought that I was soft-hearted, but whenever I look back and think of Link Lambert, I must admit that he had me beat. Doc Waters was very much worried over the slaying of the goat. In fact, he did not let a single thing pass these days without worrying about it. He always saw a deeper meaning in everything that happened. He immediately sent a message to Lucio, and before noon Link's uncle arrived at the villa. They went together into the library where they talked, and within an hour they sent for me, and I went in. "Well, Secretary," began Doc, with a smile, but I could see that smile was forced. "What do you think of this?" He handed me the deadly thing that had been sent out from some enemy hiding in the sugar cane. I took it gingerly and looked it over. "What is it?" asked Doc, as he and Uncle Lucio watched me. "It's not an arrow," I said. "No, of course not. We know that. It has no place for the string of a bow to shoot it. How was it shot?" "You mean how it was—" "Yes, of course, Hawkins. How did the person that sent this thing shoot it?" "I give it up," I said. "It's more than I can figure out, Doc." Doc looked at me keenly. "Hawkins," he said, "you always did the figuring out of things back in your houseboat club, didn't you?" I had to say that I did. "And you can figure this out for us, can't you?" continued Doc. I scratched my head. I did not like to fail now, after Doc had known me to get at the truth of many such puzzling things back home. So I fell to thinking. I sat down in a chair, threw my straw hat on the floor, and turned the ugly pointed stick around in my hands. Bamboo! Brown bamboo! Stained on the point, I said to myself, which might be poison. Roughly made, probably by some Cuban boy. But no, Cuban boys would not dare to put a poisoned point on a stick. But anyway, it was roughly made. How was it shot? I looked at the wrinkled feathers on the back of it. All of a sudden a thought flashed through my mind. Those feathers were rumpled and pressed close against the stick. If they had passed through the barrel of a rifle, it would have rumpled the feathers just so and pressed them against the shaft. But a charge of powder probably would have worn the stick. How else could such a weapon be hurled at an enemy? "I have it!" I exclaimed. "It's a dart, Doc, a poison dart, and it was a blowpipe or an air gun that shot it." Doc smiled and nodded toward Lucio. "There," he said. "I told you he could figure it out. There's no use trying to keep anything from him, Lucio. He would reason it out for himself." Lucio got up and came over to my chair. "Seckatary Hawkins," he said, "you use your brains. I congratulate you." "What we want you to do, Hawkins," said Doc, "is to keep this fact away from Link, that the arrow or dart, whatever it is, had a poison tip. Of course, you know that it was meant for Link." "I imagined so," I said. Doc nodded. "Of course, I knew you would. But Link must not know. God knows the poor boy is nervous enough now without any added worries. I suppose you knew also, Hawkins, that this dart was not directed at Link by the Cuban boys you supposed were following Will Standish." "I couldn't believe anything else, Doc," I said. "Boys might use sticks or stones or common arrows, but they wouldn't use poisoned darts. I don't believe there are any boys in any part of the world who would want to be cruel to any of their enemies." Lucio smiled. "That does not include Cuba?" he said, as if he asked a question. "Yes," I said. "That takes in the whole world, Uncle Lucio." They both laughed. "Well, Hawkins," said Doc with a serious face, "you know, and we know you know, that there is something after Link Lambert. I want you to be his personal guardian. You will have to keep from him as much as you can knowledge of any plot there might be to cause his disappearance. Also, do not let him know any more than you can help just what is going on. It might not be good for him, or for us." "I'll do my part, Doc," I said, "but you ought to get busy and get at the bottom of this. What's wrong at Casanova?" Doc waved his hand and shook his head. "You've got me," he said. "There's a plenty wrong at Casanova, but we will right it all, Hawkins, you and Lucio and I." It seemed to me then, as I looked upon Uncle Lucio, that he knew more than he cared to tell. It brought back to my mind the first time I had seen Lucio, the night on the ship when, as I came out of my stateroom, I saw him walk away from our door, and I imagined that he had been peeping in at the keyhole. What scheme had been on foot that night? Why had not Uncle Lucio taken Doc into his confidence and told him all that he knew? I was certain that he knew something. What was it? A ring at the doorbell broke up our little conference. We presently heard a shrill voice inquiring for Senor Raphael, and I recognized the voice of our old friend Montilla, the Cuban lawyer. He was answered by the voice of Gabriel, our houseman, who told him that Raphael was living in the plantation house and that he would be glad to show him the way there. I left Doc and Lucio to meet our lawyer friend while I went in search of the skinny guy. I found him in his room, with his book of Spanish spread out upon the table before him. I peeped in and then tiptoed past my own room, where I quietly settled myself in a corner and lay back upon some pillows to think. These events of the past few days were too much for me. The night on Cazanova's rocks was enough in itself to make me think for a week at least. What of the ghost that had shoved or frightened poor Pablo Solis off the rock of Cazanova's doom to his death in the sea? What of the mysterious sounds, the singing voices, and the shrieks of terror that had come to us in the stillness of the night from the secret places of those gloomy rocks? What of the lady's slipper and the diamond that Link's father had found on the opposite shore? Why were all these things? Indeed, we were in the midst of a nest of mystery. There was something afoot. There was a terrible something dogging the footsteps of Link Lambert, my best friend and pal, something that desired his life, desired him out of the way. What else could I believe than that it was someone who would profit by his death or disappearance? And who else could it be than Uncle Raphael, named in the will of Link's mother as the one upon whom fell all the wealth and grandeur of Cazanova's plantation, should Link fail to reach his 21st birthday? Late that afternoon, I sat and talked with Link. He allowed me to console him about the end of his pet goat, and asked me why would any boys that had a grudge take it out on a poor, helpless animal that happened to be the pet of a fellow. He still believed that the poisoned dirt came from the Cuban boys who had attacked us in our boat on the river. He believed that they had killed his goat with an arrow shot from a bow, in order that they might be revenged. "You know, Hawkins," he said, "that dirty little Miguel never did like my goat ever since it knocked out his brown goat the time he sicked it on me with his handkerchief." "Yes," I answered quickly. "That must have been the reason, of course. He must have been jealous. Your pet goat was the better of the two, and Miguel could not bear that. That, I suppose, is why he killed it. Too bad. It was a fine goat." Link smiled sadly. "It just goes to show," he said, "what kind of boys there are in the world, Hawkins. I don't believe the Pelhams would do a thing like that." "No," I answered him. "I don't think so either. Brigham used to give us lots of trouble, he and his gang. But placed beside these kids, why, I would take my hat off to Brigham and his." "You said it," snapped Link. Doc Waters came up to our rooms with our schoolbooks. "Come now, you chaps," he sang out. "I haven't had time until now to hear your lessons today. We will have to get busy. I would have been up sooner, but for your daddy, Link. I knew Lucio couldn't keep him away from this place." Link's face brightened. "Let him come up, Doc," he pleaded. "He won't bother us. Listen, Doc, let him watch me do my lessons. He'll be surprised to know how much I've learned." Doc smiled. "I invited him," he said, "but he had something else on his mind. I told him that you lost your pet goat." "Pet?" he says. "Link lost a pet? Why didn't you let me know sooner? I've got one he will like. I'll go fetch it here right away." And with that he claps on his hat and dashes out before I could hold him. "Where has he gone?" asked Link. "Back to Cazanova's rocks, I guess," replied Doc. "Valdez was with him, and they came all the way in that clumsy rowboat your daddy made. Said it was easy coming down, but he needed Valdez to help row back. They'll have blisters on their hands before they're done rowing back here." "Why didn't you let Gabriel go and fetch it, whatever it is Pop has for me?" said Link. "Gabriel is gone," replied Doc. "Had to take that gabby lawyer, Montilla, to Uncle Raphael's plantation house. So Uncle Lucio is left to keep house downstairs, and everything is nice and quiet, so we will get busy on that arithmetic problem." So we put our minds to our work, and soon, in the pleasure that comes from learning things, we forgot all the worries we had. From one subject to another Doc took us, and seemed to be well pleased with the way we had remembered all that he told us. It was about an hour and a half, I guess, until we heard the sound of voices downstairs. "It's Pop," exclaimed Link, and all his books were forgotten that instant. "Send him up to my room, Doc, won't you please?" "Send him?" repeated Doc. "Why, he needs no sending, lad. Look at this. Here he comes now. For the love of heaven!" The next moment a huge, shaggy dog bounded over the top step and, seemingly surprised to find us standing in our doorway, stopped for an instant, looking at us wonderingly. Then, with a short bark, he turned and started down the steps again, but the form of Mr. Lambert appeared and ordered him about face. "Up you go, you clumsy pup," said Link's daddy. "Get back up there and see your new master, 'cause I'm done with you and your mischief. You'll keep me poor paying for the things you bust up. Get back, go on now." Link ran forward with a glad cry. "Oh, what a wonderful dog!" he exclaimed. "Oh, Pop, who's he belong to?" "He's yourn," said Mr. Lambert with a happy grin. "I found him wandering on the rocks. Most likely belonged to some sailorman who forgot to take him along when he sailed away. Seems like the pup knows the rocks, though, and likes it there, too. We had all we could do to get him in the boat, didn't we, Valdez?" "Valdez doesn't understand English," interrupted Uncle Lucio. "All right," spoke up Valdez, as though he knew what they were saying, but he did not, of course. "All right" was the only English word I ever heard him say, and he wobbled it as though he were trying to give it a Spanish flavor. "He understands me," said Link's father. "I make motions, and I've caught on to a few of his Dago words. Well, we had to pull that dog into the boat and hold him till we got out into the middle of the river, for he wanted to jump out. But he's a playful old dog, and I know Link will like him much. What you say, son?" "He's a beauty," said Link. "What's his name?" "You tell me," said his father, laughing. "The dog can't, you know, and I ain't a good guesser." "All right," said Link. "Tell me. That's a good name. No matter what his name was before, from now on it shall be Tell Me." End of chapter 16. Recording by Katerina. Chapter 17 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katerina. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. The Face at the Window. Nothing unusual happened at Villa Casanova for the next few weeks. Link and I studied hard to make up for lost time, and in the afternoons we went out to the plantation, always taking Tell Me, the dog that Link's father had given him. The shaggy fellow proved to be a very intelligent animal and a most playful one. He seemed to understand when he was spoken to. Link was delighted with him, and I noticed that ever since the dog came the skinny guy was less homesick and more consoled than he had been since he first heard that his mother was dead. Doc Waters and Uncle Lucio usually went out during part of the afternoon. They never told us where they were bound for, nor did they talk to us much in the evening about where they had been. Doc was very careful to see that I remained with Link Lambert always, and I did too. I kept him under my eye, so to speak. Ever since the affair of the poisoned dart, I had been afraid that if we did not be more watchful, we might lose our skinny guy. I kept in his shadow always, and often, when he suggested a trip here or there, or wished to enter to unknown parts of the plantation, I held him back and suggested something else. Link's father had gone back to his cabin in the rocks the day after he brought Link the dog. He wanted to remain at Villa Casanova, but Uncle Lucio refused. It seemed unkind to us boys, but then we knew that Uncle Lucio must have some good reason, or he would not be so severe with Link's father. And so Mr. Lambert had gone back, taking with him again the trusted man, Valdez. When they set out in the roughly made rowboat that Mr. Lambert had built, the dog, Tell Me, as Link had named him, jumped into the boat with them. We took him out, of course, for Link did not want to part with him for a minute. But the dog whined and howled as we held him while the boat sailed away. But when we got him back to the house, he forgot about it and was as playful a fellow as ever I knew a dog to be. Since the day the poisoned dart had been directed at Link, Doc Waters insisted that I remain with him always. Gabriel had moved Link's bed into my room, and things went on smoothly enough, except for the fact that my skinny pal would have it that Talmy stayed in our room with us all night. Not that I minded having a dog in the room. No, indeed. I used to have a fox terrier I liked pretty well myself when I was a very little kid. But the only thing I objected to was that the big ruffian would go to sleep wherever he pleased. Sometimes he would hunt his bed long before we felt like going to sleep, and then you might find him any place. He sometimes would pick out the straw mat at the foot of the bed, but not very often. Most likely you would find him curled up right in the middle of the bed. And he was so big and our bed so little that when he was in, there was room for no more. Many a time I came in and chucked him out, as Dog told me to do. Then he would stand there with a grin on his pointed face, wagging his tail as if to say, "Aw, gee, have a heart." One night I woke up and found Link in my bed sound asleep beside me, and Talmy sleeping just as soundly by himself in Link's bed. Next morning Link said he came in after I had gone to sleep and found Talmy in his bed and didn't like to disturb the poor fellow. He seemed so worn out. Ah, well, a boy is only a boy for a short time, and a dog is a dog forever, so I didn't take to scolding Talmy. Link would grow up to be a man, but Talmy would pass on to a dog heaven and nowhere, and so we might as well make life pleasant for the poor fellow while it lasted. I liked the big shaggy pup very much myself, for all the fun we had out of him during the day, and I thought much of him because he never seemed to get angry, he never snapped at anybody, he never chased a cat, although he did take a dislike to the big brown goat that belonged to dirty little Miguel Peralta, but we liked him more for that. He was just a big overgrown puppy, with all a puppy's playfulness and a lot more intelligence than some trained dogs I had seen. Now comes another incident that set us all again in a state of excitement. Link and I had come home after our usual afternoon stroll and found Doc and Lucio sitting in the library with grave faces. "Ah, Hawkins," said Lucio, and sprang up to meet us. "How long have you and Link been away from the house?" "About 2 hours, I should say," I replied. "Then it must have happened this afternoon," said Lucio to Doc. "I knew it. I was sure of it, because I saw the stone in its case this morning before we left." "What?" I exclaimed. "Do you mean the diamond is stolen?" Lucio nodded. "Yes," he said, "it is gone. I had an appointment with a jeweler in Havana tonight to look at the stone and tell me its value. When I came back, I went immediately to my room. The box in which I had left it was just as I had left it this morning, but when I opened it, I found it empty." I was surprised for the moment that I did not speak. In fact, none of us spoke. There was a silence for 2 full minutes, while we looked at one another with a feeling, I know, of sad disappointment. Then Link spoke. "It was my pop's diamond," he said in a high voice. "I was glad he was going to get some money. He never had none his whole life, and he won't take any of mine. Now what's he going to do?" Doc saw that Link was about to fall again into that gloomy way of his, and he rose up at once. "Don't worry, Link," he said. "We will get busy at once to recover the jewel. Hawkins, take a look at the room where Uncle Lucio had the stone. Use your eyes and see what you can find out." But I was shaking my head while Doc was speaking. "Aw, Doc," I said, "have a heart. Don't put this thing up to me. I can figure out some things, but not anything like this." "Take him up, Lucio," interrupted Doc. "I believe you can be of help to us," spoke Lucio quietly with a smile. "Dr. Waters thinks very much of your ability, Hawkins, and I myself know that you observe even the smallest details. It can do no harm to have you look over the place. We already have done so and can find nothing, but we are poor detectives." "I never claimed to be one either," I said, "but since you feel that way, come on, I'll look the place over." "You will come along, won't you, Link?" But Link shook his head and went over and sat beside Doc Waters. "I want to go home, Doc," he said. "Please take me away from this place." I do not know what Doc said to him, for Lucio had taken my hand and was leading me up the marble stairs. When we reached the room, I said to myself, "Nothing has happened here, everything is in apple pie order. So I turned suddenly upon Lucio and asked, "Where was Gabriel when this thing happened?" "We sent him down to get the boat ready for another trip," explained Lucio. "There was no one in the house after you boys left." "Well," I said, "that does not prove that he did not take the diamond, and from all that I have seen of him, I must say that he is the one I would suspect, Uncle Lucio." Uncle Lucio looked worried. "Let's hope not," he muttered. "Why, Seckatary Hawkins, if Gabriel has done this, it will make me believe more than ever that he is helping those who are fighting Link Lambert for his fortune. And if that is true, we are all as well off as rats in a trap. But I will leave you alone. Perhaps you will find something to tell us whether or not Gabriel did this, or—" He paused. "Well?" I asked. Then he laughed lightly. "I am an old dreamer, Seckatary," he said in a soft, musical voice. "An old dreamer. Yes, that's it. I have dreamed all my life, while others have worked to build. But someday my dreaming will be done. I'll tell you then what I dreamed about." He smiled at me as he went down the first steps, and then I was alone. "Well," I said to myself, "somebody took a diamond out of this small box that was in a locked drawer of this mahogany table. The lock is not broken, and the box is right where Lucio left it. Now, who took it, and how did he go about it?" I looked all over the room, but, though I spent a long time there, I found not one thing that would help me figure it out. I thought back then to the days when I used to figure out mysteries for our boys in the houseboat. They were easy things compared with what I had to tackle down here in Cuba. Finally, I gave it up and was about to go downstairs when I thought of the window and went over and raised it. There was just a faint smudge upon the white sill, and I thought, the thief surely climbed in here. I put out my head and saw that a stout vine clambered over the entire outer wall at this side of the house. Easy, I thought, for a thief to climb in. So I reached out and swung myself onto the vine, which held like a stout tangle of rope, and I slowly felt my foothold down to the ground. Before I jumped from the vine, I noticed that the cement walk was about 4 feet from the house, and between the walk and the house was common yellow clay. I leaped from the vine to the cement walk, without allowing my foot to touch the uncovered ground, and then I stooped to see what footprints had been left in that yellow clay, a smudge of which I had seen on the windowsill above. And, to my great satisfaction, I found several marks. Footprints, without a doubt, going from the walk to the foot of the vine. What, I asked myself, are these marks? One is a footprint, indeed, of a full-soled shoe in a heel behind it. But this other beside it, and a little to the right, is but the print of a shoe sole. No heel was there to match it. I followed it to the wall, but it was always the same, one complete footprint and one toe print. I traced it up the wall, and there ever so often was a yellow smudge of clay against the white wall of the house, where the boot had touched the stone. I climbed back up the vine the way I had come, and was surprised to find it so easy to enter the house that way. It was a wonder to me that there had not been a robber in this house before. Why, it seemed to me this vine must have been planted for that very purpose, to enter the house without being seen. It set me to thinking, but I still did not have it figured out. I returned to the big library. Doc, Lucio, and Link were talking. "Well," said Doc as I appeared, "what does it look like, Hawkins?" "Doc," I answered, "at first I thought you and Lucio were fooling me, and that you just said the diamond was stolen to have something for me to figure out for you. But I know the diamond was stolen now." Doc looked quickly at Lucio. Lucio smiled. "You do not think we would send you upon a wild goose chase," he said. "It is because we know you can do this, Seckatary, that we tell you about it at all." "What have you discovered in the room?" "Nothing," I answered. "There is not a thing in the room that would make you think there was a robbery, except that the diamond is missing. But give me the chance to think it over, Uncle Lucio, because I am only a kid, you know. I can't work so fast." Doc laughed. "Yes, give him a little time," he said. Gabriel showed up in time to prepare the dinner table, and Delgado, the Spanish chef at Villa Casanova, had a very fine dinner for us, but it seemed as though none of us had any appetite left. I, for one, could not eat more than a few bites of bread and butter and a cup of that Puerto Rico coffee they serve, which gives you the impression that it is made out of powdered plug tobacco or something like that. But anyway, the meal was over quickly, and after reading for a little while, Link and I went up to our rooms, chased Tell Me out of my bed, and went to sleep. Our room was across the hall from the room in which Lucio slept, and from which the diamond had been stolen. Our window opens out on the side of the house that runs with the highway as it turns toward the plantation district. I don't know what made me awaken, but I must say that, as I slowly came back to consciousness and hovered between sleeping and waking, I felt as though ghosts were real things, and that I really believed in them. For as I began to awaken, I felt, just as real as life, a hand softly touch my face, and some way, somehow, I knew that it was nothing but a ghost. No human hand could feel so soft, and yet so cold and clammy. I tried to laugh as I sat up, and realized that I had thought it a ghostly hand that had touched my face. I was glad that Link was sound asleep, and that Tell Me was curled up on the straw mat at the foot of my bed. I laughed again at my own foolishness, and said to myself, as I had often said, "There are no ghosts. I was only dreaming." And then, oh, the shock of that first sight at the window. Right at that minute, when I had just awakened with the thought of a ghost hovering over me, and had just decided to fall back upon my pillow with the words, "There are no ghosts," my eyes turned suddenly upon the window, and there a pallid, ugly, bald-headed, greenish face was pressed against the iron grating, the silver moonlight falling upon it, making it more hideous than it seemed to me in that still hour of the night. At first I was tempted to cry out, for Doc, for Lucio, for somebody to chase that ugly mask from my window, but it suddenly disappeared, and I felt cold sweat pouring out of every pore in my body. It all happened so quickly, so suddenly, so quietly. The big dog slumbered on quietly upon the straw mat. I mustered up my courage and tried to tell myself that this was all imagination, that something I had eaten had not agreed with me, most likely the Puerto Rico coffee. But then, as I sat there, I heard the sound of retreating footsteps, and what struck me was that while one was plain and distinct as an ordinary shoe striking the ground, the other was just a light tap. Quickly I threw the coverlid off and rushed to the window. Flinging open the grating, I shoved my head out and looked down the walk. In the light of the moon I saw him, and I felt an awful hatred for that ugly thing that had scared me so. He walked slowly because he was lame. One leg was twisted and bent, so that he walked only upon the toe with his lame foot. He neither looked back nor turned, but walked slowly and straightway down the cement path until he reached the gate. And there, turning, he took the road and disappeared behind the bamboo trees that lined the pavement. He was the man who had made the odd footprints beneath the window of Lucio's room. He was the man who had climbed the vine. He was the one that had stolen the diamond. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. The Rattle of Chains. I said nothing next morning about my experience that night. At first, when I opened my eyes and saw the bright sunlight pouring through the window, I imagined that I had had some sort of nightmare. That the face, that ugly, greenish face that had peered at me through the iron grating of my window had been unreal, only a thing of my own imagination. But gradually, as I hurried into my clothes and went down to the breakfast room, I realized that it had been true, that I had been awakened and had seen that face, that I had run to the window and looked out. Yes, I had seen it. It was all true. Dak and Link and Uncle Lucio were seated at the breakfast table. "Hello, Hawkins," shouted Dak. "Well, have you slept upon your problem?" I smiled and rubbed my eyes to try to get the sleepiness out of them. "He has certainly slept," laughed Uncle Lucio. "And I'll wager he can tell us who took the diamond out of my room." "Yes," I answered. "It was a little lame man with one leg twisted and drawn up so that only the toe of that foot touches the ground." They all looked astonished. Dak looked at me closely, as though he was trying to see whether or not I was really awake or talking in my sleep. But Lucio looked interested. "A lame man, you say? He should be easy to find." "I would know him if I saw him anywhere," I answered. "What does he look like?" asked Dak. "He has an evil-looking face, a greenish face, and a bald head." "Greenish face? What sort of a greenish face?" "Just greenish. You know what that is." They tried to make me tell them where I had seen this little lame man, but I had made up my mind that I would say nothing of my scare the night before, so I told them to stop asking me further questions. "I have told you what the thief looks like. Surely most anybody hereabouts would have noticed a lame man. Any time I ever see a lame man, I always notice him, because he is walking differently than other men." "Certainly," said Lucio. "I shall scout around the neighborhood a bit and try to find out if anybody knows a lame man in this locality." Immediately after breakfast, Lucio left, and Jack took us to the room for our daily studies. I could not get my mind on my lessons, however, for always came back to me the remembrance of that hideous face that had peered in at me through my bedroom window the night before. What had the lame man wanted? Why had he looked in my window? If he had taken the diamond, and I had no doubt but that he had taken it, why had he come back? Perhaps, I thought, he believed there were other gems in the house. Maybe he expected to find one in my room too. But why had he looked at me with such an evil leer upon his face? Why had he not been afraid when he saw that I was sitting up in bed and watching him? He was no ghost. He was a real, live human being, for I had seen him walk away, had heard his lame footstep tapping on the cement walk. I had solved the mystery of the theft of the diamond. I knew it was the lame man who had taken the stone. But now I was confronted with an even greater mystery, and that was what bothered me as I tried to study that morning. I finally told Dak that I could not work upon my lessons this day. I told him my head was so full of aches and worries that I would have to be excused. Dak good-naturedly agreed to let us off, and advised me to take a walk out in the morning sunshine. So we put our books away, and Link and I went out into the gardens that face the left front of Villa Casanova. We sat on a stone bench under a palm tree and talked a while, but somehow I did not feel like talking. I wanted to think, and so finally we were sitting there quietly. Link whittling a man's face out of a coconut, while I watched him. The further Link whittled, the more the face on the coconut reminded me of the face that had appeared at my window. A shout from the roadway broke the silence, and there stood Will Standish, hands in his white trousers pockets, smiling down at us. "Say, you fellows," he called, "why don't you come for a ride? I've got the pony hitched to the cart this morning, and it's a lovely day to travel." "Glad to go along," I answered. "Will you come, Link?" "Sure," said the skinny guy. "I can finish this as I ride." Somehow or other, Link had become fond of whittling coconuts since his arrival at Villa Casanova, and he had become such an expert at it now that he could cut almost any sort of a face in the side of a brown hole. There were 2 seats in Will's pony cart, and I sat in the front with Will, while Link stretched out on the rear seat and continued to work at the cocoa as we rode. Will drove us through the narrow lanes that serve as roads through the sugar cane country, and I never enjoyed scenery as much as I did on this sunny day in Cuba. When we had ridden for about a half an hour, we were in the midst of the cane fields, where no matter in which direction I looked, I could only see a sea of green cane, with here and there a palm tree or planter's house, and the big sugar mill standing like a big exclamation point at the end of a mighty sentence. At length Will Standish drew in his pony and stepped under the wagon shed of a whitewashed house at the end of one section of a cane field. I saw that he expected us to get out of here, and I said, "We must be careful, Will." He nodded his head. "I know," he said, in a low tone that Link could not hear. "This is only my friend Francisco. He had some delicious pineapple frizz. He is a good man." Then, raising his voice, he called, "Come on, Link. Finish that coconut jinx after a while." Francisco proved to be a very pleasant old man who knew how to make a most pleasant drink out of pineapples, of which he had an endless supply in wicker baskets stored around his house. Will explained to us that the workers in the fields passed there on their way home to drink his famous piña fría, as they call it, which is Spanish for cold pineapple. When I told Will that Francisco was the first Cuban I really liked, he grew much excited and rambled off a yard or 2 in Spanish, which Will listened to with a grin, and then explained to me. "He says," explained Will, "that you must not call him a Cuban. He was born on the Isle of Pines." "All right, then," I said, laughing. "He is a pineapple islander." Francisco seemed to be pleased at this when Will translated it to him, and made us each another drink. When we were ready to go, and Will offered to pay him, old Francisco said it was a pleasure to treat boys, and refused to take the coin. So we thanked him, and jumped into the cart again and started back. Francisco standing in the door of his white house and waving at us, until at a bend of the road his dwelling place was hidden behind the tall cane. On our way we passed several cane carts, drawn by ox teams, 4 oxen to a cart, and driven by Cuban men and boys. The carts were built with 2 wheels, and sticks on each side held the cane on the cart, and it was slow traveling, although it seemed to me that it did not make much difference to the drivers if they ever got to where they were bound for. I suppose it is the drowsy summer weather. But whatever it is certain that the average workman in Cuba takes his time about doing things. Will, I said, as we drove back to the main road, did you ever happen to see a man around here who is lame, who has one foot that hardly reaches the ground? Will looked at me as though he thought I were trying to kid him. No, he said, laughing. Why? Think hard, I said, because I would like to know him. Don't you ever remember seeing a lame man somewhere around here or around Cazanova? Will shook his head slowly. No, he repeated. If I had Hawkins, I would have remembered. I don't very easily forget. But I haven't seen a lame man since I've been here. I suppose there are lots of lame people in the cities, like Havana or Santiago. But there's been none around here, Hawkins. They don't find easy work here. I said no more on the way home. We asked Will Standish to have dinner with us, but he said he had to take the pony home and wanted to fix up his playhouse, and told us to be sure to come over soon and see how he had it arranged. I told him I would come if he was sure those Cuban boys would not be around. Whereupon he laughed and promised me that he would have no further trouble from Miguel and his dirty followers. So Will turned his pony around and went back, while Link and I watched him till he was out of sight, and then went in the front door together. As we entered, Link, who walked ahead of me, turned suddenly and said, "Did you hear anything?" I listened, but heard no sound. "You must have been mistaken, Link," I answered. "I didn't hear a thing." "Listen," said Link, holding up a finger. I listened as he bade me, and for an instant I thought I heard the sound of a jingling of tiny bells, only for an instant, so that I could not be positive. We listened together for a long time, but nothing more did we hear. "What was it?" asked Link in a whisper. I saw that he was becoming excited, so I said, "Nothing at all, Link. I heard nothing." But Link shook his head. "I heard it when I came in the door, as if someone heard us coming and tried to get away quick. A door closed, I am sure of it. I heard that as I unlocked the front door. Then it sounded as if a bolt on a chain." "Nonsense," I said, laughing. "You are letting this place to get on your nerves, Link." We said no more about it, but I knew that I had heard something. What it was, I could not imagine. I had thought of the jingling of tiny bells. It reminded me of a story I once heard about a house that was haunted, in which the sound of tiny bells could be heard in different rooms during the night. The owner of that house had become rich and was a miser. The owner of that house had become rich and was a miser. He hid his money in the walls under the plaster, and then, in order to frighten people away, he fixed it so that the sound of bells would be heard during the night. It was not discovered until some fellow with brains enough figured it out and tore down a wall and trapped a few dozen rats that had little bells tied to their necks. That's what the old miser had done. But I knew nothing like that was in Villa Casanova. I was not sure that I had heard the jingling of tiny bells. I just thought I heard something like that as we entered the villa. And it was right there in the big living room, near the big painting of the civilian captive, about which I have written before. We went into the library where we found Doc Waters, and Link told him about that. Doc laughed and patted Link's head. You are allowing yourself to imagine all sorts of things, Link, he said. Yes, said Link. I can't help it, Doc. I'm sick of this villa. I want to go home. Why don't you let me go back to Kentucky with my pap? We got our old houseboat there. I'd like it lots better than all this fancy stuff. There's your Uncle Lucio, replied Doc. Ask him. Lucio came in the side door. I've been unable to locate the lame man, he said. I'm afraid, Hawkins, that you must have had a dream last night. Or else the lame man you speak of must be a very clever man. I have told you all I know, I said, and I didn't dream it, Uncle Lucio. We sat in the library and talked. Link begged Lucio to let him go back with his daddy to their old houseboat home, but Lucio had a way about him that no one could refuse, and he could do more with Link, his nephew, than anybody else. I saw your father this afternoon, said Uncle Lucio, and I asked him to come and stay with us tonight. You will like that, and it will make you like the villa better if he comes to visit us often. That made Link much happier. We all ate a hearty supper of the best that Delgado knew how to cook, and then went into the music room, where Uncle Lucio surprised us by seating himself for the first time at the piano and playing a number of old college tunes for us. Doc Waters listened as he smoked his cigar, and his eyes gleamed merrily at the sound of those college airs. And when Lucio started a certain one, Doc snatched his cigar from his teeth and began to sing. Ah, boy, it brought back the days in the houseboat, the old organ, Lou Hunter, the singing practice, and the day shortly after we got the organ, when I came down and found Doc Waters playing a lively tune while the sheriff was cutting a caper across the houseboat floor. The music and singing was interrupted by the arrival of Link's father and Valdez. Glad to see you, boy, said Link's daddy. I missed you a heap, son. How you been? We left them for a few minutes, Lucio going over to talk to Valdez, while Doc and I sat by the piano. Doc showed me a few chords to play, and I was getting interested when Lucio spoke up. Well, Jeff, he said, addressing Link's father, how are things down on the rocks? Mr. Lambert shook his head, and his face had a worried look. I wish you'd get me away from there, Luge, he said. If you don't, you're going to wake up some morning and find me gone. You don't intend to swim back to the States, do you? No, I won't be able to do any more swimming by that time, Luge. There's something worse than what you think over there on those wrecks. I believe those wrecks are cursed, Luge. Ask Valdez what we heard. Ain't he told you nothing? Lucio smiled. Of course he has, but you will hear strange noises in any sort of a place like that. It's lonesome, deserted, and all kinds of sounds come to you in the night. But you needn't be afraid of sounds. No, I ain't, Luge, but a sound has got to be made by something, and I am afraid of that something, especially when I can't see it coming or going. Well, supposing on those lonesome wrecks there is a flock of seagulls, they are likely to make any sort of noise. Or suppose there is a loose piece of wreck, and in the stillness of the night it lets go and slides down into the sea. It would make a sound that might frighten you, but you wouldn't really be afraid of that, Would you, Jeff?" Link's father walked over to Lucio and pointed his finger in Lucio's face. "It ain't seagulls, and it ain't loose rocks, Luce. Them kind of things I'd know right offhand when I heard 'em. But when I come to wake up in the night, and I see Valdes wake up too and listen, I know it ain't seagulls or loose rocks what's wakened both of us at once. No, sir, Luce, there's been something going on under the floor of our cabin, and what awakened us last night was the rattle of chains." "Chains?" cried Link. "Did you say chains?" Jeff Lambert turned and looked down upon his son. "Yes, Sonny," he said. "I did say chains, boy." "I heard the sound of chains too," said Link in a whisper, "just as Hawkins and I came in today, right out there in the front room. I wasn't sure, but I seemed to come from behind the big picture of the sad-faced lady." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. The Lame Man's Message. For several days, all of us at Villa Casanova listened for sounds. Link's story about the rattle of chains that he imagined he had heard had caused a deep impression. And when Link's father said that he and Valdes also had heard sounds of rattling chains on the Rocks of Cazanova, Uncle Lucio grew very grave. And while he did not say anything about what he was thinking, I knew that he had taken a serious meaning out of it. He told us not to think right away that Link was mistaken, but for all of us to keep sharp ears for any similar sounds. As for myself, I halfway began to believe that Villa Casanova was haunted. Of course, I could not believe it altogether, but I would catch myself starting suddenly at any common ordinary sound, and at night my heart would beat faster whenever I heard the least stir. Often I sat up wide awake from a sound sleep at the sound of Tellme, the dog, changing his place on the mat, or if Link moved in bed, I was always awake the next instant, wondering if some ghostly spectre had come into the room, or expecting to see a greenish, ugly face staring at me through a window. Then, one night, just as we had all begun to get over our nervousness, and to settle down to our old regular ways, forgetting about the rattle of chains and ugly green faces, Tellme upset our nerves once more. Link was sitting up in bed when I awoke. "Hurry, Hawkins," he whispered. "Tellme has gone out. He just went down the hall." "All right," I answered softly. "Stay here, Link, and I'll not be gone long. I'll fetch the old rascal back." Doc had given orders to keep the dog in our room, so that he would not go prowling around the house at night, upsetting things and scaring us half to death by noise. So I slipped out the door in a jiffy, and I saw Tellme soft-footing it down the hall to the stairway. I did not dare to call to him, so I just ran for him, and he heard my pattering bare feet coming, and turned. His ears cocked and looked up at me. I grasped his shaggy neck and pulled him around, but he whined softly, and the next instant growled and the bristles of his back stood up like pine needles. As I started to scold him, my eye caught the glint of something in the library below. It was a light, moving slowly, and my heart leaped. I watched it as though I were in a spell. Here is what I saw. The library at Villa Casanova is a high-walled room, with shelf after shelf to the ceiling, filled with Spanish books. About 2/3 of the way up there is a balcony around 3 sides of the room, with a brass rail in order to make it easy to get at the books on the top shelves. Around this balcony a light was slowly moving. At first it seemed to me that the light moved of itself, but gradually I could see it was a candle held in a hand, and threw its ghostly glow upon a man's face. That and nothing more could I see. The face was overhung with long black hair. From its over lip hung a mustache that drooped on either side. As I watched, fascinated, holding to Chelmy's shaggy neck with a grip of steel, I saw a hand reach up into the circle of candlelight and take out a book. The gleaming eyes under that long black hair glanced at the book for a second, and then it was thrust back into its place on the shelf, and took out another, which likewise was put back in its place. I watched this scene for fully 5 minutes, and then it was suddenly brought to an end by a startling occurrence. For, while the hand reached yet for another volume, there came again the sound of chains rattling. Oh, how it sounded to me there, in the stillness of night! Chelmy barked at the sound, and pulled to get away. The candlelight went out. I heard the sound of the prowler leaping from the balcony to the floor, but in the dark library below I could not see a thing. There came again, louder than before, the rattle of chains, and I thought I would die of fright. Chelmy broke away from me and dashed down the steps, and I heard a heavy door slam shut. Somebody touched my shoulder, and I cried out in fright. But, turning quickly, I saw it was Link, standing beside me. In the dim glare of the light on the landing above, I could see that he was frightened. At the same time I heard steps above, and saw Jack and Uncle Lucio coming. "That was the ghost of Casanova, Hawkins," whispered Link. "I saw his picture only a few days ago. That was it, sure as I'm born." "What's the racket, boys?" asked Uncle Lucio. I told him and Jack what I had seen. Lucio hurried down the stairs and switched on the lights in the 3 big rooms: the living room, where the big picture hung, the library, and the dining room. "Well, there's nobody here now," he sung out with a grin, as if to make us forget our fright. "What's that?" The grin left his face as he suddenly turned at the sound and found Chelmy sniffing around the floor of the library. I went down the steps and into the library. "That's right, Hawkins," said Lucio. "Get busy and see if you can find any signs left by our unknown visitor." "Sure," I said. "What would you call this, Uncle Lucio?" I pointed to the imprint of 2 big footmarks on the library floor immediately below the balcony. "Indeed," said Lucio, stooping to inspect the marks. "Did you expect to find those footprints, Hawkins?" "I halfway did," I answered, "because when I saw the stranger just before, His candle went out. He was on the balcony above here. In the dark, I heard him leap to the floor. I figured it would be about here that he landed. Look, the mud from his shoes is still wet. Lucio stooped and touched the spot, which was covered with sticky mud that had been shaken off as the stranger's boots had struck the floor. "It's true," he said, "and that proves that it was no ghost. I suppose we will have to watch for this sneak until we can catch him. But let us try to get some sleep. You boys need not to worry about anything more tonight. We will not hear from this party for a long time. He'll not try again, since he knows that we have a dog in the house who can tell when a stranger enters. And indeed, we owned a lot to tell me. If it had not been for the dog, none of us would have known that we had had a visitor in the night. Why, we could have been killed in our beds without ever knowing what had happened. And believe me, Link and I insisted that Tellme should come back into our room and stay with us. And the dog seemed to be glad to go back now and finish his sleep, although I imagined he looked at me in a rather offended manner, because I had held him back when he might have coaxed the intruder. The next day, after our lessons, I went into the library and carefully traced the big boot prints on a sheet of paper, which I placed in my pocket. Then I looked at the walls again, but nothing could I find that looked anything like a secret door. Yet I was confident that there was such a door. I had heard one slam. It might have been the outside door, of course, but I didn't think it was. Gabriel was the only one who had a key that would fit every door in the house, and if he had let in somebody during the night, it was a sure thing that he was in partnership with that person. However, I did not try to settle that question at once. I went up the ladder of the library balcony and slowly passed along the shelves where I had seen the man with the candlelight the night before. The books were all Spanish, mostly novels, and I did not find much of interest to me. On the balcony floor lay one book, opened and face downward, as it had fallen from the stranger's hand when the sound of Tellme's barking caused him to leap. I picked it up and replaced it on the shelf. "Are you going to read a Spanish story, Hawkins?" I looked down and saw Link looking up at me with a twinkle in his eye. "Not yet," I replied. "I was just wondering what sort of a book that old codger was looking for up here last night." "Oh, come down," said Link. "I want to show you this picture. See if you don't think it looks like him." I went down the ladder as Link ran over to one of the window seats, and, lifting up one, drew forth a large, bulky book that looked more like a scrapbook. "I found this the other day in my bedroom press," he said. "Look, here's the picture I spoke of." The first leaf of the book had a picture pasted on it, scrapbook style. It represented a man dressed in knickerbockers and green stockings, with a brown jacket and a big, wide black hat on a head that was covered with a red handkerchief. From under the red handkerchief hung long black hair, and on the upper lip the long black mustache, just the same as I had seen on the man on the library balcony last night. Underneath was written, "Casanova el Mayor." "Where did you find this, Link?" I asked. "Show me." Link took me upstairs to his bedroom and opened the clothes press door. "Stand on the chair," he said, "and look up." I stood on the chair and peered into the top shelf of the press. I saw a little cabinet built in the dark corner of the shelf. "And there's lots of books in there," said Link. "But this one is the best. It tells all about pirates and ships." Now I began to believe that the book that Link had was the one for which the man with the candlelight had been looking. But as I went slowly through the yellow pages, which had been printed by hand with pen and ink, I could not but believe I had in my hands the records of a sea captain's voyages. There were descriptions of plunder taken, names of ships and places where it had happened. Then in the rear of the book, a new hand had taken up the story. That was all I could make of it, because it was done in Spanish, and I could do little more than translate names, times, and places. I told Link to put the book back into the little cabinet and to say nothing about it at all. He said he would leave it to me, and I went downstairs to look for Lucio, but he and Doug had gone out. So we went to work on our lessons that Doug had given us to do, and after lunch strolled through the gardens with Thelmy following at our heels. And then Link brought out the red roadster and we drove over to Will Standish's house. Will was down in his sack, and we left the roadster in the side yard and went down. "Hello there!" cried Will as we entered his sack. "You're just the boy I want to see, Hawkins. I found your lame man." "What?" I yelled. He took me by surprise. It was the last thing I expected him to say. "Yes," said Will, "and if you had been here 5 minutes sooner, you could have met him." "Here?" I asked. "Yes, sir," answered Will. "He came peeping in at my windows first, and then around to the door. He's a sailorman, if I know what's that. He talks like one, and he says his ship has just been in and won't be here long, and he has to do what he wants to do quick. He asked me if I knew you. He called you the fat kid up in the big white house, said you would know him if I told you he had a game leg. Left this note for me to give you." Will fished in his trousers pocket and drew forth a piece of dirty paper, folded so many times it was the size of a postage stamp. "I was about to wash up and go up to Villa Casanova to bring it to you," said Will. "You asked me about a lame man the other day. I didn't know but what you had some business with him." "I have," I said softly as I began to unfold the paper. When I read what was written upon that sheet in a scrawling hand by a man who evidently had never gone to school and seldom wrote, I felt myself weaken, for there is the startling message the lame man had sent me. "I won't see you alone, quick. Don't tell nobody. You wait for me tonight when everybody is sleeping in the White House. You better do as I tell you. Wait for me tonight alone. You won't get hurt. I ain't got nothing against you. I won't ask you some things. If you don't do so, God help you and all of them in the White House." There was no name signed to this. I looked at Will Standish to see if he were trying to play a practical joke. But he had all sincerity in his eyes. "Come, Link," I said. "I must go back at once. I must see Doc and Uncle Lucio. There may be more danger hanging over our heads than we really believe." "Oh, can you stay a while?" asked Will Standish. "Come on and play for an hour or so. Your lame man won't be there before tonight." I shook my head. "No, Will," I said. "This thing is getting on my nerves. I must go home at once. We will be over tomorrow. That is, if I am still alive." Will laughed and said he thought that I would be. So we jumped into our roadster and hurried home. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. The Midnight Visitor. "Well," said Doug Waters, "what are we going to do about it?" We were seated in the library after dinner, and I had just shown Doug and Lucio the note the lame man had given to Will Standish for me. "There's only one thing to do," answered Lucio. "Hawkins will have to stay up tonight and wait for his visitor. God knows what the lame creature would do to this house if his orders were not obeyed." "But what does he want with Hawkins?" continued Doc. "What does he want with the boy? Why does he not come here in daylight and ask for you, Lucio?" Lucio smiled. "I am beginning to have my suspicions," he replied. "I think there is more wealth here than the villa and the plantations. In short, I believe that Cazanova's treasure is a reality." Doc came over and sat on the arm of my chair. "Hawkins," he said, "you're not afraid?" I looked up at him and tried my best to show him a brave smile. I even tried to laugh, but the laugh sounded dry and false. "Why, no, Doc," I answered. "There's nothing to be afraid of. I've seen this lame before." "What?" exclaimed Lucio and Doc together. "Why didn't you tell us?" "I'll tell you now," I answered. "I didn't want to tell you how I came to see him the first time, because it frightened me. Being midnight and just waking from my sleep, I sort of thought it would frighten all of you too. So I told them then and there of the night that I awakened and saw the greenish face peering at me through my bedroom window, of how I had jumped out of bed and run to the window, and looking down saw the figure of the lame man walking down the pavement. When I had finished, Doc said, "It seems now, from all that Seckatary Hawkins has seen, that the lame man was the thief who stole the diamond, Lucio. Perhaps he figures that there are more such gems in this house, and expects to make the boy hand them over when he calls tonight." Lucio shook his head. "I don't think so," he said, "but we shall see. We will make ready to admit this strange person tonight. Hawkins shall receive him alone, as the note directs. All the lights on the house shall be put out, except the one in the little office next to the small room that the former owner of Cazanova used for a laboratory. That will lead the lame man to the little office room. He will come where he sees a light, thinking that the boy is waiting for him there." "And you really intend to allow Hawkins to wait for him alone?" queried Doc Waters. Lucio nodded. "Hawkins will be alone in the office," he replied, "and in the laboratory, my dear doctor. You and I will be ready. to leap out to the aid of our friend Seckatary, should anything happen that I do not expect now. But don't you think the lame man will be suspicious of that? Asked Duck. We will fool him, said Lucio. We will throw him off his guard. You might expect him to be near the house this very minute, watching who comes and goes. We will tell Gabriel that we want him to take a trip with us tonight. We will all pile into the big car, and Moreno shall drive us. That will leave only Delgado, the cook, and a few servants over in the quarters beyond. When he sees us all leave the house, except Hawkins, he will feel safe in believing that the boy is waiting for him alone. And where will we drive to, may I ask? Asked Duck. Around the nearest road of the plantation, and back up to the rear of the servants' quarters. There we will leave the car and come back to the house, entering by way of the kitchen, and hiding ourselves in the laboratory behind the little office. From behind the laboratory door, we can see into the office. We can watch every move that Hawkins and the lame man will make. After this explanation of the proposed plan, Duck agreed to it, and orders were sent to Gabriel and Moreno, the chauffeur. Duck and Lucio smoked big black cigars and talked about everything except that which we were going to do this very night. In fact, they seemed to feel as though it was nothing out of the ordinary. As far as that goes, it wasn't, for, since we had come to Villa Casanova, so many strange things had happened that we were getting accustomed to surprises and scares. But I sat there with a mixture of feelings and a confusion of wild thoughts running through my mind. I was to meet the lame man, alone at midnight in this big white house. He had commanded me to do it. The note he sent was very plain and to the point. If I did not do as he had written, woe to the big white house and all those in it. I began to be nervous. I found myself shivering at times, as though it were cold, when, as a matter of fact, it was one of the warmest nights I had known in Cuba. I watched the silver hands of the clock as they pointed to 11:15. I seemed to be in a dream, as I heard Lucio say, "It is time that we start. Buckle up, Hawkins, and don't let anything frighten you. We will not be gone 10 minutes, and we will be right behind you, hiding in the darkened room beyond the office. You're not afraid, are you, Seckatary?" "Well, maybe a little," I answered. "Of course I am, a little nervous. You know how it is. I'll feel worse during the 10 minutes you'll be gone." "We will try to make it less than that," he assured me. "But anyway," he continued, "I hardly think your lame man will come before we get back. It is the best way, Hawkins." Gabriel appeared silently in the doorway and announced that Moreno had brought the car to the front door. So they all went, taking Link with them, and my poor old skinny guy, when he left, gave me such a frightened look that seemed to tell me I was in for a pretty dangerous evening. I heard the starting of the motor, and the car whirring away down the road, when I sat there in the awful silence of that great white house, with only the ticking of the silver clock, but to my strained nerves each tick, tick, tick sounded like a sledgehammer keeping time with the loud pounding of my heartbeats. I sat in a rocker and rocked back and forth fast and furiously, trying to hum a song I knew when I used to sit in my little rocker at home in the kitchen, while Mother baked pies and cakes for Sunday dinner. But gradually my nerve began to weaken. I felt that something was going to happen. In fact, I felt as though the lame man were bringing evil with him. What was it? Why? I stood up to go to the meeting place, and as I reached for the little button to turn out the table light, my hand was shaking like a leaf in the wind. My heart was going mile a minute as I walked down the hall and entered the little office room beyond the laboratory. A desk stood in the middle of the room, facing a door, in which there was an oval pane of glass, and which opened onto a portico at the side of the house. I sat in the chair in front of the desk, which faced the door, and kept my eyes glued on the oval pane of glass through which I could see outside. I wished he would come, so that it would be over with. Suddenly I was startled by a hissing noise from the dark room behind me. The next minute Lucio's voice came whispering through the crack behind the door. "We are here, Hawkins. Keep your courage." I acted as though I did not hear, but kept my eyes turned toward the door. I did not want to be caught by the lame man, and he might pop up at that door any minute. And if he saw me nodding my head or talking to someone behind the door, it would spoil our plans. So I sat in the silence until I began to get sleepy, and rubbed my eyes to keep awake. But at last it came, that sneaking tip-tap-tip of the lame man's steps. I heard them coming slowly up the gravel walk, and as they came, the sound of the silver clock striking the hour of midnight kept time to those unnatural footfalls that told me they were bringing to me the ugly person who had peered at me one night through the grating of my bedroom window. The brass knocker on the door was lifted gently and allowed to fall once against the door. I arose, and with unsteady step walked over and unlocked the door and threw it open wide. A dark shape crouched beside the pillars of the portico. "Are you alone?" he asked in a hoarse whisper. "Come in," I said. He limped into the room, and I closed the door and turned to him. "I am here," I said, "as your note requested. What is it you want? Speak quick, before some of the folks awaken and come and find us." He snatched his leather headpiece from his bald pate and turned suddenly upon me. Oh, that ugly greenish face! I had made no mistake that night. It was green, green as the oldest copper, greenish and drab. I never before saw a human face so evil-looking. "You know me," he snarled. "You saw me before." "Yes," I answered softly. "You climbed up the vines to my bedroom window and looked in while I was in bed." "I was looking for him," he said in a hoarse voice. "Tell me, boy, where is he?" "Who?" I asked. "The old cuss. Him they call Raphael. It's him I want to see. Which room does he sleep in? Answer me true, and lead me there quiet, or by—" "Oh," I interrupted in a low voice, "perhaps you mean Rafael Peralta." "That's him. The very one. Show me his bedroom, Sonny. I saw his hand flash from under the long cape that hung from his shoulders, and he thrust back into its hiding place a long knife. He's not here, I answered. He has left. They say he lives in a plantation house nearby. The green countenance lit up with a sickly grin, and I noticed that only 2 teeth remained in this strange person's mouth. How can I ever describe that ugly face? Uh-huh, he said. Don't be lying. Don't be lying. Looky, this says he's still living here. See? Nobody but him and me knows about these things, Sonny. I blinked at the thing he held aloft for me to see. It was the diamond. You stole that, I said shortly. You climbed up the vine and entered the window. He looked at me keenly. Aye, he said. I did, and I didn't. For seeing as how it was mine in the first place, I calculate I got a right to have it when I finds it back. Huh, Sonny? It's mine, you know. It's him what stole it, and there's another just like it, and that's mine along with it. You knows where it's kept. Ain't likely he'd go away and leave only one. Fetch me the other, Sonny, quick. Go about it, quick, mind ya. I'll wait here till you fetch it. Then I'll go to the plantation house and settle accounts with him if I can find him. And I'll hand him till I do. Sit down, I said. I want to know just why you say this diamond is yours. He gave me an evil stare, as though I had angered him. But, changing his mind suddenly, he sat down on a chair. I'll tell you, he said. Once there was 2 men, shipmates. I was one. The other was him, as you call Peralta. I was able then, Sonny, no bum leg like this. Walked just the same as you do. And he says to me, come along, and I'll show you how to get rich. And I went along. Our ship was the good old Penny Packer, and she lay to in Havana, and he takes me out here, and we camp a little on the rocks down yonder, Cazanova's rocks. He is gone for 2 days, and then comes with a chart, which he can't make heads or tails out of it. Where he got it, he wouldn't tell, but he says, Ilham, if you can read this chart and tell me where the treasure lies, we will divide her, half to you and half to me. So we stays there 6 days and 6 nights, Sonny. And then I hits upon the secret. I find the way to read the chart, and it leads me to the place. But the chart told about the ghost that guarded the treasure, and it being night, we didn't have the courage, Sonny. So we said we would wait till the next day. So we started early in the morning, leaving our camp and going right to where the chart said. And we had to go down the hole with ropes. It was so deep, but we got there at last. And my old friend says, it ain't here, no treasure here, Ilham. But once upon a time, there was a treasure there, Sonny, 'cause a big chest was at the bottom of that hole, and the lid was open and laying back, but it was empty. Somebody been there and gobbled it before us. So Peralta says, let's get out of this spook-haunted hole, Ilham. And I say, all right, But then I sees something sparkle, and I reaches under the lid. I does so, and pulls out 2 big stones. This one, and another one just like it. That was overlooked by the one what stole the chestful. And I holds 'em up for Peralta to see. He looked jealous of me, Sonny. He did, and said, "Well, Elam, they are yours, seeing as how you found them after I gave it up." I says, "Yes, by rights they are, but I will divide half and half." So I gives him one, and I keeps the other. We pulled ourselves up out of that hole, Sonny, and went back to our campfire. "Tomorrow, Elam," says Peralta, "tomorrow we will go back to our ship. She sails in another day. We are lucky we can sell these stones in London, and won't never have to work no more." I says, "Yeah, Raphael," because I was so sleepy, and I fell asleep. But I woke up soon again by a scream from Raphael. Yes, Sonny, it was him screaming. The ghost, Elam, the ghost of Cazanova. I got up half sleeping, Sonny, and didn't know what was going on till I seen it. The old pirate's ghost. Peralta had run away and left me alone, and I was half asleep. I didn't have time to help myself, Sonny. I saw it coming, and then I knew it was pushing me off in the rocks. I had listened to the lame man's story thus far with great wonder and surprise. "Yes," I said as he paused, "Pablo Saules was shoved off the same way." The lame man's face spread with an evil smile. "Pablo Saules," he said. "It may be the same Pablo that sailed in our ship in them days, but I wager you he never came out alive. Look here." He pointed to the twisted leg. "That's what made me lame, Sonny. That fall, and the shark that I had to stick with my knife before I crawled up to a safe place on the rocky shore, and I lay like a dead man for 2 days. The good ship Weatherbreak picked me up bound for the South Seas, but I never knew where I was or what I was doing for weeks and weeks, till this old leg got so as I could limp around on it. I never saw my diamond again, till the day I stole it out of the room up yonder. But I found out where Raphael was, and when I landed here, I says to myself, I'll hand him up and ask him about the stones." "You thought he had stolen yours too?" I asked. The lame man grinned and winked an eye. "Maybe I know him," he says. "If he was here, I'd make him talk. But I don't have no hard feelings for me, Sonny, I guess." Somebody made a noise in the hall. The lame man turned an evil eye upon me and whispered, "You haven't put up a jab on me, have you?" He shoved me aside and ran, not to the door of the laboratory, but to the door of the hall from where the sound had come. I, too, was curious and followed him. He just gave me one look and then turned. "It's the same one," he hissed, and hopped scratched out of the door in his uneven legs. I glanced up the hall, and there I saw the sight that had frightened him. Across the hallway, a light was moving slowly toward the library. A candlelight, and in its glow I saw the same dusky face and long mustache of the man who had been searching the bookshelves the previous night. I ran back into the little office room. The door stood wide open. I ran to it and looked out. My lame visitor was just turning into the shadow of the bamboo trees and going as fast as his halting steps could take him. I stepped back and closed the door. Jack and Lucio stepped quickly out of the laboratory hiding place, with Link behind them. "We heard every word," said Lucio. "What frightened him, Hawkins?" "In the library," I answered. "Quick, quick, the pirate with the candlelight." Lucio darted into the hallway and sped down toward the library. We all followed in our tiptoes as fast as we could. We reached the library archway together. The place was dark. Jack switched on the lights. "There's nobody here," said Lucio. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. The Passing of Diego. Life was growing very exciting, indeed, at Villa Casanova. The story told by the lame man, Elam, added to our worries. His fright at the sight of the pirate prowling around in our library with a candlelight had all us guessing. Up to this time, all of us had thought it a person who was looking for something in a certain book in his library. But when I saw the look of fright on the lame man's face that night, as he caught sight of the apparition, my belief began to weaken. "I wonder," I said to myself, "whether this candlelight prowler is a living thing or not." "Hawkins," said Doc Waters to me the following morning, after our lessons had been finished, "you must continue to keep a close watch on Link. Things around here are beginning to make me terribly afraid." "What, Doc?" I said. "You don't mean that you believe in spooks?" "No," said Doc, "I don't. That's it. But whatever is going on is being done very cleverly. It seems that we can never get close to any of the strange sights we see." "We will now," spoke up Lucio. "There's a mystery here, to be sure, but I am bent on solving it. In fact, I think I shall make a visit to the plantation home of our overlord, Senor Rafael. It wouldn't hurt to look around a bit." Doc shook his head. "I wouldn't let on to him that I suspected anything," said Doc. "But shall we sit here and let things continue to go on as they have been?" asked Lucio. "Wait," said Doc. "Wait until this afternoon, and we can all take a trip around the place. Better to go slow, Lucio." Gabriel appeared in the doorway. "Excuse, please," he said in his soft voice. "I just come from the river. The men in the boat are scared, senors. They say a curse will be upon the boat if he dies there." "Dies?" questioned Lucio. "If who dies?" "Broken Nose Diego," replied Gabriel. "He is near the end, senors. He cries out and fights something which he sees, but which we cannot see. It is terrible, senors." "Go back at once, Gabriel," ordered Lucio, "and keep the men quiet. Tell them the doctor will arrive shortly and attend to Diego. Keep the man quiet, by all means, Gabriel." Gabriel disappeared, and Lucio turned to Doc Waters. "I thought broken-nose Diego would recover," he said. Doc was hurrying into his jacket as he replied, "His is a strange case. I've been watching him daily ever since his scare on the Rocks of Cazanova. I believe it has turned his mind. I'll go right now to see him." Then, as he reached the door, he turned and said, "Perhaps it would be better to take him off the boat. Could we have a room for him here?" "Yes, of course," replied Lucio. "It would be better to take him off the boat. The men are very superstitious. I'll have a room prepared for him." Broken-nosed Diego had remained in his bank on board since the fatal night Pablo Saules had been shoved off the Rocks of Cazanova, whither they had gone together in search of Casanova's treasure. The accident to his shipmate had probably shocked him, so that he became a nervous wreck. At least, that was Doc's opinion. Several times Doc had tried to get from him some information about Pablo Saules, and where the latter had secured his information about the treasure. But always Diego had become terribly excited, and at last, thinking it would allow him to get over his strange illness if he could forget the whole business, Doc had decided not to ask Diego any more about it until he was well. But when they brought him to the villa that morning, I saw that Diego would never get well. There was a look on his face which I cannot describe. His hair, what little he had, was turned white, whereas, when last I saw him, he had the blackest hair of any Spaniard. They carried him on his cot, 4 sailor men who had worked beside him, and put his bed in the little room at the end of the hall, on the second floor. Lucio met Doc at the door, as he followed the odd procession into the house. "I gave him a sleeping powder," said Doc in a low voice. "It was the only way to quiet him. He imagines the ghost of Casanova is still pursuing him." "Poor fellow," said Lucio. "We must try to put him on his feet, Dr. Waters." Doc shook his head. "I am afraid we can't," he said. "His course is nearly run, Lucio. Diego is booked for a passage on a longer voyage than he has ever had." Gabriel directed the placing of the cat, and then sent the 4 sailors back to the boat. Link and I strolled outside. In fact, I had to lead Link out, for he was so grieved over the condition of Diego that he wanted to stay and help to make him well. But I told him that Doc would see that Diego got all the attention he needed, and so we went out into the pure sunshine of the garden, and I got Link's mind off of the affair by handing him a coconut and asking him to carve a monkey face on it for me to take home as a souvenir. That suited Link, and he started to work upon the net at once. Will Standish came over that afternoon and was eager to know all about the lame man, and whether or not he had come, and when I told him that he had arrived at the appointed time, I had to tell, of course, the whole story. Will was deeply interested in the whole thing, and told me he wished it had been his good fortune to have been in my place waiting for the lame man that night. I had to laugh at that, but then Will Standish is a queer chap. He likes excitement and is afraid of nothing. That afternoon Doc remained at the house to keep a watch on Diego, and Lucio went out to the plantation houses. He returned at 6 o'clock, and his first question was about Diego. "He only awoke from his deep sleep an hour ago," said Doc. "He seems to be no better." Lucio sat quietly studying the figure on the tile flooring. Then Doc asked, "Did you talk to Raphael?" "He wasn't at the plantation," replied Lucio. "The men there say he doesn't show up once a week. I'd like to know where he keeps himself. I'm afraid the sugar business will not be very much if he doesn't pay more attention to it." Doc grunted. "So much the better," he said. "I'm glad you didn't talk to him. It might have caused us more trouble. Lucio, I'm afraid of your step-brother, Raphael." "Oh, yes," sighed Lucio. "He should be feared. That's true. But I have an idea." "Listen, what's that?" Link had jumped from his chair. Doc and Lucio sat up. I was ready to run. Again came that shrill scream. "Diego," whispered Doc, leaping for the stair. "Come with me, Lucio. It's upon him again." Link began to tremble. I felt it as he grasped my arm and whispered, "Hawkins?" I took his hand and said, "Don't worry, Link. I'm with you to the finish." He followed me, his hand in mine, and I followed Lucio's heels up the marble steps and down the hall into the end room where Diego lay. When Link and I entered the room, Doc was bending over the cat. Gabriel stood in attendance at the head, while Lucio looked on from the opposite side. Diego's eyes were open wide, and he stared wildly at Doc. "It's here," he whispered. "It's come for me again. It won't let me rest. It got Pablo Saulas, but it wants me to. I'm going. I can't hold him off any longer. See?" "Be still," said Doc in a soothing voice. "We are your friends, Diego. We won't let anything hurt you. Come, get back and rest yourself." Diego smiled up at Doc. "You're good," he said. "You've chased it away every day, but you don't know what it is. The chart said it would haunt anyone who went after the treasure. Look there." He pointed a bony finger at the vacant space beside the bed. I really believe the poor fellow saw something there, but, of course, we did not. There really was nothing there, but the look in his eyes I shall never forget. He allowed his head to fall back upon the pillow and closed his eyes. Gabriel hurried to Doc with a glass of water, but Doc waved him aside. Then, with closed eyes, Diego lay back and began to talk in a low, sing-song voice, as if he were repeating something that had been stamped upon his memory. "Southeast of Cazanova are Cazanova's rocks, a winding way to the end, and there under." Doc looked up at Lucio and, catching his eye, nodded. The chanting voice of Diego continued. "Pablo Saulas was a thief and stole the chart, and therefore the ghost of Casanova came upon him in his evil hour." Suddenly Diego sat straight up in his cot. His eyes blazed as he looked around us. "He's here!" he cried. "He's here! I feel him near me. He has come for me." Suddenly the light went out of his eyes. His head dropped forward. Doc put his arm about his shoulders and laid the white head upon the pillow and felt his pulse. Then he turned to Lucio and said, "Diego has passed on." That night we left Gabriel in charge of the villa, and all of us went down to the boat and began to make that our home for the present. There was too much excitement at the villa, said Doc, and Lucio too. Thought it best that we go away and take another trip in the handsome vessel that had come into Link's possession as a part of his inheritance. The second mate, whose name was Therese, was placed in charge of the crew, and told to get ready for an early start on the morrow. We had a light supper before retiring, and went out to sit on the afterdeck after Jack and Lucio smoked their cigars. "Poor Diego," mused Lucio as he puffed his smoke. "There was a case of a man frightened to death, Dr. Waters." Jack blew a few breathlets of smoke before he answered. "You can call it that if you like," he said, "and in a way it's true. But I have grown to believe that even we doctors don't know it all, Lucio." "Be careful," said Lucio in a quiet voice. "These men on this boat are terribly superstitious. We must not encourage them to believe that it was anything but ordinary illness that killed their fellow workmen, else we might not have a man to run the ship." Doc nodded his head and said, "You are right, and I suppose you know where you are going in the morning. Or do you intend just to take a little cruise anywhere?" "No," said Lucio. "I have something in mind. I am going back to the Rocks of Cazanova. You remember something that Diego said before he passed away?" "Do I?" asked Doc. "Why, yes, a winding way to the end, and thereunder. Those were the words that probably struck you too." "Exactly," said Lucio. "We know of a winding way. We shall follow it, and then see if it is to be our fortune to find the treasure or—" Doc Waters fumbled in his inner coat pocket and drew out his wallet. Taking from it a folded paper, he looked at Lucio and said, "I found this in Diego's pocket after he died. Can you guess what it is?" Lucio turned an inquiring look upon Doc Waters. "You mean—" he began, and then as Doc smiled, he leaped to his feet. "You've really got the chart?" Doc smiled at him. "That's what it is, Lucio," he answered, "and tomorrow morning you can run this boat to Casanova's wrecks as early as you please, to the winding way in the end, and thereunder. We've got the key to Casanova's treasure at last." It was long before I fell asleep that night. Link and I and our old friend Tellme occupied the same stateroom, which was between Doc's room and Uncle Lucio's, and we felt very safe and unafraid. But I could not sleep for thinking of all the things that had happened since we arrived at Casanova, and up to the very night before our departure for Casanova's wrecks. And Link was happy in the thought that he would see his father on the morrow. Thus he fell asleep before me, while I lay wondering how many more exciting things awaited us before we set sail once again for our beloved United States. Yet the Sandman came, and I at last went to sleep, to dream of a cave like that of Ali Baba and his 40 thieves, with riches scattered all about in piles of diamonds, rubies, and sapphires, in barrels of strange coins and stacks of gold bars that would have paid the ransom of a dozen kings. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. The Mysterious Jonah. The morning sun streamed through my stateroom window when I opened my eyes. Link had already left his bunk and taken the dog Tell-Me with him. I hurried into my clothes and wondered why the boat had not started. I had expected it would be on its way before sunrise. While I was thinking about it, Doc came in. "Hope you slept well," he said, with a twinkle in his eye. "We've all been up and had our breakfast an hour ago." "I must be sleepy," I said. "What time do we start?" "Start for where?" asked Doc. "For Cazanova's Rocks. That's where we're going, isn't it?" "Well, for the land's sake!" exclaimed Doc. "You surely must have been sleeping soundly, Hawkins. Look out of your window." I stepped upon my chair and peered through the porthole. Imagine my surprise, for the shoreline that I saw was not the landing of Villa Casanova. It was Casanova's Rocks. "Well, if that don't beat anything," I said. "Honest, Doc, I didn't hear a sound." "I guess those engines down below make very little noise to let a fellow sleep all night when they are pushing this old boat through the water." "Nothing of the sort," said Doc. "They made too much noise for me, and for the others too. We were all up early. I don't believe I slept 15 minutes straight along after the boat began to move. But a little thing like that doesn't interfere with your sleep, Hawkins. Bless me if I ever saw a boy who can sleep as sound as you. Come on down for your breakfast." So, once more I found myself on the Rocks of Cazanova. It was just like Lucio not to tell us that he intended to make the trip while we slept. He was fond of giving us such little surprises, but I was glad that he had done so. I felt sure that whatever the trouble was at Villa Casanova, it had its beginning here in these gloomy rocks. I believed that all the ghosts and strange sights we saw at the villa had their secrets hidden somewhere among these cracks. And I was very anxious to look around. I meant to use all the brains I had to figure out this big problem. Oh, if the boys back home in our clubhouse could have dreamed that some day I would have had such a big puzzle to unravel, they would not have thought so much of the strange doings of Stoner's boy, or of any of the other little troubles we had back there in our houseboat on the river. I inquired for Link, and was told that Lucio had taken him to see his daddy in the cabin among the rocks. Doc proposed a walk after breakfast, and allowed me to choose the direction. I was glad of this, and started down along the bay, toward the point where it branched out into the sea. It was a long walk, but we were both fresh in the morning, and kept on walking and talking about the different things we saw until we had come to within a short distance of the sea itself. What a grand sight it was! Stretching away as far as the eye could see, a wide sheet of green that turned to a purple in a thin line where sea and sky seemed to meet. Far out were tiny sails of fishing boats, early birds that catch not worms but fish that feel nets easiest in the early morning hours, disappearing over the skyline under a ribbon of smoke. A foreign vessel was beginning a long voyage, and over all the blue, blue sky. Now, you don't see skies of such blue in the United States. It was a wonderful sight. Doc enjoyed it as much as I did. "How about a walk up that way?" suggested Doc, pointing to the left, where the bare shore skirted along the first rise of Cazanova's rocks. "Fine," I said. "Let's go." We had gone about a half-mile, I suppose picking up shells as I went along, when all at once Doc said, "There's a ship. My stars, Hawkins. Look at that ancient tub." There was a curve in the shore before us, a curve inward, forming a sort of a cove, I would call it, and there, backed into it, was a peculiar-shaped small vessel with 3 masts and sails made of the dirtiest canvas I ever saw. Upon the prow was in dim letters the name of this strange ship, the Jonah, but the ship showed no signs of paint. Indeed, it looked as though it had been washed off by the waves, or perhaps it never had a coat of paint. "Looks like a Jonah, all right," said Doc with a laugh. "I'll bet she's a Jonah too." "Wouldn't be surprised," I said. "I wonder if it's deserted. Doesn't seem to have anyone on board." "Let's have a look," said Doc. I followed him. We reached the vessel and found upon the shore beside it a long board that evidently had been used for a gangplank. Together we placed it and walked carefully across the board to the ship. The vessel was leaning a bit toward shore, and, to all appearances, looked as though it was an old boat no longer in use, and there seemed to be nothing on the decks that would let one believe it was in service. But the hatches were locked, and so were the cabin doors. The wind from seaward sung through the masting, and sounded odd. We walked around to the front, and then back to our gangplank. "Nothing to be found out about the Jonah," said Doc, "unless we want to break down the doors." "Of course we won't," I said. "I think she's a ship somebody threw away, Doc. Nobody would try the sea in a lopsided little schooner like this. That's why they shoved her into this quiet little hole. If it was in commission, it would be landed somewhere along the shore, where it's easier to get at and not so far to walk." "Unless," said Doc, "somebody might want to hide her. This is a fine hiding place for the Jonah. I'd like to know who owns her. I'd give $1 to take a look inside. It's one of the oldest ships I've seen. I'll bet you she is 100 years if she is a day." But we had to let her keep her secrets, and walked back to our boat in the bay. All the while I was thinking whether or not Doc was right about this boat being hidden there. But what could anybody want with such a dilapidated ship? I heard Tellme barking as we neared Cazanova's rocks, and saw Link and his daddy playing on the shore with the big dog. It was wonderful to see the shaggy animal dash into the waves to bring back a stick that Link had thrown into the bay. No matter how far out, the dog swam for it like a sea lion and brought it back. He seemed to be perfectly at home in the water. I've got to keep him doing something, said Link, because he always starts to run away when he isn't doing anything else. He's at home in the rocks here, said Link's father. It was hereabouts I found him, Link. I saw him several times running about here before I took a notion to keep him. Once Valdez and I saw him swimming the bay from the other side. He likes the water, but I'll get you a collar and chain for him. He might run off else. I followed Duck into the boat, where we found Lucio seated at the table in the parlor cabin, studying a paper before him, and Valdez, his trusty servant, who had been staying with Link's father, was standing beside him. "Oh," said Lucio as we entered. "Here is Dr. Waters. I have been studying this chart, and Valdez has helped me. We have made out the marks, or think we have. What do you say about trying to locate the treasure this afternoon?" "Any time," said Duck. "This business is beginning to be tiresome, Lucio, and the sooner it is over with, the better." "Very good," said Lucio. "We will start this afternoon. It is best to leave Link and his father here. Valdez will stay with him and keep an eye on our men here in the boat. I want Seckatary Hawkins along." "Oh, he will come," said Duck. "I don't think he could be kept back now." "Not much," I said. "I intend to stick it out, Uncle Lucio." Lucio smiled. "That's fine," he said. "We might need you." We had light lunch about 1 o'clock, and then the three of us set out for the search. Link wanted to come when he heard I was going, but his father interested him in a collar that he was making for Tell Me out of a leather strap from a life preserver, and Valdez had fetched a chain, and so Link was satisfied to stay in the boat. We started up the same path that we had taken the night we had followed Pablo Saules and Broken Nose Diego. It surely was the winning way mentioned in the chart, for it curved and twisted around the rocks as it went up, ending directly upon that flat jabbing slope known as Cazanova's Doom. "Here we are," said Lucio quietly. "A winding way to the end, and there under. Surely this is the place. If there's another such a winding way on Cazanova's rocks, I should like to see it, but there under is what puzzles me. See, here are the marks that Pablo Saules and Diego made that night, with their picks and chisels. They were sure about it being under here, but it doesn't seem possible. How could they ever expect to dig through this rock?" "They probably did not intend to do that," said Duck. "They probably had powder or dynamite with which to blow a hole in the rock. Pablo must have been told about it." Lucio stamped upon the rock. "It does not sound hollow," he said. "Perhaps there is a block of stone that lifts out," I suggested. "No," said Duck. "There isn't a sign of a crack or a cut in the rock. That might have been cemented over." So we all started to look around. I picked out my own way and looked carefully. The rocks on this side were all covered with a green stuff that looked to me like moss. It was thick and soft like velvet. In places it had been worn off. I walked over to the edge of the rock that jutted out over the sea and looked down. It made me dizzy. Far below was the sea, lapping gently against the wall of the rock. and under the green surface dim, pale shapes flashed up and down, and I shuddered as I thought of sharks. I hurried away from the edge and crossed to the opposite side, where the rock ended in a wide chasm that separated it from a higher point. As I lay flat upon my stomach, looking down into this gap, it seemed to me that I heard whisperings. I turned and looked back. Jack and Lucio had returned to the middle of the big rock and were seated there talking. I looked down into the gap again, and then I told myself that what I heard must be the echo of Jack and Lucio talking. I returned to where Jack and Lucio sat. "There is a wonderful echo up here," I said. "That pinnacle across the chasms yonder throws the sound back, I suppose." Lucio was interested. "I must hear it," he said, and went over to the edge. I followed him. Jack remained seated where he was, but Lucio held up his finger. We remained quiet, and as we listened, we could hear it again, whisperings coming up to us from below in that chasm. "What now?" asked Lucio in a low voice. "Nobody was talking up here then. That surely is no echo, Hawkins. Somebody's below there. 2 people are below. Come, we will see." But try as we would, we could find no way to get down. The sides were steep and dangerous. As we were about to give up, I saw something. Lucio saw it too. It was a thick rope, a new rope, tied to an iron ring that had been fastened in a groove in the side of the rocky chasms. So cleverly had this groove been cut into the rock that the rope was as good as invisible. Indeed, we never should have seen it had it not been that the rope had been given a jerk by someone below in the chasm, throwing it for a moment out of its hiding groove. "They are coming up," said Lucio. "Come." Jack jumped, and we followed Lucio. He took us to the same place under the ledge of rock where we had watched Pablo Saules and Broken Nose Diego that night, and from where we could see the top of Cazanova's dome without being seen ourselves. "It's good we did not find a way to get down," I said. "No telling who it is we should have met down there." "Quiet," said Lucio. "Watch." We watched, and I will surprise you when I tell you who it was that first popped his head out of that chasm. It was Elam, the lame man. I know Lucio and Jack were surprised to see that man with a twisted leg come out of that crack of rock by means of a rope. But it was no surprise to me. I had seen this man hanging on to vines and peering into my bedroom window. If he could climb vines, he could climb ropes as well. He scampered upon the rock, and then turned to help up another, an old man, gray-whiskered, wearing a brown cloth wrapped around his head, a shirt with no sleeves, khaki trousers that were stuffed into knee boots. They pulled the rope up after them, coiled it up, and together they came down the winding way. They passed within arm's reach of us, where we stood watching, but did not turn their eyes. They kept on walking down the winding path and talking in low tones as they went. "There's your lame man, Hawkins," said Doug after they had disappeared around the next bend. "And I'm going to follow him." I said. I believe he is the man who knows more about this business than he has told us, Dak. Come, let's all follow him. Careful, warned Lucio. Let them get a good distance first. I don't know, said Dak, whether we ought to follow them or not. They might see us and suspect something, and then they might give us trouble. I'll go by myself, I said. That will be safer, won't it, Uncle Lucio? You can wait for me below somewhere. I want to see where my friend, the lame man, keeps himself. At first, Dak would not hear of it, but Lucio told him I could be trusted to take care of myself. And so we crept down the winding path again, cautiously, and as we reached the bottom, we could see the lame man and his old companion turning toward the sea. We will wait here, said Lucio. Go carefully, Hawkins, my boy. I hugged the rocks as I started after them. Occasionally I would take a long run, and when I thought they were about to turn around, I would dodge behind some rock and wait. Then, peeping over the top, I would see them going on, and I would start for another rock further on. Thus I followed them to the sea, and saw them turn to the left and walk along the shore. There was not a ship in sight, nor was there even a small boat beached upon the shore. I said to myself, I think I know where they're going. And I was right. They went straight to the little old ship that bore the name the Jonah. I watched them step and look at the gangplank, which we had left as we placed it in the morning. The lame man scratched his head and said something to his old comrade. The old man shook his head. Then they went aboard, and I saw the lame man produce a key from his pocket and open the door in the cabin. Then I went back as fast as I could and told Dak and Lucio. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seckatary Hawkins in Cuba by Seckatary Hawkins. The Treasure Cave. We were sitting on the afterdeck of our boat that night, talking in low tones about the happenings of the day. I felt a bit sleepy and sat back in my steamer chair with half-closed eyes, while Dak and Lucio smoked and chatted. The night was beautiful. There was a mild breeze blowing from the mouth of the bay, and it felt good after the hot day. The sky was sparkling with stars, and above a distant clump of palm trees, a crescent moon was rising. So, the lame man and his old sea captain are living in that little old ship, eh? Said Dak, finally drawing me into the conversation. I say, Hawkins, who do you think that old man is? The one we saw coming out of the ravine with your lame friend. You said he was a sea captain, I replied. That's what he looked like, anyway. More like a buccaneer, said Lucio. He seemed to me as an old pirate who stepped out of some picture of history. There's no doubt about it, but that he and the lame man are both searching for Cazanova's treasure. Sure, I said. I knew that as soon as I saw them come out of that crack in the rocks. And if you were wise, you would have allowed me to go down and take a look. "Never mind," said Duck. "Tomorrow you shall have the chance. It was getting too late, and you would have run the risk of being hurt if we had let you go this evening. It gets dark early down there in that chasm." "Hush," whispered Lucio. "Look there." Our boat was anchored in a secluded spot under the rock called Cazanova's Dome. Anyone who had not discovered its presence there in the daytime would never have thought of looking for it there at night. As it was, we had all lights out, and the only things visible were the glowing ends of Dax and Lucio's lighted cigars. Therefore, it was not likely that the occupants of the small jolly boat that silently glided across the mouth of the bay had any idea that they were being watched. Once in the moonlight, and I knew those two shadowy figures in the boat for the lame man and his old companion. Swiftly the boat was propelled by broad oars in strong arms to the shore opposite, where it disappeared in the shadows. "Your lame man travels around at night a great deal, Hawkins," said Doc. "Wonder what he's up to now." "They'll not bother us," said Lucio. "We had better turn in. Where's Link?" Valdez answered the question, saying Link had gone to sleep, and his daddy had carried him down to his bank. So Lucio and Jack went to their staterooms, and I made for mine. When I entered, the sight made me smile. Link was sound asleep in his bed, and curled beside him on the white sheets was the dog, Tell-me, on a chair beside the bed, his head bowed upon his breast. Link's daddy sat sleeping, holding one skinny hand of his boy in his own brown fist. I smiled, turned out the light, and jumped into an upper berth. I knew that Link's daddy would wake up, and so the other lower berth beside his boy would be vacant for him. "No use bothering a happy family like that," I said to myself, and Tell-me switched his tail and grunted in his dreaming. The next morning after breakfast, we armed ourselves with the things we thought might be necessary in emergency and started for the winding way. I had 2 flashlights in case one should give out, and also a knife and a small hand axe. I saw Doc Waters slip his pistol in his pocket just before he started out of his room. Lucio stood waiting for us on the deck with Valdez, who carried a coil of stout rope in one hand, a long stick with a sharp knife on the tip in the other, while across his shoulders were strapped 2 bags which were evidently heavy, judging by the way they sagged. "All ready?" inquired Lucio. "Waiting for orders," piped Doc Waters cheerily. And so we fell in line and left the boat in single file. Lucio led the way, with Doc close behind him. Following Doc was Link and his daddy, who held Tell-me by a stout chain attached to his newly made collar. I brought up the rear with Valdez Alvarez, with whom I had become very friendly of late, because he was as anxious to learn to speak English as I was to learn Spanish. He was a nice fellow, and probably had had a better education than most men that work on the ships. But he was one of those who just let things come as they pleased and go the same way. Lucio liked him, and treated him the same as he would his own brother, and no one blamed him. After I got to know him well, I called him Val for short, and it seemed to please him. The sailors called him Señor Alvarez, for they had all respect for him because Lucio liked him. "Let me carry one of those bags for you, Valdez," I said as we walked along the shore. "No, mucha," he said, smiling at me. "Very light, Hawkins, like feathers." He always called me Hawkins. It made me grin every time I heard it, but I sort of like it. The winding way was reached, and up we started. I felt very sorry for Valdez as he started climbing up the hilly path with his burden, and after I insisted, he allowed me to carry one of the bags. And believe me, it was heavy, and before I got halfway up, I wished somebody else was carrying it instead of me. The thing that attracted our attention as we started up the winding way was the queer antics of Tellme. The dog seemed to get wild as we ascended the path, and he strained at his chain until Link's father was obliged to hold him in with both hands. "What ails the pup?" asked Doc Waters. "He acts like he's crazy." "This is the place where his master deserted him," said Lucio. "He probably thinks he can find him. No doubt it was a sailor who owned the dog and had to leave in a hurry." The dog was finally running, and Link's father could not hold him in. We all increased our speed, although Valdez and I fell behind because of our heavy loads. But when we reached the flat table rack known as Cazanova's Doom, Lucio had the dog's chain fastened around a heavy rack, and Link had induced the big animal to sit down and rest, and his pink tongue was hanging as he panted for breath after his struggle. "Jeff," said Lucio, addressing Link's father, "you and Link and the dog will remain up here and be on the lookout if anyone approaches. Doc Waters and Secretary Hawkins will go below with me and Valdez. If you should see anyone coming, give us a loud hello down the chasm. If you should have any real trouble, fire this gun." He handed Mr. Lambert an old-fashioned pistol, and Mr. Lambert nodded. "I'll do that," he said, "and if anybody gets frisky with Link, that dog will settle any argument." "All right then," said Lucio. "Let's get a start. Valdez, will you go first?" Valdez Alvarez was no coward. He put down his load and walked to the edge. "Let me go first, won't you, Val?" I asked. "I'm not afraid, and I'm just aching to see what's below." Valdez turned a questioning look upon Lucio. The smile that passed between them told me that I could go. I believe that Valdez thought I was afraid, but I ran to the edge, where the rope hung in a groove fastened to the rusty iron ring, and knelt down, intending to get a hold upon the rope and go down hand over hand. But Valdez pulled me back. "No, no, señor," he said to Lucio. "He no must go so." Then, feeling unable to express himself in English, he rattled off a dozen sentences in Spanish, of which I caught but a few words. "Valdez is right," said Lucio. "He says we don't know who put that rope there, or whether or not somebody got wind of our plans and fixed a trap for us. We better lower you with our own rope, Hawkins, and if you see any danger ahead, give us a call and we can haul you up quickly. You'd never be able to climb back up fast enough if somebody should meet you below, you see." And so I went that way. Valdez quickly unbuckled a 2-inch belt that he always wore and strapped it tightly about my waist. Then he fastened the rope to the broad strap and told me to hold the rope with both hands and to steady myself with my feet as I went down. Then he and Lucio took hold of the rope, and I sat down and slid slowly over the edge of the chasm. They lowered me into that mysterious place as though I were a bag of wheat. Slowly I went, and it seemed as if it never would end. I had a little difficulty keeping out of the way of projecting rocks farther down, but on the whole I managed with my feet to push myself clear. When I looked up again, at last, I could see Duckwater's head bent over the edge, looking down at me, and he seemed far away. All the way down, I had followed with my eye the line of the rope that hung from the ring above. All at once I noticed that the rope was no longer there, and looking up, I saw the end of it about 10 feet above me. "Hello!" I shouted, and the rock sent back the sound 5 or 6 times, in echoes that picked each other up from different corners and sent the call down to the very bottom of the ravine. But they stopped lowering, and I felt myself swinging free in the air. "Pull up!" I yelled. "I've passed the place, I think." Then up I came and shouted, "Hello!" again, for I had seen a hole in the side of the rock, and I stepped within a foot of it. But, pulling myself up on the rope, I slipped my foot on the edge of the hole, and backed into it slowly. It was a harder job than I can tell, and I was thankful when I found myself resting on something solid. A sudden sound beside me startled me, and I just glanced around it in time to see a small snake disappearing into the hole. I hate snakes, and the very thought of going to this hole, where any number of snakes might be nesting, filled me with disgust. But I shouted, "All right!" Back came the echo, "All right!" and then Lucio's shrill voice, saying he was coming down. Presently, from my narrow view through the hole, I saw a foot come down, then another, and shortly Lucio stepped into the hole. It was necessary for him to back in as I had done. "The rope is new and hard," he said, as he caught sight of me in the gloom. "Look at these hands, blistered and sore." I smiled. Lucio was not accustomed to hard work. "Where do you think this leads?" I asked. "Wait," he said. "Our old friend Valdez will know. He has very many tales about these rocks." In 5 minutes, both Duckwaters and Valdez were with us, and I moved around and turned my flashlight into the dark hole. It showed a passage sloping down, but growing wider until it looked like a long hallway. "Valdez," said Lucio, "what place is this?" The Spaniard turned a puzzled smile upon us as he answered Lucio in Spanish, speaking rapidly. "He says," explained Lucio, "that the old folks told him that this was a pirate's refuge in the days long ago, and that the pirates made such holes as these in which to hide when they were chased. Well, we are directly under the Rock of Cazanova's doom. Forward, Senor Alvarez, guide us to the place of your ancient ancestors." Valdez smiled as though he understood every word, but, of course, I knew he did not, or he might have been offended upon being accused of having pirates for ancestors. But he had a way about him of producing anything that he wanted whenever he needed it, and I was not surprised to see a brighter ray of light than that coming from my flashlight, and saw that he had fastened in front of him, with a strap around the waist, a large square electric lamp. It threw its powerful ray 50 yards ahead, and we started forward. The passage floor was very crude, as though it had been blasted or dug out. But at the end there was a turn. As we went, I felt the air grow chilly, and it was really cold when we reached the end of the hall and found ourselves staring into a place of beauty, a wonderful underground room that was hung from the ceiling with hundreds of long icicles that glittered and sparkled like rock candy in the bright rays of our electric lamps. "You gods!" exclaimed Doc Waters aloud. "Who would have thought of finding anything like this here, Lucio?" Lucio did not answer. He spoke a few words in Spanish to Valdez, who went over and threw his light around the further part of the room. Then he turned and said, "Sí, señor." "All right," said Lucio, turning to us. "It is there. He has found the door to the treasure room. Now, you fellows, I'm going to tell you that the chart says the place is and will forever be haunted by the ghost of Cazanova, and I believe that there is something, I don't know what, but some sort of danger for anyone going into that room. For my part, I'm going to risk it, for I want to know, but if you doctor or you secretary feel as though you are afraid to enter, say the word. It is not too late now." I felt myself shivering again. Somehow or other, I've got a bad habit of shivering at certain times. I don't know how it is, but I just shiver as though it is bitter cold. I don't feel afraid or anything like that, but when I start to shiver like that, I just can't stop. I couldn't hold my flashlight still, and its shining ray was dancing over the long icicles, making them sparkle like jewels. "Nonsense," said Dr. Waters. "I'm not going to believe in ghosts in my old days, Lucio." "Good," said Lucio. "And Hawkins, are you afraid?" "No, sir," I said, still shivering like the dickens. "Let's go quick." Lucio walked across the icicle room quickly and stood beside the Spaniard. Doc took my hand, and together we followed Lucio. We stood before a low door, about half the usual size, which seemed to be set in a partition that had been built in this underground chamber to separate the treasure room from the outer room. "Are you afraid to go in first, Valdez, or do you want to light our way?" asked Lucio. "Valdez Alvarez Primera, always," said the Spaniard, and he quickly stooped and entered the low doorway. "Now," said Lucio to us, "follow me." And so we entered the haunted place. End of chapter 23.